Let's go to the Junior World Finals in Las Vegas. We made it to Amarillo, Texas. He got a snack, and then we made it to Las Vegas. It was so pretty with the mountains. I had the back number ceremony, and then it was time to ride in the arena. And then I made my first run. And then we went to one round of the NFR, and then it was time to make our second run, which was so much better.
Sparkling sorely around the first. 14,130. Good job.
And we made it to the short go.
Arkansas Cowgirl. Sparkles past. Stick with it, Sadie.
After 2 weeks in Las Vegas, which was so much fun, we headed home and I got to read the article about me for the first time. Dude. Whoa. Where are you going? Come ride my barrel horse with me. First I pick out all of his feet to make sure there's nothing in there, and then he steals the hoof pick. After that, I get him brushed down so good to make sure there's nothing under the saddle, throw on my saddle pad, and then my saddle, get the cinches all done up so he doesn't shake the saddle off before I put on the super cute Hot Head Stalls Cactus breast collar. Look at how cute. Then some classic equine boots, so excited, and then I walk for a while to make sure he's warm before asking for a nice slow collected trot. He is a horse that needs a lot of reassurance, so every time he's doing good, I give him a nice pet to let him know because he really needs that. Oh! Tarps are so scary.
Jump scare.
He is hotter this way, so I make sure when he walks he gets a big reward. And then we airstrike the Pivo. Student driver here. Okay, now once I get a good trot this way, I brake check him, and then he is done. We only trotted today because he was pretty hot. I wanted to let him work just here today, and we were done. Bye. Come ride with me. Today I am riding my horse Chester. I get his blanket off and start brushing him. To get off any dust or dirt that might be uncomfortable, I put on my best ever saddle pad, then my Circle Y saddle. I get the cinches done up before I do the breast collar, and then I put on this super cute breast collar, give him a hug before I put on my sports boots, and then I put on my new Troxel helmet that I love so much, and we are ready to go ride. He's obviously so excited. I start off by walking both directions. It is much colder, so I want to make sure he is good and warm before I do anything else. So we walk a while, give him some good pets, and then I ask for this nice slow collected trot. This is what we love to see, again rewarding him a lot before I trot the next direction. After that we lope. I'm asking for the same nice collected motion here, and then I put his quilt blanket on and we were done. Bye. Hey guys, come with me for a very icy ride. First I pull his blanket off and start brushing him before I put the saddle on. I like to brush everywhere where the saddle goes, and especially under his stomach where the girth goes. That's very important before I throw on my saddle pad and then my saddle. I get the cinch done up before I do the breast collar, and then my saddle had sleet in it. I picked all of his hoofs out before putting on some front boots just in case he needed them, and then some bell boots. Here we have a nice sweet moment, and then this is my face when I realized I forgot my helmet. So I put my helmet on, and then it's time to get on. So I walk both ways for a really long time. It is very cold. I want to make sure he's warm. I ask for a slow trot. He does give me a very nice speed. He doesn't want to keep his head as low today, but that's okay. He is giving me a very nice speed, so I reward him a lot. I asked for the lope, but he got too worked up. Couldn't get him too sweaty, so I brought him down, and once he walked for me, I hopped right off to tell him he did good, and we were done. Okay, bye. Come put my horse's tail into a tail bag with me. Normally I will spray his tail down with Cowboyish Super Shine, but my bottle is empty, so I'm going to have to launch an internal investigation over that. Once his tail is super brushed out good, I do a normal 3-strand braid all the way down. You don't want the braid to be tight around their tailbone and cause any kind of discomfort or worse, lose circulation. That is a part of their spine. So I braid all the way down. Once I get to the end, I do use an elastic. Sometimes I use electrical tape, and here it is all nice and braided, and I slip it into this rockin' tail bag. I pull it up as high as it'll go, and then I put these little pieces of fabric through each side of the braid, pull it up again, and then do one knot in the front here, and then I will pull it around to the back and do one knot the same way back there, and then come around to the front and double knot it just to really keep it in place. You also don't want this to be tight on the tailbone either. And please do not leave a horse with their tail braided just outside of a bag, because if they get it caught and pull, they will pull on their spine, which is not good. But here it is, all finished. Okay, bye. Come to a barrel race with me. I grab some alfalfa, and when we get to the barn, I take his blanket off and put his shipping boots on just to keep his legs nice and protected. In the trailer, I make him an alfalfa bag for the ride there, pick some of the frozen out, hang the bag up, and then it's time to load. When we get there, I back him out. He looks around for a while. I throw him back on track, but now it's time to saddle, and so I brush him off really good. He wasn't too bad. Throw on my saddle pad and then my saddle, and just go about business as usual here. Once I get the saddle and the breast collar on, I begin to pick his feet. I pick out every single one of his feet before putting on his boots. I'm running these blue professional choice boots today. They look really good on him. Now I'm taking his tail out of the bag and out of the braid. Ooh, it looks so pretty. Here's all my tack, and now it's time to get on. I get on by the trailer so I can walk him all the way to the warm-up, and we just walk around for a while before I do a sitting trot. We started off really well. When I asked for the lope, things got a little western here. So if you were in the warm-up, I am sorry. And then it was time to run. This is our new personal best here. First run in a whole month. I've been off, he's been off. And to get our personal best, that's great. And I see everything I need to work on. He gets a drink after he runs, and I untack him. I took the boots off camera because those go first. Here I'm grabbing the bell boots. I pet him for a while. I walk him around to get him really good and stretched out before tying him back. He gets electrolytes and then another hay bag. I put his shipping boots back on, and it's time to go home. We make him an alfalfa mash with electrolytes and salt to get him drinking, and I took Kite for a roll. Full vlog soon. Bye. When we get to the American semifinals, I unload him and walk him around a little bit, and then we bed his stall and he goes in his stall. I did my makeup here in the barn because it was time to go take my headshot. Here's the headshot fit. When I was done with that, I went to check in and get my vest and stuff, and then I started brushing and saddling up Chester to just go into the open arena they were having this night. I didn't do any barrels or anything. I just hopped on and walked and walked and walked around, stretching his legs out after a 7-hour haul, and just wanted him to see everything because this shoot was so scary. Every single time we went by it, it was terrifying. And then after a while, I let him sniff everything he thought was scary, pet him, and then I was ready to just walk back and get off. I wanted him to be comfortable, and then he got an alfalfa bag, and I put my bag number on for tomorrow. Bye. Good morning. It's 5 a.m., but come with me for the first round of the American semis. They're setting barrels up in the arena today, so even though it is so early, I get him saddled up as I normally would, and I want to just go in there and walk, so I get him all good and tacked up. I don't make the saddle too tight or anything. I'm not going to be breezing or doing anything like that. I put on my breast collar just so I can loop my tie down through. I'm not sure I'm going to need it, but I just got on and we walked one big lap, again seeing everything, and then we went in the alleyway and waited our turn. When it was our turn, I just pet him, and then we just walked the barrels. He got maybe a little excited, but not too bad. I walked the whole pattern, and then I walked back to the barn, got off, and gave him a treat because he did so good. And then now it's time to run for real. So I get him all tucked up, put on all of his boots, and give him a hug before we go to warm up. I go and warm up in this little warm-up pen. We are towards the first of the draw, and so we kind of got this pen to ourselves most of the time. Trot both ways, lope both ways, and then I got off, pet him, told him again he did it so good. I stretched myself, and then it was time for us to run. I really didn't ask him to run. I was a little nervous, and our first two barrels were good. I pushed him out too far on the third, and he got distracted on the way out. But tomorrow we smoke a run. He got electrolytes and a hay bag, and then a mash, and I braided his tail all back. We cleaned his stall, so he had a nice place to lay. He ate dinner, and after dinner, I walked him to stretch his legs, and we were done. Bye.
Daryl horse goes for a walk.
Okay. Oh, it's so scary. It's still just a trash can. Lord. Where are you going? Guys, come with me for round 2 of the American semis. First, Chester eats a little bit of breakfast, and then we came back and he was taking a nap, but now it's time to get saddled up. I brush off all of these shavings and then put on my best ever saddle pad, then my Circle Y saddle. Get that all done up, put on my breast collar, and then I went for these blue boots today. Got his tail out and tried to get all of these shavings out, and here is our run. We smoked a run. He did so good here. This is such a good second barrel. I was way more with him today. I knew what was up. I asked him to run, and we ran a 15.6, which was right up there with the pros, and I could see everywhere I could do better. And it was a really nice run. One day I'll find my over and under. So I get him all untacked, and he gets a break for a while, and I thank him for such a good run. And then I get ready for my second run because we were running in the redemption round. So I get here, he gets a little snack. Here's my full fit, and then we get tacked up again, all of the same tack. And this first barrel was so good. I sat it so well. Here we did tip the second barrel, and he found a whole nother gear, and then I also clipped the third barrel, but that first barrel was so good. And I pull up early. You can see here I'm not pushing, and our time would have been a 15.5. So you do the math here, okay? But he gets another snack, a treat because he did so good, and then his dinner. And then we walk around for a little bit, getting his legs all nice, stretched out. Don't want him just stuck up in a stall. We're both pretty tired by the end of the day. Clean his stall, give him some electrolytes. He obviously is such a huge fan. He gets a mash and goes to sleep. We did qualify for the wild card round, so we will see you in Arlington. Okay, bye. Hey guys, join us for our last day at the Kentucky Horse Park. In the morning, Chester got a flake of alfalfa and his breakfast and Succeed. Then we went and bought Chester a dog toy and saw these rabbits and of course the ducks. I want them all. And then we went and saw the Secretariat statue. And then we wanted to go see more of the horse parks. We saw all of these statues, went into the museums. I bought a little shirt and a necklace, saw the draft horses. I loved them. These were very curious about the GoPro and more statues, saw lots of super cool stuff, and then it was time to show Chester his new dog toy. It took him a minute to warm up, but I think he's going to enjoy it since he likes to throw everything. And then I wanted to really take advantage of the time we had left here, so I saddled him up so I could take him on a nice little ride around so he could see some new things and not just be, you know, a crazy barrel horse. I wanted to get him out so he could see everything and go on this little trail they had. And of course, everything was terrifying, but we walked around and saw all this cool stuff, and he did so good. Got scared one last time, then watched his maid clean his stall. I get all my tack off, and of course he gets another hay bag, and it was time to go cheer everybody on that made the perf. To eat his dinner while we were watching. Everybody did so good. Congrats to the top 4 that automatically get to go run in Globe Life. Y'all did so good. And then of course Chester gets more alfalfa and another mash because we love those. Okay, bye. Today all my horses are going to see the horse dentist. First up is Zorro. He gets his teeth all nice and floated and worked on, and then here he is pretty drunk going back to his stall. Next is Kite. He gets all of his teeth worked on. He seemed to really enjoy the medicine, even just taking a nap on this thing. And then when he was done, I walked him all back to his stall, and next was Scout. Scout is still working through a lot of problems. We had to really get his teeth done good when we got him, and so we're still working on some of that, but he was so much better today, and he's going to be way more comfortable. And then I take him back, and it is time for the King, Chester, to get his teeth done. He looked so pretty today. He got all of his teeth done. They were not bad at all. He does kind of fight the medicine a little, and he was getting very annoyed about right here, but we worked through it and got his teeth done good. It's so important. And then he fell asleep in his grazer. Bye.
Wow. Hey, people.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be in a movie? Well, with Heart of a Champion coming out very soon, I want to share my experience. My mom forced me to audition, and I was obviously very interested, but I was a thespian, so I did it. Okay, I did it. Oh, bro, you can't do that! When I got there, it was still called Charlie's Horse. There's since been a name change, but it was so fun. Here's a little behind the scenes of one of the classroom scenes. Here, I am a mean girl. I was originally going to be a stunt double and a mean girl, but due to my own personal conflicts, I was just the mean girl, but it was super fun. We went to wardrobe, and all of our outfits are color coordinated. It was so fun. Everybody was so nice. Yaya is so sweet. Okay, go watch Heart of a Champion Friday. Bye. Today we were hauling to a nice indoor to get Chester and Kite some good workouts. So I throw on Chester's shipping boots that he loves so much, and then Kite just gets some bell boots. I take Chester to load first, and this pony is very nosy. Chester went in really nice, and so did Kite. When we get there, Kite is up first, so I pick his feet and brush him before throwing on my saddle. I'm using this pad for the first time today, and then I get everything done up in this cute breast collar on him. Get on and walk around for a while before trotting some big laps. We are getting him good in condition, so I do trot quite a bit before loping both directions, and I let him lope some big laps. After that, I get Chester saddled up. I switch the saddle pads and put on front boots. I walk for a while before trotting, and after I'm done trotting, I lope, and then I trot the other way and lope the other way. He was pretty good. First thing to come off every time is the boots. I do not want any trapped heat. And Chester gets a little drink of water before we head home, and when we get home, they get snacks and dinner. Bye! Come ride my barrel horse Chester with me. First I throw on my tack, and then I start off by walking. We did have to haul here, so we walk a while before I ask him for a trot, and I ask him for a nice sitting trot because he can be hot, and I don't want this big extended trot. I want this nice slow collected trot, but I go with one hand to see if he'll relax into it, and then I pet him because he did really good. Walked for just a second before asking for the lope, and we started off pretty rough, but then we slowly got to this very pretty lope. After loping around like this for a minute, I asked for a hard stop with no hands. If I do a hard stop, it's only once in a workout, and there are often times that I don't do one at all. I think it's very important not to put that strain on their bodies. I trot this way. He's much hotter, but he still complies, and then we lope, and he gives me this really nice pretty lope. I stop him, tell him he did good, hop off. First thing I do, loosen the cinch and take off his boots, and we're done. Bye. Come ride my 23-year-old barrel horse Kite. So I pick all of his feet to make sure there's nothing in there before throwing on my saddle, and I only put bell boots on him. So I start by walking a lot. He's really old, everything pops, so I want everything to be nice and warm before asking for a long extended trot. I'm trying to get him back in shape so he can run some this summer, so we do a nice big extended trot all the way around, and then I ask for the lope this direction, and I lope for a little while before stopping, petting him to tell him he did good, and then we turn around and go the other direction. And I let him lope huge circles this direction because I think he was trying to show off, and I was like, okay, if you want to run, you can. And then he went for a roll and got nice and dusty again, and we were done. Bye. When I got to the barn, Zoro was eating hay off of his back, which was hilarious. I turned Scout out, and he went for a roll, and then I grabbed Chester so I could start saddling him up, and he loved his salt, and he was super dirty, and this is my favorite brush ever, and I used that before my normal brush, and then I threw on my saddle and my saddle pad, got that done up, and put on my Hothead Stalls breast collar, use code Sadie5, and then I picked his feet to make sure there were no rocks, and then put on my Hothead Stalls boots that match that breast collar, and they are super cute. We're going for a bright theme today because we're manifesting spring. I also had to go clear the arena because all of this stuff was left in there and no one was here, and this water hose going straight through. My pivot did not work, but I have these nice trotting videos. He did good. I take him back to the trailer and untack him. Boots go first always, and that one got really nasty. And then I put up my tack, and then I brush off those annoying saddle marks before turning him out so he could go outside. Scout was begging to come in, so I brought him in, and then I grabbed Kite because we were going to ride him. He also loved the assault as well, and he is nasty. So bad. So I take my favorite brush again and go over all these nasty spots. He's also shedding a lot, but this brush really helps get that dirt out. So I go all over his body with this, and then my normal brush after, just to get more of that dust off. And there's dust all over me, and then I saddle him. I use that 5-star saddle pad on him, and then I stay with the colorful theme. And then I go ride in a pasture. I wanted him to feel a little more free. He really hates that indoor, and he got maybe a little too free, and we had a little bit of fun. And then I got off and took my saddle off, and he got to go outside, which he really loved and did not want to come in. He rolled and rolled, and then he grazed for a while and got himself a drink, so he had a really good time out. And now he's going to try and give Chester a bath. So I fill up this bucket and put a little bit of shampoo. As you can see, my shampoo is in shambles, and then put his tail in it so I can shampoo his tail easily. Then I rinse the shampoo out, and once I have all the shampoo out, I put some conditioner to set in his tail while I spray off the rest of his body. As you saw in my shampoo, I'm going to have to go buy more tomorrow, so today I just spray him off really good since it was warm enough. Here's what he thought about his bath. He hated it. The Ferrari does not like to be washed. I get all that conditioner out, and then I treat all of his feet for thrush, and he got to go eat dinner. So did Kite, and I threw Scout some more hay, and we were done. Bye! Today I'm taking you to a lesson with me and Chester. I get his shipping boots on to protect his legs in the trailer, and then I hook up the trailer, and then I make him an alfalfa bag for on the way. He's allergic to hay, so he only gets alfalfa. Once I do that, I grab Scout and give him his EPM medicine and hang him a hay bag. We give Chester some liquid omeprazole and load him up. When we get there, the first thing I do is take those boots off, and then I start grooming him, and then I throw on my saddle and put on just front boots for right now. These are from Hot Head Stalls. When I do get on, I warm him up really good, walk both ways, trot both ways, lope both ways, and then we start on some slow work. We work on our rate and being round around the barrels. Globe Life is going to be a huge pattern, and then I put on his running tack and we make this nice breeze. And I think Chester was really enjoying feeling the wind through his hair because I only smooched once, and the only time I kicked was around the barrels. And this is what he gave me. So I think he is very ready for a Globe Life field. I get all of his tack off immediately. I take off the boots before I even video, give him some water, and then when he's done, I dump the water on him and give him a treat and let him graze for a minute before loading up to head home. I get him out. If you're wondering or commenting about why Chester wears shipping boots, this is why. That would be his leg. This is why they exist. Now I spray him off. I'm going to give him a proper bath tomorrow, but I sprayed him and then cold hosed both of his legs for a long time before giving him his electrolytes. And then he got a mash with some powdered electrolytes. Out got his ulcer medication and some de-shedding. He was losing a lot of hair, and we were done. Bye.
I think I'll do a wraparound. We'll wrap around.
Let's give my horse Chester a bath. I use Cowboy Magic shampoo. First, I get him all sprayed down. I get both sides really good. Here, I put too much shampoo on him. You really only need a dot for each side on your sponge, but I go in and I work and lather up that soap all across his body. I know the soap is going to go down his legs, so I don't worry about scrubbing down there as much. And now I scrub the other side, and I spray him off really good. I don't want any shampoo left on his body to irritate his skin or make him itchy or anything. So I really thoroughly spray him, and you can tell he's not very happy. Once that is done, look at how clean he is. I squeegee off all that extra water so he can dry a lot faster, and just get everything excess off and left him to dry. Okay, bye. Come with me for a little maintenance ride on my 23-year-old semi-retired barrel horse. So when I get on, I just walk him. He's not really in full work. I don't ride him all the time, but when I do, I make sure that fluid is all nice and warm. Here he had to itch before I do anything because he's a little older, so I want his joints to be really warm. Here you can see he was kind of wanting to go more than I wanted to, but I finally asked for a nice long extended trot. We trot some little circles and one big lap around this outdoor arena. When I'm done with that, I walk a second before asking for the next direction. And when we're done trotting this way, we lope this way. I let him decide when to stop. I walk for a minute and then go the other way. And then after that, we are done. And I give him a good pet. He did good. And I get right off and we are done. He doesn't do too much. I just like to keep him moving and in a little bit of shape. Okay, bye. Today, I'm riding my barrel horse Chester. He had a bath yesterday, so he's not too bad for me to brush off, and I throw on my saddle, and I did it without dropping my cinches. I know it's such an achievement. So I tighten the cinches just a little. I'll tighten them before I get on, and then I put on his breast collar and get it right where it needs to be. I change it between my horses a lot, and then put on these super cute matching cactus boots, and we are ready to ride. I walk around for a while and I just trot today. I asked for a slow trot. I don't grab his head just yet. Here I am kind of asking him to put his nose down, but I'm not getting too aggressive about it, and he was so good. All we did today was trot, and he was really good. Very calm, which is great for him. I did a stop with no hands, pet him to tell him he did great, because he did. And then when we get back to the trailer, I pull his bit off, careful that it doesn't hit his teeth, take off all of my tack and put it back in the trailer, brush his tail a little bit, give him a treat because he did good, and we were done. Bye. Hey guys, this is a little groom tack up and ride with me on my barrel horse Chester. Today is a very chill day for him, so I brush him off and throw on my saddle, and when I'm doing the cinch, somehow I pull my hair into the cinch when I tighten it, and it low-key hurt pretty bad. But once I have all of that done, I put on this super cute breast collar, just some normal bell boots. We're not doing a whole lot, and we just walk and walk and walk. Here I'm stretching him out, getting him moving, kind of like an active rest day. If I had a walker, I would probably use it, but here I'm just petting on him, being calm, just walking both directions, making sure he is moving and warming his muscles up and stretching out, but nothing strenuous at all. I don't let him trot. We are strictly just walking and recovering today. So once I've walked for about 10 minutes, I stretch him both ways and down. I hop off, loosen the cinch, and then I stretch both of his legs and tell him he did great, pet him, give him a treat, and then we're done. Bye. It is our first day in Texas as we're preparing to run in the American wildcard round. Chester eats his breakfast and we give him some alfalfa and he gets his time out, which he is really enjoying. And while he's eating that, I play with my dog for a while. We got back to the hotel for a little bit before going to Globe Life Field, where they are preparing the dirt for the American Rodeo, and I got my bag number. And then it was time for Chester to eat dinner. We gave him some liquid omeprazole and his dinner, and I just pet on him. He went outside for a little bit and enjoyed some alfalfa by the moonlight, and we soaked him alfalfa because we want to keep him super hydrated. We also bought this bale, so I brought it in because, you know, strong girl things. Hung out with him for a little bit, and we get a practice round tomorrow. Dumped him that soaked alfalfa, making sure he is super hydrated, super comfy, and I want to sheep so bad now. Made sure he had water and said goodnight. Bye. Let's practice for our run in Globe Life Field. It is super hot here compared to home right now, so he's shedding a lot, and once I get some of that hair off, I use a soft brush over it. When I'm done with that, I look in all of his feet, pick all of them, get a good look, make sure there are no rocks or anything, and then throw on my saddle. I'm going to be running in this Hot Head Stalls breast collar tonight, and then I just throw on a pair of boots that I don't mind if they get sandy or dirty. And here he is all pretty, and we go warm up. He trotted beautifully. He looks so pretty here. The lope was a little crazy, but I got down to this, and then we made the long walk into that alleyway. So when I get there, I walk around, wait my turn to go in, and we make our little practice breeze. I was telling him easy literally the whole time, but he is ready to go, and he is definitely ready to sit down and turn some barrels. Here you can see I keep him round all the way around the second. Don't want him straightening up any earlier than he has to, so I over finish it that way, and then pet him on the way out and walk a little bit in there while it's still insane so he can hear everything. Walk all the way back to the trailer. I took the boots off camera. I walk him around a little bit before loading up. Bye. It is time to make our run in Globe Life Field, so I get him all tacked up and I pick all of his feet, checking for rocks and just getting everything out of there. I undo his tail so it can be nice and pretty and wavy for our run, and then I enter the world's craziest warm-up pen. It was very, very wild, and it was definitely a zoo in there, but I managed to get him warmed up, and I was a little too scared to walk, so we trotted a long time. And if you've seen Chester Lope, you know why this terrified me. Now we made the long walk down the tunnel, and we sat in the back waiting for our run, and when it was close, I got on him, walked around, and he did so good. We ate up this first barrel. It was literally so good. Our second was good too. We did hit the third. It got in our way, whatever. I pet him. He did amazing. It was just me sitting too soon. He did really so good. I'm so proud of him. I gave him a treat, kept telling him how good he did, loaded him up, and we were done. Bye. Come to our High Point Performance horses with us. Here's their parrot Kermit and all of the awards they have in the office from all of the mini horses they have here, an NFR saddle, all of Slick by Design stuff, and Slick actually has a ride outside. So we got to see Slick and many other cool stallions. I'm not allowed to post any videos of them, but we saw his taper before going to Gerald's house, where we saw Gerald and 2 other giraffes, and he let me feed him this little cracker thing, which was pretty cool. Then we went to Charlie's Turtle Town, where we saw a bunch of giant tortoises and other kinds of tortoises, and I shared this moment with this one. Kind of want one, but also a little tiny bit scared of them.
The Dragon Warrior.
And then we saw whatever these are, I don't know, and then Rosie the camel, where she came over to me to scream at me.
Whatever that means.
Here's some more videos of these guys and some minis, and we're done. Bye. Come with us to make our first run at the Arkansas Elite Barrel Racing Finals. This is the first year we have gone, so it's very new to me. Not really sure what was going on half the time, but I got him saddled and Put on our blue boots for today that look so pretty on him, brushed out his tail because it was horrid, and then walked to the warm-up, walked him around to keep him warm before our run, and he started getting a little excited. Now it is time for us to run. Here's the GoPro view. We had a pretty good run. First and second were good. I have a huge fear of giant patterns. They intimidate me a lot, but I survived. And here I pull him at the third barrel. I did not need to do that. It got him a little confused. Here's another view of our run. First and second again were good, but when I got to the third, I overthought it and blew it, but we still ran a nice time and qualified for the finals. And of course, he got lots of alfalfa and we gave him some electrolytes. Let's make our second run at the Arkansas Elite Barrel Racing Finals. I know a little bit more of what is going on today. We did qualify for the finals with our last run, so the pressure was kind of off today. Just going to practice a big pin because we don't have a lot of big pins where we normally run, so I don't get a lot of practice. So I just want to get over my fear. So I went and warmed him up, and he gave me a nice trot, and then it was time for our run. This run was smoking. Our first barrel was much better today, and I really thought we were past the second barrel, and we barely tip it coming out. And the most tragic thing about this run is that it would have won out of 800 people, but then he got his hood on and ate dinner, and then we went for a walk, and that was pretty much his day today. Very easy. He did really good, and that was it. Bye. Okay, it is now time to make our run in the short go of the Arkansas Elite Barrel Racing Finals. We got through running against 1,000 people to have our run today, so I was just super happy with that. I tack him up and go warm up. I think he's tired because he warmed up beautifully, went into the holding pen to wait our turn, and then we had this run. It was really not that pretty. He trips here really bad, and I almost fell completely off, but he gave it his all and still ran a great time. Whoa. I almost fell right off. Oh my god. Boy, that was my bad. I hop off, yank those sports boots off, and make sure he gets a good drink of water. I have to try not to throw up till everybody's done. He did good though. We won. I am so thankful for Chester. He's amazing, and he really was into the finish first. Okay, bye.
Here's a day in my life as the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. I'm getting some touch-ups, which I was not aware I needed any. And then my makeup done, but she says all the male celebrities do it for our little photo shoot today. And I'm not really sure why she's in it, like she won the saddle, I did everything. This picture's okay, this one's better, but this one is perfect. And I forced her to give me some treats because I deserve them before I got into my paddock that's only for champions and tell this old guy to get his butt out of here. And she's made me feed bags and she has to pay the feed bag tax, and I think she needs to get arrested for tax evasion because I don't think she always pays it. And here she is soaking my alfalfa because who in the world would want to eat dry alfalfa? That is disgusting. They put this little thing over it, which is diabolical, but then I get all comfy cozy, and we have a code. Not sure what's her name though. Pretty sure it should be my name because I literally made her, but whatever. Here's a GoFundMe you need to go donate to that I made until she can learn how to actually ride. Okay, bye. I thought since I'm the world's best barrel horse, don't Google that, and the new rightful owner of this channel, I would voice over one of our vlogs. So here she is brushing me off, and she really didn't get me looking that pretty, which is really rude, but whatever. And she did the cinch up way too fast. She'll tell you I love like this because I was tired, but I never get tired. I just felt like showing off today, and I was so excited waiting for a run, but she made me walk, and here she is riding me like an absolute monkey. She caused me to trip there, not the dirt. No other reason. She just cannot ride, but I did what I did, and I managed to make a bomb run. And for some reason, I'm not allowed to just keep running in the back, so she forced me to stop kind of hard. I would rather, run in circles like I was born to do. And then she finally takes off all of my boots and gets me a drink of water, even though I've been yelling at her to do it for forever. And then she grabs me for our photo shoot, and she gets all dressed up, but she didn't even brush me off. And here's all the stuff that I won, not her, and she wouldn't even open this thing up for me. Because she is so mean. Someone cancel her.
Today we were riding Chester, and I'm pretty sure he was hiding behind this door from me, but I got him out, gave him his favorite salt block, and then I started brushing him off. We're just having a very easy day today. We just got back from a 3-day weekend, and a 3-day weekend he did amazing at. So I'm wanting to keep him moving, keeping him in shape, and I switched to this cow print breast collar. It's literally so cute. Love it. Anyway, when I get on, I walk for a while, and I walk both directions before asking for a trot, and I stay relaxed before introducing me, asking him to put his head down and we work on our transitions. When he trots good, I pet him, let him walk, and we just keep doing that. And then I go the other way and he starts putting his head down so good here, and this is literally my only goal for today. So we keep going up and down. He looks really pretty. I pet him when he gives me what I want and let him walk. And I'm just very gently asking him to put his head down. I cannot hold his head down. He's literally humongous. And when I get what I want, I hop off, telling me he did good, and loosen the cinch. Bye.
What's up? It's another day in the life, the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. Before I get evicted from my penthouse, I eat my yummy succeed, and the weather is terrible today, so we're stuck inside, and it makes my hair super frizzy. It's very embarrassing, and I can't have my salt blocked, so instead, I begin working on my plan for world domination while she takes forever talking me up. Here she's using that brush like she's the Karate Kid, and I'm some car, but at least he gets that itchy hair off. And I tell her this is what I think about not having my salt block today, and watch her clean it up. It was very amusing. Here's my tag. I make her pick my feet, because if there's a rock in there, I will riot. And here she is abusing me in 4K. And then she tells me I have to work on something called patience, but I don't really know what that means, but I know whatever it is very stupid. Whenever I finally get to trot, we have to go trot, walk, which is very dumb. And then when she tells me I can elope, I do get very, very excited, because I love the feeling of the wind through my mane, and then the camera dies the other way. Miss Girl could not be bothered to charge it. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the saddle pads for me and only me being touched by a loser, so I had to go deal with that. And then she put this tingly purple stuff in my feet, and she says it's for something called thrush, but I'm pretty sure that's something she made up just to torture me. When I return to my penthouse, I begin my rampage for more food. And look at my soaked alfalfa. Is that not the most appetizing thing you've ever seen? And I tell my hay delivery system to hurry up because they're taking way too long and I'm starving here. And they left the deplorable puzzle thing off, so I think my plan for world domination is working. Here she is making sure I can't get out to all-you-can-eat buffet in the hallway because she likes to kill joy. And that was my day. Bye.
Hey guys, we were riding Chester today, and I got several comments of people asking me when I'm going to ride in that saddle or if I'm going to ride in that saddle, so that is exactly what we were doing today. And Chester was shedding so much. I got a ton of hair off of him, and I'm hoping the end of the shedding is on the horizon, and this saddle is gorgeous. I think it looks really good with him. I put on this mohair cinch because it's just really the only other cinch I have. So it has a new home now, and I have the matching breast collar, so it all kind of looks good together here. And I just thank him again for the saddle, give him some treats, throw on these hot head stalls, bell boots, put on his bit, and then we get to riding. I'm just gonna walk a little bit. We are working on our patience for sure, and then ask him for a nice sitting trot. I try to be relaxed. I only go with one hand at first before slowly introducing me, asking him to drop his head a little bit, pet him when he does what I want, and then turn the other way. And he gave me a really good trot again this way. It took him a minute to relax his head, but then we got to this nice moment there, and I pet him, tell him he did good, hop off, and loosen the cinch, and we were done. Bye.
Hey losers, the world's best barrel horse just turned 9. That's right. It's my birthday. I get disrupted from my snack to go take some pictures. But at least this time she brushes me off to make sure I look good, and she puts all this weird stuff on me because she ain't got the sense God gave a billy goat. And she put on that funny hat thing, and she tried to put one on me, and to that I said, absolutely not. You have lost your ever-loving mind. And then she tries to put this pen thing on, and as usual, I made it as hard as possible. And then this girl tried to put these things on my ears. Absolutely not, devil lady. And then she scared me with this weird thing that makes noise, which kind of made me pee my pants a little. It was very mean. And then I realized it kind of looked like hay, so I tried to see if it was edible, and guess what? It was not. And then she held up this sign, and I can't read because I'm a horse, but whatever it says, it does not taste very good. It tastes a little weird. Finally, she released me, and I got to enjoy my paddock that is only for birthday champions. Bye.
Let's ride my 23-year-old horse, Kite, and he is shedding so much. I'm pretty sure he shed enough hair for a whole pony yesterday, and it's still going. Once I'm done with the hair, I just use a soft brush, and then I pick all of his feet and look in there, and he's being really difficult with this one, but I got it. And I'm just using this saddle pad on him for now, since he's losing so much hair, and then I had to tighten the cinch because he is a skinny legend compared to my other horses. And then I put on this breast collar because it's super cute, and these bell boots to match, and we were off. I am trying out kind of a different bit today just to see if he likes it, maybe. I don't know if he does or not. We're still going to find out. I just don't think he's loving the bit we've been riding in for the past 10 years now, and I don't blame him, so I'm just going to try and switch it up and see what he likes. I pet him, take all of that tack off, and turn him out, and obviously his workout wasn't too hard, okay? And then he went for a roll. Bye.
I'm the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. And here are things my mom did this week that made me really mad. First, she got mad at me for coming in too hot to my alfalfa, but they don't call me the world's best barrel horse for nothing. Okay, I was just showing off a little and I was really hungry. Next, she gave me a bath, which is deplorable. I hate it. I was born to be filthy. The third thing is she scared me with this noise thing from everybody. It was really, really embarrassing, and I think this is on my top 2 list of things I am scared of. First is chickens. I do not trust them. Next, she made me walk like I'm not built for speed, as I previously mentioned, and it really just kills my vibe. Next, she was lollygagging instead of getting me my alfalfa, which is a crime I think should be punishable by jail time. And then again, she got me in trouble for running in the pasture with my friends like I'm not built for speed. She also only gave me 1 treat when legally she is required to give me 20 treats, so I'm getting my lawyer on this. And lastly, she told me my plan for world domination was stupid and was not going to work, but I think I'm really onto something here. I'll keep you updated.
I don't know what I'm talking about, and I never have. I never really have.
Let's ride my main horse, Chester, so I just use a plastic curry and then a soft brush to get him groomed up where the saddle goes, and I also go where the split boots go because you don't want anything underneath those before I throw on my tack. And I'm being very selective about what races he's going to. I am not going to run his legs off. He does not deserve that. So right now I'm just keeping him in shape, and I will bring him out when I feel like it is a good enough race for him to run at. Let's hop on. Can I help you? I start off with lots of walking before I ask him for a trot, and then I also lope this direction. I pet him and then turn around and we go the other way. So I just repeat all of that this way, and then I take all of his tack off, and you can see he got a little sweaty. We did have a nice workout today. Once I get all of this stuff off, I grab my water hose and spray him off, which he absolutely hates. He hates baths so much, and then he gets to go outside and just enjoy himself. Okay, bye.
Let's go another day in the life of the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. First, I push her while she's brushing me because it's super funny. Here I am depressed, thinking of all the snacks I could be eating in my stall instead of being here right now. And then she finally sprays me with fly spray after I've been stomping for 20 minutes here. And even though Miss Girl's been riding horses for 10 years, she still does not know how to saddle a horse, so I had to help her out. So I get a treat for being the good citizen I am for helping the idiot out a little bit. But then she has the audacity to use me as a pack mule. Rude. And today we're riding out here, and even though I still have all this open space, she is still making me just trot. And she said we're trotting a lot because we're getting ready for something called Hot Girl Summer, but I think I am perfectly ready, and she is the one that really needs to be working on that. Here she is abusing me in 4K by making me walk. After 30 minutes of her nonsense, she finally gets off, and she tries to pet me instead of giving me a treat, which I think is stupid, and I let her know that. And then she sets at this camera before she can bring me in, so I've been standing here looking at my food. Finally, she releases me back into my paddock that is only for champions, so I know I'm safe from losers.
Hey everybody, we are riding Chester again today. So I had to spray with fly spray, which makes me really sad, but at least the warmer weather is about to be here. So I get everywhere before I put on my tack. I don't want any dirt or anything uncomfortable under any of it, and I drop the cinches, which is literally my least favorite thing to do ever. There you can see me pulling the pad up for some wither relief. I do the cinches, and then we are riding in this cow breast collar today, and he looks so gorgeous. And then I just put on some boots in case he gets excited. I just want him to be protected. And we're riding out in the pasture today to give him a change of scenery, and really he did good. Did a ton of trotting. I think we probably trotted for like 20 minutes, building that muscle and keeping him in good shape. I hop off, take him back to the trailer, pull all of that tack off, and he wasn't really too sweaty. So I get him, I put him back in his stall where he can go outside and graze. Okay, bye. Okay, it is time to work out the old guy. He might be going to some races this summer, and he just needs to be active in general. Kite is 23 years old. He's a semi-retired barrel horse who still has a lot of spunk, so I still ride him. I'm a firm believer that they're going to tell you when they're done, and there's no golden age for them to retire. He is still definitely full of life and is still a rocket donkey at heart. So I brush him off really good and then throw in my tack, and because of his thoroughbred build, I have to tighten the cinch so much, even though he has a fat stomach, compared to my other horses. And I put on this cow breast collar, I have a coat, and then I put on these boots. Here's a close-up, and then we get on, and I'm riding in my muck boots because I forgot to put on my actual boots, so we got no spurs, okay, spur haters. And we go for some long trotting and then some loping, and then I turn around and go the other way. And we were under a tornado watch during this ride, but the grind never stops, okay? Just kidding, stay safe, please. Look at him go without my spurs, even though he's Mr. Lazy Bones. Once I'm done loping this way, I hop off, pet him to tell him he did good. I also give him another treat after I take off his bit and get him back in those cross ties. I get everything off of him and the bell boots off, and then take him back to his stall where he has some hay waiting for him, and I have to put on his cribbing collar because he has an addiction. Okay, bye.
Another day in the life of the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. First she tries to call me like a dog, so I make her stand there, and then I feel bad, so I walk over, and she took off my despicable fly mask. That was good, I guess. Then we got to the trailer. I demanded my salt block. I wasn't gonna let her do anything until I had it, and then she sprayed me with fly spray because I was stomping, and then she sprayed me with this weird shiny stuff, but she says it makes me look good. Not that I don't always look good, it just enhances my natural beauty. I told her since I am an influencer now, I need to look my best in every video. So next time you see me, I'll be rocking some beach waves. I get a treat for not kicking her in the head, even though I really wanted to, and she put herself in the frame because she's starved for attention. Now it's time for my main, and look at her push me. She's literally so rude, and then I try to mug her for treats, but the stupid lever was not long enough. That's such a design flaw. And then look at her tricking me, and then she's laughing about it. That is so terrible. I get to choose my tail bag because I call all the shots here, and then she finally takes me back to my stall where I sneak a bite out of the forbidden alfalfa barrel, and she's trying to put on that annoying fly mask, so I tell her, catch me if you can, loser. This goes on for a while, but then I get tricked into going into my stall, and that is where she catches me and puts it back on. But this doesn't last for long, and I get back to my usual chaos while my minions soak my alfalfa. Once they're done with that and they put it in my stall, that's what I do for the rest of the day. Bye.
We are riding Chester today, so I get him his salt block to keep him happy while I brush him off. I use this plastic curry all over his body to get some dirt and everything else off. And he's still losing just a tiny bit of hair, and I do this on both sides just to make sure he's really good before I throw the saddle on and there's nothing uncomfortable. And then I take out his tail bag to expose his beautiful tail, and I wasn't able to video me throwing on the saddle because it was too windy. And I have this matching breast collar, and then I put on these high headstall sports boots that I love a lot, and they're so cute on him. So he's wearing those today for our workout, and I hop on and we start by just walking. And once I feel like I've walked enough, I ask him for a very nice sitting trot with his head down. We work on it for a while this way, and then we lope. And he started off really excited, but then I brought him down and he had a really pretty lope, and I did a little brake check, make sure our brakes were working, and then turned around and walked again. And then as for that same trot, he's usually hotter the second way, so it took just a little bit longer to get into that nice smooth trot that I love, and he took off in the lope. But I worked with him and we got down to a very pretty lope, and we lope for a while, and once I'm done with all that, I cool him down and hop off. I take him back to the trailer to pull off all of his tack. He did get a little sweaty today, so once that's all off, I take him inside and spray him off, which he hates so much. And that was all. Bye.
I'm the world's best barrel horse, and here's how much skill it really takes to barrel race. First, I have to work out at least 4 hours a week, and sometimes I even have to get my reps out in the pasture. It's a crazy schedule, I know. And I have to deal with this girl riding like a monkey every single time. Here I am telling her everything she did wrong and what she needs to do better. Being a coach is hard, but somebody has to do it. Like I've said, I do everything myself, so I'm not really sure why I have to share pictures, especially because one of us is not pulling their weight. I won't say who. It's really hard to be the world's best barrel horse, because I'm always in the public eye, so I always have to be picture perfect ready. And whoever minted baths, I'm personally coming for you, and then I have to wear this girly stuff, but hey, it protects my waves, I guess. Next is the amount of sheer calories I have to eat to maintain my chiseled, beautiful body. Which isn't terrible, but the real problem is how long it takes her to get me my food. Next is choosing an outfit, because I have to make sure I have the best outfit at the barrel race, and it's come to my attention that I'm sharing my boots with losers, so it's important to me that you know they look better on me. So, if you thought barrel racing was easy, I bet you feel really stupid right now.
Today we are riding the 23-year-old Wonder Pony. So I get him out of his stall, tie him to the trailer, and I use a quick release thing today just so I can be able to untie him fast. And then I start grooming him, and someone tell me I was still losing this much hair. And then I go over with the soft brush for throwing on my saddle pad and then my saddle, and I have to take up the cinch so much for him compared to my other horses. And I start doing up the cinches. When I'm done with that, I go grab these boots and a breast collar and put that on. So cute that I pick all of his feet just to look in there, and then I put on his bit and my riding boots and I hop on, and I do walk him a really long time, especially because he is older. I want to make sure he's warm, and then I ask for a posting trot. This is pretty much the only trot I do on him, and we trot both ways for a while, really keeping him good and muscled up, and then we lope both ways, and then I cool him out to finish our workout, and I take him back to the trailer to get all of this tack off of him so that he can get to go outside, which I'm sure he is so excited about. But before I take him outside, I let him roll in the arena, which is his favorite thing to do. And that was our day. Bye.
Blessing your feed with another day in the life of the world's best sparrow horse, and let me tell you, today was disastrous. Here's my name in case you forgot. And I tried to get a bite of hay when we came to the trailer, and she stole it. She goes, I am allergic, but that's just propaganda. She sprayed me with some fly spray, and I got some dirt in her eye while she was brushing me off, so that was a big win. And here she is distracted by something that's not me. Rude. And you can tell that the flies are really bugging me, so don't look at me, lady. Save me. And I made sure she got all the loser hair off my cinch, because that is disgusting. And then she finally sprayed me with fly spray. I swear she was good for nothing. And then when she got on, you could see how much space I had, but yet for some reason I couldn't just run, and I tried to get her off, and I don't know how I didn't, though. She must have put super glue on her pants, because there's no way she would have stayed on otherwise. I have a celebrity appearance tomorrow, so I had to take a bath, but I still hated it, and I tried to get a drink, but quickly regretted that decision. And then she turned the water pressure up too much for my sensitive little skin. Look at her like she's not the evil one. And then we had to do this, and I am so stressed out right now. You tell by my face how much I hate this. And then I had to go dry off in my stall before I could go outside, but at least I got some yummy alfalfa. It wasn't soap, but it'll do for me right now while I am in jail. And then I had to put on this silly little fly mask before I could go out in my very manly high boots and graze. After a while of grazing, I got to eat dinner. Yay! And then I got my soaked alfalfa. Double yay. Okay, bye.
Get Chester ready for a barrel race with me. He got a little sweaty in our workout, so we're giving him a bath. I spray him down really good and just get all that sweat and nasty dirt off in there. I turn the pressure up too much for him, my bad, and then I use Cowboy Magic shampoo, and I really rub it in, especially where the saddle goes and all around there, and then I do the other side as well. And when I get up on his neck, he does kind of enjoy the scratch from this weird little glove thing. So once I have that all rubbed in, I spray it off, and I don't want to leave any shampoo on his body, so I make sure I get it all off, and then I'm gonna braid his mane. I brush him with a wet brush for people, and then I get after braiding his mane. I get it all braided up. He's really stressing, so I'm trying to hurry. He hates baths. And then I French braid his tail, so it'll also be very nice and wavy for our run tomorrow. And I think the French braid just gives the maximum amount of waves possible, and it doesn't look too good because I was hurrying, but it'll get the job done. And I throw it in a tail bag. If you're going to braid your horse's tail, you cannot turn them out with a braided tail without a tail bag. I put on his fly boots, and he gets to just go outside and graze. Okay. Bye. Let's get Kite a bath, and you can tell by his face how much he just loves them. So I spray down his whole body to get it nice and soaked before I put on any shampoo. And I put on some Cowboy Magic shampoo, and I use this no-hand glove to really work that shampoo in. And I was also really hoping it would get a lot of the hair off because he is still shedding. I don't know how, but he is. And when I get done with one side, I go to the other side, and I try not to use too much shampoo. So I really get where the saddle goes, where the cinch goes, and in the front, and you can see all of that hair. And I thought this might be satisfying. You can let me know if it is or not. Once I'm done with the shampoo, really working it in and lathering it up, I spray it off. I do not want to leave any shampoo on his body, so I thoroughly spray it off everywhere and get where the shampoo has run down his butt, basically. And then I use a squeegee to get off that extra water that is left on him, and then I take him into his stall and put his fan on so he could dry and eat dinner. Bye.
another day in the life of the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. And today, she interrupted me during my nap, so here I am telling her off about how stupid that is. But since she had already ruined my slumber, I decided to go ahead and get out to see if she had any snacks to compensate me for that time. I go outside while she gets busy working on my alfalfa. It better be nice and soaked and not even one speck of dust. And you see how slow she's walking? It's literally unbearable. I hate it. And then she has to make Scout a hay bag, and I'm allergic, so I don't get one. Whatever. I sent the spider as karma. I hope she was really scared. Today she did pay the feedback tax. Good job. And I came to make sure it was done before I decided to be very angry about my alfalfa taking way too long. And apparently, today she is ditching me for something called prom. Whatever that is cannot even be nearly as cool as me. So look at how miserable she is without me. She'd be nothing if I wasn't here. So I don't understand why she'd ever want to go anywhere else.
Come with me to ride my 23-year-old barrel horse, Kite. I start with the Slick Easy, and I cannot wait for the day I don't have to leave the barn with a horsehair mustache, and then I go over that with a hard brush. I throw on my saddle pad, and then I throw on my saddle, making sure not to slam it on his back. I take up the cinch because he is smaller than the other horses I currently ride. After that, I do the cinches up loosely before putting on a breast collar to make sure my saddle does not slide back. And I still wear a helmet on him even though he is broke, because you can never know what could happen. Your horse could fall. It could be no one's fault. So I like to be protected. So I throw on my Galaxy terrain helmet with MIPS that I love so much from Troxel. I walk him for a while because, like I said, he is old before breaking into a trot, and he was being very grumpy about the flies. So I went back to the trailer to grab this purple fly veil to stick with our purple theme. And Mr. Chunky Man was very ready to go today. I love to see it. After I cooled him out, I pet him, tell him he did so good. And here we are rocking that purple matchy. When I tie him to the trailer, I get all that tack off. Today is a hotter day, so I don't want it on any longer than I have to. And you know the saying, you can bring a horse water, but can't make it drink. Well, that's Kite. But I, for one, was very happy to drink some water. I laid my saddle pad out to dry, and then I sprayed him off so he could go eat dinner. Bye.
A lot of people have either mobility or strength. This is a test to see if you're one of the few that has both. Start by bending your leg, holding onto your foot, and lift the opposite arm in the air. From there, bend over and touch the ground. Slowly return to the upright position, and once you're there, drop your knee to the ground. Lightly tap it against the ground and stand back up.
Let's go get the 23-year-old Rocket Donkey out of the pasture so he can get a little workout. I spray him down with fly spray, and he is still shedding so much. But once I get that off, I go over with a hard brush to get anything off that could bother him. Under the saddle, I grab this saddle pad to throw on him today, and then I throw on my saddle very gently with him. I don't want to slam it on any horse, but especially not him. I do the cinches up lightly before putting on this super cute breast collar. You've seen it. I take off the shoe flies and put on these matching bell boots, and I also have these spur straps from Hothead Stalls, and he is so excited. If you can't tell, I spray him one more time with fly spray before hopping on and walking for a long time to get him warm before trotting both directions, and then we lope both ways, and I let him stretch out a little bit and lope some long laps, which he really loved. And then I cooled him out before hopping off. When I get off, he was very sweet while I was trying to put his halter on, and then he didn't really want to come up to the quick release, so we had to work on that. After I got all of that off, I offered him a drink of water and gave him a treat because he was really good. Put all that fly gear back on to help him quit stomping and just to make him a little bit happier, and then he got to go eat dinner. Bye. Let's ride Chester. So he got a bath the day before, so he really wasn't bad, which was great that I only had to use this hard brush on him. Before throwing on my tack, I make sure the saddle pad is in the right place before gently putting on my saddle and tinting my saddle pad. I do the cinches very loose. I'm going to tighten them right before I get on, and then I put on this super cute breast collar. I really love to practice in it. It's super light, and it's held up so good, and it's so easy to clean. And now I'm going to put on his bit, and he stands really good for it. He is the best. I pet on him a little bit, and then it is time to go get on, and you get a little change of scenery. We're riding outside today. We have been inside for a while. I just walk for a long time, petting him, trying to get him to kind of chill a little bit, and then we trot both ways, really asking for that slow, collected sitting trot, and then I lope, and he does really good. So I really pet on him, and that was his day. Bye.
I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. And today we're going to see the chiropractor. Well, actually, she's coming to me because I'm the best in the whole world. There I go and await her arrival, and she gets to work, making sure the best barrel horse feels his best, and that brush tasted nasty, and the flies were deplorable. But I got to put on my super suit, and while I was wearing my super suit, I saw the most terrible diabolical thing ever. The old man was seeing my personal chiropractor. I was seething. I was angry the whole walk back to my stall, but then it was kind of hard to be angry over dinner. I really don't know what she sees in Kite, because he's as old as a dinosaur, but I guess he might need to see the chiropractor, because his joints are probably made of dust. But whatever, I'm still mad about it.
Come with me to ride my barrel horse Chester. He's still losing a little bit of hair and he absolutely despises the Slick Easy, so I'm using this plastic curry on him. I kind of go in circles and also like this, and then I go over all of that with a hard brush to get that dust off. Once I have all the dust off, I got a new saddle pad. It is a 5-star. I bought it, so we're trying it out today. Once that's on in the right place, I throw in my saddle, making sure not to slam it and move it all in the right place and tint the saddle pad. I let the cinch out and then do the cinches loosely. I'll tighten them before I get on. I pick all of his feet, making sure there's no rocks or anything in there and getting a good look, and then I put on this cowhide breast collar, changing it up on ya, and here he is all cute, and he modeled his new hats, and then I put on my Troxel helmet. He was also very into that, and then I put on his tie down and then his bridle, and I tighten his saddle and hop on, and he looks so pretty. He's had 3 full pretty hard workouts this week, so we're chilling today, just getting that brain working. He definitely needs the mental stimulation and a job to keep his brain happy. So today I just hopped on and asked for this nice collected trot, and he looks so good. He was doing amazing. He was listening really well and gave me a nice speed. So I did a no-handed brake check, pet him because he did awesome. Get all of that tack off, and thankfully today was a lot cooler. And then I gave him a treat because he did so good. And that was our ride. Bye. Come with us for our first full day at the BBR World Finals. In the morning, I got him out and walked him around on my feet to stretch him out and got all my tack into our tack stall and then started cleaning his stall. We probably clean their stalls about twice a day when we are gone on a trip like this. We want to make sure it is super clean for them and they're not standing in any wet or anything. And he got to eat some soaked alfalfa. I got off his fly boots because it is freezing, and then I went in to watch a little bit of riding before grooming him myself so I could hop on and have a really calm ride. He was so dusty, so I had to brush him for a while with the plastic curry and then with the hard brush, and then I French braided his tail so after our ride I can put it in a bag and it can be nice and wavy for our run on Thursday, and it looks so pretty. I really want to pamper him after his long ride in the trailer, so I pick his feet and then get his saddle on. I do the cinches loosely because I'll tighten them right before I get on. Put on my hot headstall's breast collar to practice in, and there's a look at all of that tag, and then I just put on bell boots because I'm looking for a really chill ride before putting on my blue helmet, and let's go to the warm-up arena. And here's my Western Pleasure horse. He did so good, so I pet him and tell him he did amazing, get all of his tack off, and then he got to eat a treat. And then I put on his tail bag to keep his tail protected and clean, and then he got even more soaked alfalfa, and we made sure he had clean water to drink, and he looked so happy. I shut him in and secured it with a halter because I don't want any escapees, and then I had to bundle up for the terrible weather. Bye. Come with us to make our first run at our first BBR World Finals. He is covered in shavings because he laid down, and then I pick his feet to make sure there's nothing in there, and I even brush his mane a little bit before throwing on my saddle pad and then my saddle, and I make sure not to slam it on his back, and then I tint the saddle pad and then do the cinches very loosely. And now it's time for my Dazzle Rock breast collar, and today we're going for the black boots, and then once I have the hind boots on I let his tail down so it can be wavy, and somehow he unbraided it in the tail back, so we're gonna try again tomorrow for a better tail. I throw in my Troxel helmet and get to warming up. He did really good, and then we made our run. If you've ever run here in Barn 6, it is a downhill all the way in, so that was fun. We had a really good first and second barrel. The second was really close, and then here you can see I move him out way too far, which causes him to clip the third barrel, but we still have 2 more chances to make it to the finals. He gets some electrolytes and he's very dramatic about it. Some soaked alfalfa and then his dinner, and that was his day. Bye. We're riding the old man again today, so I get him out and tie him to the trailer to grab everything I need, hang him a salt block, spray him with some fly spray, and the hair just keeps coming. And then I go over with the hard brush, and we are riding in my new master saddle I just bought, and I think the lightweight is going to be great for him. Throw on my Hot Head Stalls breast collar and boots, and it looks so good. I put on a bonnet before putting on my Troxel helmet. He is a drama queen about the flies, let me tell you. We walk both ways, trot both ways, lope both ways. I am going to breeze him through the barrels, so I want to make sure he is great great and warm, and he really enjoyed that. I tell him he did good. And here is this first barrel. I was all alone today, so this is the only video I have, but he smoked it, of course. And then we walked the whole pattern. I carefully took his bit out, not to hit his teeth, and then took all of that tack off. When I got that done, you can see he didn't even break a sweat, so he's doing pretty good for 23. I cold hose his legs before letting him go outside, where he gets a nice drink and a nice roll. I guess to just go stretch out. And of course he has to roll before he gets to grazing. Okay, bye! It has been heavily requested that I make a video with Zorro, so here I'm going to talk about him while you watch me groom him. Zorro is a 20-year-old American paint horse, you could probably tell, and he was a rescue, so when they found him, he was roughly about 400 pounds and very close to death. But you can look at him now and tell that he is very chunky and happy now. He is the sweetest horse ever. He will follow you around like a dog, loves to be pet on, loves to just be around people, and he absolutely loves cats. He's a big cat person. So when I got him, I did flags on him, which is a thing we do at the association shows, and we even got a state trophy, but he cannot be ridden now because he had an incident in the pasture where he broke his ankle, but he still has an amazing quality of life. He is still spunky. He'll still run all over the pasture. It's just not safe for the both of us for me to ride him. I hope this answered some of y'all's questions about the beautiful Zorro. Today we are taking Chester for a nice ride. This is his first ride back since BBR, and he was in the mood for lots of hugs, and I know he would never admit it in one of his videos. I get all that dust off of him, put on my 5-star saddle pad and my new saddle. I'm so excited. It looks so good, and this will really be my first full ride on him with it. I pick all of his feet just to make sure there's nothing going on, and since we're doing a full ride today, I put on some boots, and my breast color is from Hot Head Stalls. I start with a calm sitting trot. You can see I'm relaxed trying to bounce with him, and then he does a nice lope, and I do a one-handed brake check. Don't touch his mouth at all, and he did so good. And we do this all the other way minus the brake check, and he's always hotter the second way, so I had to work with him for a while, but he still got down to a good speed, walked him out, hopped off. Immediately I loosened the cinch, and then the boots come off first because they trap the most heat, and once that was all off, he went trotting off in his pasture so he wasn't too tired. Today's mini vlog features everybody's favorite old man Kite. I'm still having used the Slick Easy, but I think I won't have to very soon, and I go over all that with a hard brush, making sure everywhere the tack goes is nice and clean. And today is so hot, I kept having to drink a lot of water. I throw on his tack and tint the saddle pad and do the cinches loosely before putting on my Hot Head Stalls breast collar and some boots to match. It looks really cute on him. I throw on my helmet and then hop on. So I tighten the saddle right before I get on, and today I just want to do a quick workout because this is the hottest day we've had so far, and I just want to get him in shape without really working him too hard. So we trot both directions for a little while, just staying in this small circle down that is mostly in the shade, and then I lope both directions, really just letting him pick the pace. I turn around and walk him for a minute before loping off again. After I'm done with that, I walk him out, hop off, immediately loosen the cinches, and take him back to the trailer where I can pull all that tack off. I spray him off, then squeegee him off, and he gets to go outside. Bye! Today we are riding Kite, and ignore the drop in quality a little bit. I did film on my phone today. I start by brushing him off. Finally, I don't need the Slick Easy. I am so happy about that. I throw on my tack. I try to throw it down really light on him. I don't like to slam it on any horse's back at all. I do my Hot Head Stalls breast collar, and there's his full fit. I get on his little bell boots, put on my helmet, and get his head stall on, and he tried to roll with my tack on. I don't know if it's because he's 23 and has dementia, but I was not a happy camper. I hopped on, and I just want to give him a nice easy workout today. So we trot both directions and lope both directions. Really pretty easy, and I came out early in the morning, so it was not too hot for him. I walk him out, I hop off. I immediately start loosening his saddle, take all the tack off. I'm so mad about the dirt still. I spray his legs off, and he gets to go outside. Bye! Master Saddles just sent me this little package, so we're gonna see what's inside. I did not know what anything looked like until it got here, so let's see. I'm so excited. Here's a little reveal. It's this super cute breast collar that says Master. Do you like it? Okay, here it is. It is super cute. I'm gonna take a couple pretty good videos of it to add, but this is the breast collar, so I get to rep the brand while running in my Master, and it looks so pretty. I love that the buck stitch kind of matches the saddle. I really like white buck stitch. It's super cute. I will do a try on tomorrow. Okay, bye! Come exercise and work a little barrels on Chester. I pretty much never work the barrels at home, but I'm wanting to round him back out and work on my confidence a little bit. So I throw on all my tack, and this is the breast collar that came with my saddle. I start by walking a huge lap around the whole arena, and then we get to trotting. He was not vibing with keeping his head down as much today, so I really had to work with him on that. He does have a lot more open space out here than he does in that indoor arena, but he was giving me a really nice speed, and then I lope to the right, and then we start working the barrels. And by working them, I mean loping wide circles around them, keeping his body round, and I do all rights and all lefts. Pet him, tell him he's good, walk a little bit, lope to the left, and do the barrels to the left. I never do the actual pattern at home ever, so I kind of do it in this triangle, all rights, all lefts pattern, keeping him really round. He knows his job. He is amazing. The only thing he really does is straighten out a little bit, so I'm just trying to avoid that. I let him chill in the shade before I walk him out, and he is done. Bye. Here's what I do after a hot summer ride. This ride was about 20 minutes long. I hop off, get his boots off immediately, unclip one side of the rein so he doesn't step through them. Of course, I had already undone his cinch, and then I get all of his tack off at the trailer, take him inside. The first thing I do is offer him water before I spray him off, because I think that's very important. If you drink water after your ride, your horse should too. I spray his whole body down and kind of cold hose his legs. He is not a fan. And then I put on my ice vibes. I only have one ice pack right now. I promise I ordered more. So I do one leg at a time, 15 minutes each. And once he's done with that, I put on all of his fly gear and he gets to go outside after he's dried off. Bye. Let's ride Chester. First, I tack him up, and I'm trying on this new breast collar that Master Saddles very kindly sent me, and it looks so good. So yesterday, I rode him. You saw the mini vlog, and I loped around, and he got too hot for me, so today, I wanted to get on and do the second barrel drill I wanted to do yesterday, but I got off of him because I didn't want him to overheat or anything. So I just gave him a nice quick warm-up, and then this is my favorite drill to do, and one of the only ones I do with him. It's very, very close together, and it's all rights and all lefts, but he chooses the speed, which is fast, and it is a killer ab workout and really forces me to work on my seat. Mostly this is for me. We do left and right. I give him a drink and then spray him off, and we have a barrel race tomorrow, technically today that you're watching this. So I braid his tail so it'll be nice and pretty for his run, and this braid was absolutely atrocious, but you know, I love a curly tail moment. Okay, and he got to go outside, and of course he searched me up and down for any extra snacks. Bye. Come to a horse show with us. Chester gets to go because I am working on getting my confidence back and finding my seat in the new saddle before we go hit some bigger races. So I brush him off really good and tack him up with the new Master saddle, and they very kindly sent me a breast collar. So here that is. It looks great. I pick all of his feet and then spray his legs with some Spurs Big Fix to get the blood pumping, and then put on all of his boots and brush his super cute tail out, and then put on my boots, and we go to warm up. And the warm-up pin was mud, so we had to warm up inside, and it's time for us to run. He was excited, but he was so nice to me going in. I kind of get pushed up a little, but that first barrel is a big improvement from our last one, and right here he did exactly what I said, and I'm loving how round he was. Sadly, we did hit the barrel, but we would have won. He did really good. This was great for my confidence, and it was a super, super nice time. He gets a treat, some electrolytes, and of course, some water before loading up to go home. Bye. Let's go try on everything I bought from Hot Head Stalls, and trust me, it is a ton of stuff. First, the pink serape halter, and then we have the cactus halter. It is so cute. And then my favorite one, I think, is the teal and purple swirls, and then the teal serape is also a classic. Here's my custom teal serape breast collar, and here are the matching boots Kite is modeling for us. They are so, so nice. I really like them. And then here's the custom hot pink and white cheetah Zorro is modeling today. It's so good. And then here's the designer 1-inch breast collar on Chester, and here are the boots being rocked again by Kite. They are so gorgeous. I really like them, and they are really high quality, and of course he had to roll in them and made sure he got them as dirty as possible. Here's the giraffe breast collar. It is literally so, so cute, and I love it. Here is the saddle pouch, which is so convenient. You can throw your phone and snacks and all kinds of things in here, and here's the matching Pendleton breast collar looking really good. Here's the boot bag and the grooming bag. Both are so big. I've started moving all my grooming stuff over, and there's so much space in both bags. Bye. Let's ride my barrel horse Kite. I get him to the trailer, tie him up, spray him with some fly spray, and then get to grooming him. And he is so dusty. Once I am done brushing him, I throw on my saddle pad and then my saddle. And I tint the saddle pad before doing the cinches. And I do them loosely, and then I put on this breast collar and matching boots. And now it's time to go. I give him one more spray with the fly spray, put on my helmet, and hop on. He is 23 years old, so we walk a long time, and then we trot. And I do post the trot on him. And we are trotting along very, very happy until a cat falls out of a tree. A cat just fell out of a tree. I really wish I was kidding. It and a squirrel literally fell out of the tree. Then we lope both ways. I just want to keep him in decent shape. He doesn't get ridden every day or anything. I just want to keep him moving and looking really good. Once I'm done loping, I walk him out, pet him, tell him he did really good, take off all the tack, and then he gets to go outside. He talks to a friend and gets a drink. Bye. Let's ride my barrel horse Chester. I tie him to the trailer and he is so dusty. You can see here I brush him really good before throwing on my tack. I don't want anything under the tack, and then I put on his new breast collar and his matching boots after I pick his feet. He meets my nephew for a minute and then we get to riding. I walk both ways before trotting, and I want a nice sitting trot with his head down preferably, and then we lope this way and I asked for a brake check and he did really good. I pet him, we walk a little bit, and do this whole process again the other way. After that, I spray him down. It was hot and he got pretty sweaty. Once I'm done spraying his full body, I cold hose each leg for 10 minutes, going up and down from the knee to the fetlock, and then I put on his fly boots and spray him with some fly spray just to make sure he's comfy in his pasture. Put on his hot head stalls fly mask, give him a hug, and take him back to his stall where he eats a little snack, gets a good drink of water, and goes to hang out outside. Bye! Steam some forage with me in my hang steamer. So first I throw the alfalfa in and press it to the spikes, put a little bit of water over top before I shut the hay chest and fill up the steamer with water. Once that's full, I plug it in and set it to steam. After 60 minutes, I can turn it off and open the hay chest. I open it kind of using the lid as a shield because the steam is hot. And here is the finished steamed alfalfa. It looks so good. I throw it in the truck, drive it to the barn. When I get there, I give it to Kite first, which makes for a very happy pony, and then Chester is very demanding, so of course he gets his, and I throw some in Zoro's stall for him too. They absolutely love their steamed hay. It's very soft, easy to eat, and all the boys just love it so much. Here's the day in the life of a 19-year-old girl who decided to ride horses instead of going to college. I turned Chester out and Zoro. Once Zoro is very happy and outside, I get Kite because we were going to ride him first today. Tie him to the trailer, spray him with fly spray, and start grooming him. Before throwing on all my tack, I make sure he's brushed good, and he was riding in the designer tack today. When I get on, I'm just walking, trotting, and loping both ways. Just a very simple workout. He is 23, so he doesn't get really any super intense workouts. When I have everything off of him, I turn him out, and it is time to ride Chester. I brush him really good, throw on my tack, and hop on. He's rocking the teal today, and I'm just doing kind of the same thing, a very simple workout on him. I ride him a little different, but the same concept, and then I cold hose him, get his fly gear on, and I put him back in his stall where he has a snack waiting for him. When I get home, I steam some alfalfa to take back out to them and take my dog for a walk, and then we hop in to go back to the barn, and he gets to go with me, and he was so happy to run around in the outdoor arena. I put him in the car and take in the steamed alfalfa, replace this bottle of fly spray, and Zoro and Chester are outside. I spray Spur's Big Fix and Kite's feet as a preventative against thrush, and then they get their steamed alfalfa, which they're so excited for. They were both yelling at me for it, and that was my day. Bye. Today I'm riding my geriatric barrel horse Kite, so I pull him out of his stall and get him tied to the trailer and start grooming him. I brush off everywhere on his body that any tack goes to make sure it is nice and clean before throwing on my saddle. Once I have the saddle on, I loosely do these cinches, and today he's wearing this super cute giraffe breast collar. I think it is literally the cutest, and these teal bell boots, and then I put in his bit, tighten my saddle, and hop on. We are riding in the outdoor arena, so I ride over to it, and when I'm in there, I walk him for a long time because he is old, so I want to make sure he's warm before I trot, and we trot quite a bit. I think trotting builds a good amount of muscle, and then we lope, and I did do this both ways, but my camera decided to overheat, so this is all you've got. My bad. He looks really pretty. I untack him once I hop off, and once I have all the tack in my tack room, he goes outside, gets a long drink, and goes to graze. Bye. Another day in the life of a 19-year-old girl who decided to ride horses instead of going to college. It's about 7 a.m. and I turn Kite out first and then I get Zorro out and he trots off. Very funny. He just has so much fun all the time. And then I'm riding Chester today and we are going to do a little barrel drill. So I warm him up. I don't want a huge fight or anything in the warm up. So I just walk, trot, and lope both ways. And then we do our little barrel drill and then I spray him off and ice vibe him, give him his succeed, and then put on a little bit of sunscreen, which he's very confused about before he goes outside. And then later that day I come back, put Kite out in a different pasture, and of course he has to roll. He just loves it so much. And then I also rotate what pasture Zorro is in, and he goes loping and trotting around again, just having so much fun out there. And I cold hose Chester's legs again, really reducing any inflammation that could be in there. And then he did have this scrape, so I sprayed it with Spur's Big Fix before putting on all of his fly gear and putting him back in his stall where he could go outside. And it's time to dump feed for everybody. So I dump feed in Zorro's bucket and then take the rest of the feed bags to Kite and Chester's stall. And Chester was begging, of course. I throw away the bags and go and get this giant bag of alfalfa I brought to the barn and drag it down to Chester's stall where he is happily grazing outside. And again, he begs for food. Kite was really wanting to come in, so I respected his wishes and went and got him. But you might notice that he had a fly mask on when I turned him out. So I had to go out in the pasture and walk around like an idiot to find his lost fly mask that he is so ungrateful for and go back inside. And then it was time to go get Zorro. And normally he'll trot up to me, but today he made me walk all the way out there to get him. So when I catch him, I bring him inside and I put some alfalfa in there with him, which he loves. Bye. Come run at a horse show with us. Chester got his tail out of the bag, so I had to do this cute little French braid instead, and then I start grooming him, brushing everywhere, and then I throw on my tack, and then start doing up the cinches. Once that is all on and the breast collar is on, I pick all of his feet and then get these matching super cute boots on. Yes, we were very matchy today, and then I go warm up and I walk, trot, lope both ways, and it is time for our run. This dirt was pretty deep and this pin is huge, but I'm definitely getting my confidence back. This run was so smooth, so pretty. All of his turns were great, and I didn't come up out of my saddle, so it's definitely a victory. And he won and ran the fastest time of the whole show. I ice vibe him while I pack up the trailer. I did not video me getting the tack off because I did it really quick, so he could go get a drink. But now it is time to go home. I load him up. Then when we get home, I back him out of the trailer, and the ice vibe ice packs had melted too much to the back, so I cold hose him. After that, he gets to go outside and graze and then get some electrolytes. Bye! Today, we are riding Kite, so I brush him before throwing on my tack, and I try very hard not to slam the saddle on him. I temp my saddle pad and then get to the cinches, and I do have to take him up just a little bit for him because of how he's built, and he gets to wear the teal serape breast collar with the matching teal boots today, and then it is time to tighten my saddle and hop on. He is just getting a pretty simple walk, trot, and lope workout, just keeping him in shape. So I walk, trot, and lope both ways, like I just said, and I walk in between every transition just to give him a second to catch his breath. I don't want to do too much on him, but I am going to bust out the trot rails the next ride I have on him, so be looking out for that. When I'm done, I hop off and I immediately loosen the cinches, get him to the trailer, get all of that tack off so he can go outside. But before I take him out to the pasture, give him a treat and pet him because he did it so good, and now he gets to just go outside and graze. Bye! Today I am riding my old barrel horse Kite, so I get him out of his stall, tie him to the trailer, and start grooming him. He had some dirt some places, so I made sure to get that off, and he was being very impatient while I was throwing on my tack. Get my saddle on, get it how I want, do the cinches loosely, and then put on the designer breast collar with some matching designer boots. They look so good on him. You're gonna see him when I have him on. And today's extra exciting because we're doing some trot rails. I put on my helmet after setting him up, get his bridle on, and hop on. I do a nice little warm up, walk, trot, lope both ways, making sure his joints are warm before we do the trot poles. And then it's time to go over him. I walk each direction, letting him see him before trotting, and he really loves these. So I went over both directions a few times. I didn't want to overdo it because I didn't want him to be sore or anything. It gets him picking his feet up and using his muscles good. I get him untacked, give him a treat, and I thought he might be sore, but no, he took off when I let him go. What the heck? Anyway, bye! This morning, I decided to drive my dog out to the barn, which he loves, and I decided to try and jump him with my trot poles today, and I thought he'd have so much fun. Here he is helping me set them up, and I have these little rail raisers, and then we did that, which they weren't high enough for him, so I tried to raise that, and I finally decided to raise it again because he does have hops. Literally, he's crazy, and he started enjoying it. This is the first time we've ever done this, and it gave me some physical activity. You can see he's still kind of confused, but then he starts getting the hang of it and is loving hopping over this pole. He is literally so cute. He enjoyed this morning running around, and then I take everything away and set the barrels back up because I am a good citizen here at a boarding barn. So I throw my rails, I did buy them, into the grass, and then I roll the barrels back to their spot. He had been sitting in the truck in the air conditioning while I did this, but I pulled him out so he could drink out of a water bottle, and then we went home in the pouring rain, so we got our jumping done just in time. Come with me to ride Chester. He is pretty dusty, as you see, so I get all the dust off, any kind of dirt or anything on him, and then tack him up. And today he is actually going to wear the designer tack, so I switched out the teal breast collar for the designer one. Look at his feet, they were fine, so I didn't have to pick him, and put on the matching front boots, tighten my saddle, walk him around and trot him around. And he was a little kind of hot today, so I did some nice figure eights, trying to really calm his mind down. So I did only trot today, and he got really relaxed finally towards the end of the figure eights. Once I hopped off, I loosened the saddle immediately, took the boots off immediately before ever leaving the arena. When I get him back to the trailer, I untack him and give him a treat, and he did want me to kind of scratch his neck a little bit. He does really love that. And then I rinse off the sweat, get his legs wet because I think it makes the ice vibes colder, I don't know, and turn on his ice vibe boots. When he's done vibing, he gets to go back outside. Bye.
I am the world's best barrel horse. The whole world's. Okay, don't Google that. And it's time to come to a horse show with me. And when we got there, Miss Girl decided to French braid my tail, so I had to make it as hard as possible for her. It was super funny. And I already look stunning, so we just enhanced my natural beauty just a little bit. Not that it needs much enhancing. She throws on my tack, and of course it matches, duh. Picks my feet because I told her if there's a rock in one of them, I will throw her straight over my head. I get my boots to protect my gorgeous legs during my run, and we warm up. And I wish I was in charge of the warm-ups, but whatever. She told me I was not going to run from the back, so I did exactly that, and I did everything absolutely perfect. Thankfully, she did not fall off at the first barrel. I still hold my breath every single time. It is a true fear of mine, and not like she's like good or anything, but I think my training is really paying off here. When she gets all of my tack off and I get a nice drink of water, I put on my massage boots. And then, when that's done, she tries to give me a hug. Absolutely not. Disgusting. I get to have a little snack, which is where I heard the news that I won, but of course, I already knew that. Now it is time to head back to my royal palace, and Miss Girl forgot my alfalfa. Whatever. When we got home, I backed out, excited for my dinner. But I was put into a wash rack, and I told her exactly how I felt about that, and I even smelled that there was an imposter in my stall while I was gone. So I will be calling my buddies at the FBI to investigate this, and then I got my dinner. Bye.
Today I'm riding my ancient barrel horse Kite. Well, he's 23, but whatever. I tie him to the trailer and start brushing him, and then I throw on my tack, and he gets to ride in the teal serape today. It looks cute on all of them, I think. I loosely do my cinches because I'll tighten them right before I get on, and then I put on these super cute matching bell boots and then my Troxel helmet and take him to the arena once I get his bit in. Today we are just doing a pretty simple ride. I walk him for a while. Like I said, he's old, and then I do a long trot of the whole arena, and then we do some little circles after I've gone both ways around the arena a few times, just really getting him stretched out. And I think trotting helps build a ton of muscle. And then I walk. He has a little bit of an itch, and then trot and lope the other way in small circles. Once I'm done doing that, I hop off of him, and my belt buckle totally did not come off. You didn't see that. I undo the cinches, throw everything over, and get my saddle back in the trailer, give him a treat, and take him inside. I get my Ice Vibe ice packs, and when I come back to whatever the heck this is he decided to do. I don't even know how he got it over there, but whatever. I put on the ice packs, and then the massage boots, and those run for 15 minutes. And then I put his fly gear on and get him outside. Bye. Haygain has sent the King Chester a new forager, so we are going to go set it up. I get all the pieces in the truck and leave for the barn. I have 1 base, 4 walls, 1 metal ring, 2 regulators, and a green top ring. I get rid of that old grazer and get to work. Here I put the base where I want it to go and then put in all 4 walls one at a time at a 45-degree angle. It's very simple. Put over the metal ring and then the green top ring. I line it up with kind of the handles on the walls, and then when that's tight, I slide these rubber pieces into place to hold it down. Here it is, nice and clean. A good look at the inside. It is nice and wide to fit a lot of forage. I throw in some alfalfa and then I slide the regulator in, putting 1 arm through at a time, sliding it down, and from the outside I clip it onto the ring. You will hear a very loud click to know that it is in place. And he was a little apprehensive at first, but then once he realized it was food, he was very, very happy. Thank you, Haygain. Today we are riding kite and it has been very stormy and rainy, so we are inside today. I get him in the wash rack and start brushing him. It wasn't too terrible, so it didn't take me very long. Throw on my saddle pad and then my saddle, not slamming it down, tinting the saddle pad, and then loosely doing the cinches. And then he gets to wear the teal breast collar and matching boots today. Put on my helmet, make sure it fits good, and then I get his bridle on, and he absolutely hates the indoor arena. So I tighten my saddle and get on, walk for a while. He's 23, so want to make sure he's good and warm. Trot that way. He has to scratch his leg and trot the other way, and then we lope this way, and then I'll turn around and walk for a little bit and lope this way too. You might notice I forgot to put on my boots and I have on my muck boots. Just ignore that. Loosen my cinches right when I hop off. Get him back in the wash rack where I get all of that tack off before taking him outside. Here's the day in the life of a 19-year-old who, instead of going to college, is riding horses. I turn Zorro out and then grab the steamed alfalfa from the truck and take it in to Chester, who's having his nice morning nap. Put it in his grazer so he can go outside. And then last time I posted one of these, I had a lot of people in my comments asking about how much money I made. I was always raised not to ask people that, but you know, whatever. I am doing okay in 2023. I thought everyone knew you could make money from social media. Here's just YouTube, so I'm doing okay, I promise. So I get Kite tacked up because we are riding him today, and there's Chester outside. I put on my helmet before hopping on, and I do a nice warm-up for him, walk, trot, lope both ways. He has all 4 boots on today because we are doing some trot rails, so I want to make sure his feet are protected. He's not going to scrape them if he does hit a rail. So when he's warm, walk over both ways, trot over both ways, and then when I'm done, I walk him back over, loosen the cinches when I hop off, give him a treat once he's untacked, and let him go outside, and he's feeling great for 23. Now it's time to dump their feed in their barrels, and then Chester gets more steamed alfalfa, which he's so excited for. I do his morning feed bag with his supplements, and then it is time for him to have a routine visit from the vet, making sure he is feeling his best, and then when I get home, I steam some alfalfa for tomorrow in my Haygain hay steamer. Bye! Come to a horse show with us. I start by moving all my tack over to the trailer we are taking, fill him up in alfalfa bags so you can enjoy that on the ride home and go grab him. Today, Kite is going, so Chester has a break right now, and Kite is my 23-year-old barrel horse if you follow me. I groom him and get my saddle on, which is my master original lightweight that I'm loving just so much, especially for him in his old age with how amazingly light it is. Once the cinches are done loosely, I put on this adorable giraffe breast collar that I'm loving. Then I pick all of his feet, looking in there, getting everything out of there, spray his legs with Spurs Big Fix, put on his bell boots, and get to warming up. I just warm up in bell boots today because it is so hot, so right before my run, I put on my designer leg boots, and here is our run. He is not a rodeo pony, and this dirt was pretty deep tonight, and we were late on the dirt, but oh my gosh, did he surprise me? He did so good. I could have helped him more at the 3rd barrel, and he would have been right in there, but he still was up there with everybody else tonight. He did so good. I walk him back to the trailer, get everything off as fast as I can. I'd already gotten the leg boots off right after I hopped off in the arena. Pour some water on him, load him up. When we get back, I take him inside to properly spray all that sweat off. Ice vibe his legs just to help his recovery after his runs. Of course, he gets some treats, and then I take him to his stall to do his favorite thing in the whole world, which is eat his dinner. Bye! Today we are riding Chester, so I get into the trailer and start brushing him off, making sure he's nice and clean. And then I throw on my saddle pad and then my master saddle, and I'm so loving it. So I gently put it on his back, pull my saddle pad up, and then gently do the girths before putting on my master saddle breast collar. Everything is looking so nice. I pick his feet, and he made this one extra nasty for me, but thankfully I was able to get it out pretty good. And then he's riding in the front Louis Vuitton or designer boots today, and he looks so good. So I take him inside. This is his first ride back in 2 weeks, so I did pretty simple: walk both ways, trot both ways, asking for this nice little trot, pet him a bunch, loped both ways, and then walked him out, hopped off, got those boots off, loosened that saddle, and then when I got him back to the trailer, I got everything off really quick, gave him a treat because he did so good, sprayed him off, ice vibed his front legs, cold hosed his back legs, and then he got to go outside. Bye! Come to a barrel race with us, and today Kite and Chester are going, so I get them both loaded in the trailer and ready to go. When we get there, I unload them, tie them up, spray them with some fly spray, and Chester is up first, so I groom him, throw on my tack, which is my master saddle. I pick his feet and put on these Louis Vuitton boots to go warm up, and he warmed up so good and smooth. Now it's time for our run, and this is his first time running in 2 weeks, and it was not terrible. He had fun, I think. I ice vibed his legs, sprayed him off, and now it was Kite's turn, so I got him tacked up with the teal serape and the matching blue helmet. Warmed him up really good. He is 23 years old, but he had so much fun. He had a really good first barrel and ran a great time. I get all that tack off. Here's Chester with his fan. Everybody gets to graze while we make hay bags. I give them both treats, and then it is time to go home, so I load them up. When we get home, Chester gets some electrolytes, and then I spray Kite off. Bye! Chester's getting a good workout today. We are gearing up for a 3-day barrel race, and after his 2 weeks off, I need to get his butt whipped back into shape. So I groom him really good, brushing everywhere, throw on my tack, do these cinches up loosely, and he is riding in the teal serape today. It looks so good on him, and it's probably my favorite pattern. And make sure that's all good. And once I have these boots on just how I want them, I put on my helmet, and when I take him into the indoor arena, because it's very rainy today, I tighten my cinches, hop on, and walk around for a while before asking for a nice slow collected trot. I'd like his neck to be down more with his head out more, but that's what he gave me today. I loped this way, walked for a little while. The more he tries to trot, the more he has to walk before he gets to lope the next direction, and then when that's done, I walk him out, hop off, get those boots off, and take him into the wash rack. I get all that tack off and spray all that nasty sweat off of him because nobody wants that, and then ice vibe his front legs with his ice boots, giving him a nice cold massage, and cold hose the back. Bye! Here's how I make sure my horse's legs recover from sports boots after I ride or run in them. I do this for both. Sports boots are great and definitely a necessity, but it's important to know how to take care of your horse's legs. So right when I hop off, the first thing I do is loosen my saddle, and then I get right to the boots before going anywhere. I want to get them off first because they do trap a lot of heat on their legs. Once I get the rest of the tack off, I spray his whole body off, really cooling him off, and then I will cold hose the legs specifically that I had the boots on. This might be all four, might just be the front like today, and then the ice vibe massage boots over the top that provide the nice little massage for them. I think this really helps recover their legs, really cools their tendons down. That's the main thing you want to do, is get those tendons cooled back down after those sports boots have been on. So these vibe for 15 minutes, and then I cold hose all the legs anyway because cold hosing is so good as well. Okay, and then he is good to go. He also finds sunscreen very tasty. After I get off and get my boots off in the arena, I take his bridle off, get his halter on, and get the saddle off of him. Once I have that set down, I grab those bell boots, and I am super sweaty too. It is so hot, y'all. I even got up at 5:30 this morning, and then I get him in the wash rack. Apparently he hates lights, and start spraying him off, and I have a nice fan on him, and I actually run this cold water over him several times to really cool his muscles, and then I cold hose his hocks for a while, probably about 5 to 10 minutes, really soothing them as well. Once I am done cold hosing those, I get him into a different area and ice vibe his front legs where those sports boots were to really soothe those tendons and cool him down. And I made sure he had 3 total fans on him. Once he was done with that, I just preventatively treated his feet for thrush. I was blessed with horses that are so prone to thrush, and then he got his fly gear on and got to go outside and helped me get all of the grass clippings out of his pasture because I had a little bit of a manic episode, but I'm hoping it will cure my farmer's tan. Kite is getting some light exercise this morning, and he was so dusty for me to brush him off. I throw on my saddle pad and then my lightweight saddle. It is the only saddle that I could possibly put on that way when he blocks me from being right next to him. I do the cinches loosely, and we are going for the hot pink and white cheetah look today. He looks so cute, and he is so dramatic. He has this little sore. I don't want flies getting in, so I put on some insect repellent stuff, threw on my helmet, and hopped on. I started by just walking a lot. Like I said, this is going to be a light exercise, so after I've walked a lot both ways, I asked for a nice trot, walk a little bit, turn around, and here I asked just for a trot, and he loped off, so I'm glad he's feeling himself today, but we are just trotting today, and then when I'm done with that, I walk the barrels, practicing my silly little leg lifts, because I am not good at them. I get his tack off and let him roll, because he was dying to, and then I spray him off and he gets his ice boots, always trying to crib on anything, and then he gets to go outside and graze. Bye. Today I'm going to be showing you this straight line barrel drill is what I'm going to call it. So I roll the barrels and make sure they're set up good, and I set them right across from each other, making sure they're in line and that I have enough space. Here I am walking around making sure that I have enough room to lope some pretty big circles here, and I set up 3 barrels in a straight line like this, and then I hop on to warm him up. I don't want to do a super long warm up. I want him to have plenty of energy and just not overexert him. So I walk, trot, lope both ways, pet him, and now it's time for the drill. Here's a drawn out way of how the drill should work. This drill is not to be done super fast. You want more nice controlled loped circles. Here I am going a little bit too wide. If I could have a third person view of me at all times, my life would be great. So you can go a little bit tighter than this, but the goal is to have your horse loping. I want to get him a little bit calmer. He is a very hot horse, so I like doing some slower drills like this. So once I'm done with that way, I pet him and we start going the other way. Here you can see I'm getting him a little more collected, a little calmer, and my circles are a lot better in this clip. So this is more what it should look like, and I think Charmaine James just made a video about this drill. Here you can see I went in too tight and made him go out too wide. So you want even distance all the way around the barrel. There, that was a lot better. And then here he actually quit himself. I only did about 1.5-2 minutes each direction, so I didn't overexert him. I promise he has plenty of energy, and since he is such a hot horse, I rewarded this, hopped off, told him he did amazing. You can walk your horse out if you want, but for me, I rewarded him by just hopping off, loosening that cinch, and getting those boots off. Of course, after doing anything on your horse or riding them in split boots, please make sure to take good care of their legs. Okay, bye. We are riding Chester today and getting him back in shape to go hit several barrel races and a big race at the end of the month. So I brush him. He was so dusty today. He was coated in a nice layer of dust. Throw in all my tack. I hop on and just walk. When we trot this way, I turn around and he has to walk a full lap at least before he can trot again. Here I have him in a nice trot, and we did some figure eights to kind of calm him down and get his mind calmer. Sorry, my dog is squeaking. And he comes down really good and is looking really nice and soft here, and then I pet him. He has to walk again before he can lope, and he looks good in this lope, and then we go back to having to really work on that walk before he can lope the other way. He gives me a really nice lope here. I walk him out in the pasture, change of scenery, really calm it down. He calmed down really fast. I get the tack off, spray him off, cold hose his hocks, and then I put the ice packs on all 4 legs and just the massage boot on the back, and then he's done today. Bye. Come with us to go break an arena record. So I get him loaded up, make sure all the windows are down, and when we get there, I brush him off and throw on my tack, of course, making sure he had a fan on him because it was so hot and humid today. It was bad. I do the cinches loosely and then get on my master saddle breast collar, and then I just put on bell boots to go warm up, get my helmet on, and take him in the open arena to warm up. And he warmed up so good. He was so nice to me. I tie him back up, pick all of his feet, get all 4 boots on to protect his legs in his run, and then it's time to go run. I completely forgot my helmet. It was very chaotic before my run, and I didn't realize it was too late, but he went in and smoked a run, really wrapping those second and third barrels. It was so good. He ran a 14:304 for our first run ever in here, and I had no idea that was really good until they posted it was the new arena record. I get everything off. I ice vibe his front and back legs. He did so good. He gets a treat, some snacks, and to graze for a little while before loading up to head back home. Bye!
I am the world's best barrel horse and also the world's best barrel racer trainer, and I know you don't think Miss Girl's making a lot of progress, but I'm gonna embarrass her here and tell you what I've been up to. This is our first run in this arena. Do you see how terrible this is? She set me up all wrong for the first barrel, so we hit it. She turned me right into it, and I took her right into the second barrel perfectly, and she still made me run all across the pin like a lunatic just to hit the third barrel. And what makes it worse is I was going easy mode for her. I was going so slow here. But now here's our last run in this arena, and this is when my genius comes to fruition. You can see she set me up great for the first barrel, so obviously I turned it and didn't hit it. So the other one was her fault. She set me up right for the second barrel like I've been telling her to. Finally, so I turned it and she still messed me up a little bit at the third barrel. But the improvement is really obvious here, especially because I was not given a lot to work with. So I hope you're really impressed by my abilities, and I might be taking on client barrel racers very, very soon.
Come with us to go make a smoking run. So I load him up and make sure the windows are down. When we get there, he gets a little interview. How do you feel about running today? Are you gonna run really fast? And then it's time to start grooming him before I tack him up, and I do ride in a master saddle, and I've been loving it. And with the master breast collar, I pick all of his feet, and then he gets to wear designer boots today. We go warm up, and he does so good. He was really nice to me during this little warm up, and it is time for our run, and our run was really good. Here, this was a really good first barrel for us. We've been struggling just a little bit with that first barrel. He does great at the second barrel, and then I mess him up just a little bit at the third, but he is as fast as he is, so he still smoked a run and won us some money. I get that tack off, ice vibe his front and back legs, give him a treat because he just did so good. He gets a drink of water, and then he loads up to go head back home. Bye! Let's do my horse's hoofs with Spur's Big Fix. So when I pick them, I look to see if anything is dark or stinks, because that could mean they have thrush. He is looking good, so I just spray the spray in there as a preventative to make sure no fungus grows in there. It's really important to keep their hoofs really, really healthy. So on all of the feet, I really pick them out, especially at the frog where I can see their sole, and I know that the spray is going right on there to do its job. I don't want to let anything simple like not taking care of my horse's hoofs keep him from running to the best of his abilities. Thrush can also penetrate deep tissue, causing your horse to be temporarily or permanently lame. And then I treat the outside of his hoofs with some moisturizer, also from Spur's Big Fix, to help keep them looking nice and healthy and to really prevent any sort of cracking. Okay, bye. Here's my equestrian morning routine. The first thing we have to do is get feed because the boys are super hungry. They both eat the same feed, so I just fill up their pans, put on their little supplements, and then soak both of their feed. Give Chester his 6 seed. While they eat, I shut Kite's door because he was out all night, and put a fly mask on Chester so he could go outside. I dumped his buckets to make sure he had clean drinking water before getting Kite out because we were going to ride him today. So I tie him up, get him tacked up, and I take him outside and ride him in the outdoor arena. Just a nice workout, and I cooled him off in the pasture, brought him inside, got that tack off, did all of his feet, and then sprayed him off before putting him out in the nice big back pasture. Now it's time to ride Chester, so I get him saddled up, did the same thing, nice little workout, brought brought him in, sprayed him off, and iced his legs. And once I got him outside, it was time to clean both their stalls. Chester needed pellets, so I soaked some while I picked Kites. Then I dumped those when they were done, filled up Kites' water buckets because I dumped them too, took the wheelbarrow out, made Chester a hay bag, and swept the hall. Bye! Let's ride my 23-year-old barrel horse, and he's going to be getting some really good exercise today, but it is going to be outside of the arena, so I get him tacked up and ready to go. He was just so excited, and so I get him out in this giant pasture, and the sun is going down, so it's so pretty, and we trot for a very long stretch, really having to navigate the uneven ground, making him pick up his feet, and he finds it really fun. We walk this trail in the woods to let him catch his breath before trotting up this slight hill here. It was pretty hard, so I let him walk for a little while, really enjoying the view before we trot down this whole open field here by the fence. We trot all the way to the end of it, and then he gets a nice break to go look at the longhorns before I ask him to trot all the way back to the barn. He does not get worked every day, but this exercise was really, really good for him, and of course he got lots of treats and a drink of water. Come ride the world's best barrel horse with me. I brush him really good and then throw on my master saddle and all of my tack, and I'm just gonna ride him in bell boots today because it is so insanely hot here. He's had some really good workouts recently, so we just trotted today, and I didn't go in one particular circle anywhere. We did tons of figure eights, changing the direction constantly. We made some S shapes and did some straight lines, asking for a nice calm and collected trot, which I love to see. And then I've been adding some backing up really soft to our little regiment, and just at a walk I did some counter bending because I admit I'm not very good at this. And then I walked him out and asked for a stop with no hands, pet him, loosened that saddle, got everything off, sprayed him down, ice-fived his legs, and he got some snacks. Bye! Come run at a barrel race with us. I get him loaded up and all those windows down because it's so hot and we're an hour late, so we are going to groom him pretty much right when we get here. I throw on my master saddle. You can see how easy it is for me to get it up there. It is so light. I've been loving it, and I put on my master breast collar to match, and then we are just warming up in bell boots today because it is so hot. I don't want to heat his legs up with sports boots, so we walk to the warm up. I trot for a while, and then we lope both ways. I'm really making sure he is super warm, and then I put on all 4 sports boots to make sure he has all the support and protection he needs. I pick out his hoofs, and it is time for our run, and he was so good coming in. Due to my riding, we had some pretty wide barrels, but I have a game plan for our next run. He definitely felt like he was running, so I was really happy with him. I just did not set him up the best, and then he got his Ice Vibe boots, and we were done. Bye! Come with me and Chester to qualify for the American Rodeo. I pop on my helmet and go to warm up. I walk him for a while because we did have a really long haul, so I want to get him stretched out, and then I trot both ways. I do a sitting trot, kind of asking him to put his head down a little bit to keep him nice and soft before I run, and then I do the same thing at the lope, and I go both ways, making sure he is really warm. I don't want him pulling or tearing anything because I didn't warm him up, and then it is time to run, and I made him walk down the alleyway even though he was pretty excited, but I wanted to make sure I could see that first barrel to give us the best chance, and then when I could, I let him go. Here, I played it a little safe. We had hit the first the day before, so I was not going to let that happen, and then I kind of get it together for the rest of the run. I slow him down just a little bit here, and then really let him go. So it could have been faster, but we got the job done and qualified. So of course, he got lots of treats and some good time grazing. Bye! Come with me to ride my new horse for the first time at home. So exciting. So I groom him and then throw on my saddle pad, and we are riding in this gorgeous black master saddle today that is actually available, but I tack him up, I do the cinches, and then get on the matching breast collar, and of course I put on my troxel helmet before taking him down to the arena, and I hop on and we walk for a while, really getting stretched out, just making sure he's good and loose before I ask for a nice trot. And I do post the trot on him, really doing that for a while before asking him to lope, and we do lope both directions, just doing a nice light exercise today, and he's done. Bye! Come with me to ride Chester, and this boy actually just qualified for the American semi, so he has been off for about a week, but it is time to ride him again, so I tie him up and brush him really good everywhere where the tack is going to go, put on my master saddle pad, and then this super gorgeous tooled master saddle, and it actually has a seat inlay, which is also super cool, and those conchos are so pretty. So once I have that on there, I do the cinches, and then I get on the matching breast collar that comes with it, and look at it all together. Now it's time to get on, so I tighten that cinch and hop on, and we walk around for a while, really petting on him. I knew he was going to be a little fresh today, so I was soaking in that walk before we got to work. We do a sitting trot both ways, and I stop and kind of flex him a little bit, and then we do lope both ways, and this stop is kind of embarrassing. Here I am laughing at it, but whatever, he was done. Bye. Come ride my new horse Dakota with me. So I grab him out of his stall and tie him to my horse trailer and start grooming him. So I want to make sure he is groomed everywhere where the tack is going to go. I brush him really good, put on my saddle pad and then my saddle, and I get those cinches done up loosely, and then this super cute giraffe breast collar on him. Now we're going to pick his feet to make sure there's nothing in there before we put on his super cute bell boots, and I put on my Troxel helmet, which he was really curious about. I make sure it fits good, and then I put on his bridle, and we head to the arena where I'll check my tack, tighten my cinches, and then we'll start riding. We trot to the right first, and then I make a figure 8 to change directions to the left. I'm working on getting him in really good shape. I pet him, and now it's time to lope. So we lope to the left. He is so easy, and then we lope to the right. When I am done loping, I pet him again, tell him he was a good boy, walk him out, pet him some more, and then I will hop off, loosen both cinches, and he's done. Bye. Let's go ride one of my barrel horses, Dakota. We hauled to an indoor to ride in because it's been so rainy. I groomed him, threw on my saddle pad, and then this absolutely gorgeous master saddle with its matching breast collar. And then I put on these designer hot head stalls boots, and there's a look at that tack and his tail. Isn't it so cute? I put on my helmet and take him inside where I tighten my saddle and hop on. I walk him for a long time, letting him see everything before I ask him for a trot. We trot big laps both directions, and then we bring it to some smaller circles, and then I stop him, let him pivot to turn around, and then we trot small circles the other way. Once I think we've trotted enough, I ask him for this lope, and he gives me such a nice smooth lope. Then I ask him for a stop after I've gone the other way, and my face definitely tells you I did not expect that, so I was really happy with that. Once I hop off, I loosen that saddle before taking him back to the trailer, and he's done. Bye. This is my horse's hair care routine. So first we're going to get these raggedy old braids out so we can get his hair looking really good. I'm going to brush him out and brush his tail out, get the water hose and get his mane and tail wet. I'm going to start by shampooing his mane, working that really good in there, rinsing that out, and then we are going to put a lot of conditioner in his mane and let it sit while we shampoo his tail. So I'll rinse that shampoo out and then put a lot of conditioner in his tail, and while that is setting, we will rinse out his mane. I will brush his tail while there's conditioner in it, rinse it, and then it is time to braid his mane. It is much better to do a bunch of little braids than just a few big ones. So that is what I do. This will make his hair nice and soft and wavy. I brush out his tail again now that it's rinsed and do a normal 3-strand braid as far down as I could go, and I put in this super cute barrel bling tail bag to protect his tail and keep it clean. And there's a look at his braids. Bye. Here's a morning in my life. As a private chef for a very rich client, as soon as I wake up, I run and get in my car to head over because they get very hangry if I'm late, and last time I was late there was a hole in the wall, so I don't want to repeat that. The first thing I do is make sure the dishes are clean before I prepare their food. The first meal is an artisan mix of ingredients I can't pronounce, and then the second one is very simple. I add a few more extra ingredients for some more nutrition, and then some things that help with a digestive aid, and then I add some salt to taste. I hand toss that first meal and add some leafy greens for a little bit of some vegetables, and the first meal is ready to serve. You can see how angry this client gets, and then I serve to my other client who is actually very calm and nice, and the next client just gets a very simple meal. hand delivered to him, and he can obviously get very angry as well if I'm not fast enough. And then I get their rinsed vegetables ready. At night they get steamed vegetables, and then I let one out to live off the land because I'm too tired to make him any vegetables. So I start on some more dishes to make sure they have clean drinking water, and of course they were very thirsty after their very luxurious breakfast. And then I make sure my workspace is clean for tonight. Bye.
I am the world's best barrel horse, don't Google that, and I have been on strike. It has come to my attention that Miss Girl has gotten a new horse without my permission, so I'm not even wanting to talk to her at all. And this new guy is super, super lucky because he got her after I spent all that time training her. When I got her, she was a project pony that was worth maybe $1. And I've been making sure to show him exactly how fast I am any chance I can get. No one is faster than me, and he also smells funny. It seems like the old guy approves, but the old guy is super blind, so I don't trust his opinion. But it looks like he's here to stay, so I'm just gonna keep you guys updated about how terrible this new arrangement is.
Let's go run my new horse for the first time. So I load him into the trailer, and when we get there I start brushing Dakota, making sure he's nice and clean before I throw on my tack, and then I do those cinches loosely, and then it's time to do this breast collar, which just looks so stunning on him. It's so pretty. And then I get his tail out of this super cute barrel bling tail bag to show how gorgeous it is, and then I pick all of his feet, making sure there's nothing in there. I put on his flare strip because he runs in one, and then I match my boots to his flare strip, of course, and then I match my helmet as well, and we go warm up. So I trot both ways, lope both ways, making sure he's nice and warm before our run. And I was a little terrified before this. Not too terrible, but it is my first time running him. Overall, it went really well. You can see at the third barrel I do mess him up by pulling with my outside hand, but this run was still a smoking 15-3 and got us third, and I made sure to cold hose his legs before we went home. Bye!
I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that, and today you're coming with me to a barrel race. Finally, I've been in jail for a month. When we get there, I get brushed as if she didn't make me stay up getting a bath. And then she brings out this barbaric torture device that is so terrible, and this guy won't stop scratching his face on my butt. We gotta warm up, and I show off my super cool dressage skills I learned online, and then I get my mandatory mani-pedi, and we go for my run. And Miss Girl actually didn't do terrible. I expected her to be rusty after not focusing any time on me recently. She does do a really bad move here, and I'm gonna send her to spur management class. Finally, she gets off, loosens my saddle, and I get a nice drink of water, and I load myself back up to go home, and I get these stupid hot boots put on me that are so scary, but for being so brave like I always am, I got some treats, and I got to see this dude getting to stay in his stall and not being tortured. What's up with that? And then I got to go to sleep with my hay bag.
Come with us to win over $1,100 at Chester's first run back in a month. When we get there, he gets a good drink of water. I brush him off, and he gets his least favorite thing right now, his nebulizer. And then once I have him tacked up, we go to warm up. And he was feeling himself this day, but I got him warmed up good before I picked his feet, made sure they were clean, tightened my saddle, hopped on, got my better bands on, and walked to the alleyway. And he was ready to go. So he really ran good. I gassed him to the first barrel. That was a really nice turn. The second barrel was also a really nice turn. I mess him up just a little bit at the third, and you can tell he is very upset, but he pushes through it and runs a 15-4 to be leading it at this moment. And then I get back to the trailer. He gets a good drink of water, and we head home, and he gets on his Hawk Ice vibes, a few kisses, and his alfalfa bag. Bye! Here's my horse's hair care routine on the rodeo road. First, I get it super, super wet, and then I use my purple shampoo, rinse it out, and then do the purple shampoo again. You can see how much more it suds up the second time. Now I'm going to let it sit for a while, probably about 5-10 minutes, and then I will rinse it out really good, making sure I get all of that shampoo out. And he was not a happy camper about spa day today. And then I did not bring my conditioner, and we were about 15 hours from home, so I just used some concentrated detangler, and then I get to braiding. I am doing a little bit bigger braids on him, which is okay if you do loose at the top and tight at the bottom. That way it does not pull when they graze or anything like that, and they're nice and comfortable. And it takes me forever to get his super long, thick mane braided. But now his hair is looking much better. That purple shampoo did really, really well, and now his hair is all done. Bye! Let's get my horse's tail rodeo ready for in the morning. So I get it really wet and then put in my normal Cowboy Magic shampoo and rub it in really, really good. And then I rinse it out and put in my Cowboy Magic purple shampoo and really, really rub it in until it turns basically white. And I leave that in for about 5 minutes before I rinse it out really good, making sure I get it all out. And then I use some concentrated detangler, and I'm really generous with it because I know I'm going to be French braiding, and I brush it really, really good. And now I'm going to start French braiding his tail. This is only going to be in for this night, and then whenever we run in the morning, I will take it down. It gives it the best wavy curly look. I promise. It is so cute. So I French braid all the way down the tailbone, and I make sure to pull it pretty tight so it's not super loose. If you were to get it caught though, the French braid would pop right out. And now I'm going to keep going down the tailbone, and when I reach the end of the tailbone, I can just turn it into a normal 3-strand braid, and I braid it as low as it'll go. And his tail has grown so much. So here is a look at that final braid, and then we're going to put it in a barrel bling tail bag to keep it nice, protected, and clean. Bye! Come with me to ride my barrel horse Chester. I get him to the trailer and start brushing him so I can tack him up. I get my saddle on, and then we put on our new limited edition Hot Head Stalls breast collar that matches that super cute halter he has on, and we are ready to go ride. I just want to really keep him in shape because he has a run coming up this weekend. I walk both ways before asking him for a nice slow sitting trot, and we trot both ways, do some figure eights, and just really get him moving. And then I ask him for a lope, and of course he starts off really quick, but we slowly work our way down, and I lope some really, really big laps to really keep his wind up so that he has good stamina when we run. And I do this both directions, doing little circles, and then I take him out and lope those really big circles, still trying to keep him calm and collected though. I don't want him losing his mind over this, so I do ask him for a slow lope. When I'm done with that, I hop off, loosen those cinches, and he's done. Bye! Let's give my raccoon a bath. So the first thing I do is turn the water on, make sure it's the right temperature, and then add all of his little toys for him to play with, and it's time to get him in. He is about 10 years old, so I kind of just lift him and put him in everywhere. He explores the bath and, of course, lets out the drain, so I had to push that back. It's time to get him really wet before I add that shampoo. I do not shampoo him very often at all, maybe like 2 times a year, if even, because that oil on his coat is really, really important to him. He is not a domestic animal, so his coat is quite a bit different. Once I really scrub that shampoo in, I rinse it out. There he is trying to escape. Once it's rinsed out, he does eventually escape and roam the bathroom, trying to shake water all over everything. And now it's time to dry him off with a towel, so I wrap him up and get him dry, and he is all done. Bye! Come with Dakota to come smoke a run and win the whole barrel race. So here I'm getting him tacked up in our master saddle, and now I'm going to put on some of our new Hot Head Stalls boots. So we are going for the red look today. After I get all of that on, I'm going to pick his feet, and once his feet are picked, I get his tail out of that bag and put his flare strip on. Now it's time for my helmet, and we're going to go warm up. I walk for a while, and then I trot both directions, really getting him stretched out, and then I will lope both ways to really get those muscles warmed up for our run. I get off, tighten my saddle, stretch him to make sure none of that skin is caught under his cinch, and then it is time for our run. Here's my first ever leg lift. Glad it was documented and not a huge fail. And he smoked this run, and he won by, I think, 3 or 4 tenths. He did it so good. I get those boots off first and then the saddle, and he gets lots of treats and pets because he is so good. He also won a pretty buckle. Bye! Here's a morning in my life as a live-in private chef for a billionaire client. I get my hair up before heading off into the kitchen, and my client really likes mozzarella crunchy eggs. That's what we were making today. I let the pan heat up while I grab my ingredients, put a little olive oil in there, and start by adding a lot of freshly shredded mozzarella cheese. Then I get out our free-range organic eggs and put those in there and allow them to cook for a while before adding in some more mozzarella for the inside. Then I flip it and get it on a plate. I cut it up for him and then add some more fresh cheese and some blueberries from his garden. He's a big climber, so I want to make sure he has lots of nutrients to go with his protein-filled breakfast. Now I'm going to set the table. He doesn't really use silverware, so there's no need to get any out, and he really enjoyed his breakfast this morning. He is so messy. He really eats very weird, and there's no thoughts behind his eyes. Once he tears up the plate, he leaves me to clean it up, and he's done. Bye. Here's my winter nighttime routine with 3 barrel horses. So here I am getting ready to go to the barn. When I get there, I grab out their feed pans and spray them out to make sure they're clean, even though they're yelling at me like they're starving. Then I start getting their feed. Dakota eats High Gain, and then Chester gets a scoop of Purina Senior, and I deliver them their feed. While they're eating, I am going to shut their doors because it's getting cold tonight. This way it just is warmer. Kite lives outside, but since it is getting colder tonight, I do bring him into his huge stall, and he also gets a scoop of Purina Senior, and I totally missed, but he does not care. And then I spread him out some alfalfa to snack on, and now I'm going to do Chester's hay bag as well. I really want to make sure they have plenty of forage throughout the night when they are trapped inside. And now I'm going to fill up Dakota's Hay Gain forager, and Hay Gain's actually having a sale right now, and you can stack my code. Now I'm going to do water buckets, make sure they're clean, and now it's time to get their blankets on. They have a closed front, so it's always some convincing to get it over their head. Here I thought I was done, but I remembered that I had a bed full of shavings, so we got to get those in. So that is what I'm doing now, and once those are in, I sweep out the hallway to keep everything tidy, and then make sure I shut their doors. So I check about 500 times just to make sure, and then I'm done. Bye. I ordered this super cute new fleece blanket for the horses, and it is here, so let's go try it on. It is literally so soft. I got it in 81 inches, so here I am putting it on Dakota. I ordered Chester one in spruce. It just hasn't come in yet, and oh my gosh, here I am getting the straps done and his tail end. And have you ever seen a bougier barrel horse? Because I'm not sure I have. It's so cute. Bye. Come with me to ride my barrel horse Chester. So once I get on, I ask him to flex and back up and put his head down just to start our ride off on a soft note, kind of telling him what I'm expecting here. And then I walk for a while. I don't like to underestimate walking. I think it's really good to get them loosened up. And then I ask him for a trot, and I am going to ask him to bring his head down and be a little collected here. I really like when I have his head down and he's collected. And then I'm going to ask for that lope to the left, still expecting him to not have his head 50 feet in the air. And then when we're done loping that way, I stop, pet him, ask him to get soft again, and then lope off to the right. Here I am asking him to put his head down. When he does, I release, and once we're done loping, he was done. Bye. Here's my equestrian morning routine. So I get there and get Chester's pan out, get his food ready. I kind of had to break up the Purina just a little bit. I grab his supplements. He gets Equinity, Succeed, and some omeprazole powder. And of course, he is so excited to get his food, and I shut him out to eat. So he eats out in his pasture. And then I grab Dakota's feed pan and get his feed ready. So he gets Equinity and Succeed, and that's all. And then he also is getting shut outside to eat, and we gotta feed the old man Kite, and he only gets Equinity. So once Kite is eating, I start cleaning up their stalls. So here I am cleaning Dakota and Chester's stalls. They really weren't that bad. I like to clean them in the morning because they've been inside all night due to the weather. I have to take the wheelbarrow out once, which is depressing, but I keep cleaning, and then it's time to get their water buckets clean. I always dump their water buckets and spray them out in the morning to make sure they have really clean, fresh water. I get those hung back up and fill them back up. Once all the water buckets are full, I'm going to add shavings into their stall, make them nice and soft for them. It's supposed to really rain later today. And then I make Chester an alfalfa bag and get Dakota just some loose alfalfa so they can have some forage to eat, let them back in, and prop their doors open once I have them in and their blankets off. I don't leave their blankets on them during the day when it doesn't get below freezing really. And now we're going to get Kite outside to his huge pasture, and I throw some alfalfa in his shed for him, break the ice in his water trough to make sure he has water to drink, and we are done. Bye! Come with me to exercise Chester. I pull his fly mask off and get his halter on. I tie him up so I can tack him up and give him a little bit of omeprazole. You can tell he just loves the way it tastes. So I brush him and put on his saddle pad and then his saddle. Make sure it is where it needs to be. Do the cinches, do the breast collar, and we get on. I walk for a long time because he has been hauled quite quite a lot. I let him kind of look at everything, ask him for his head down, just starting our ride off on a good foot. And then I asked him for a nice jog around the arena, kind of with his head down at a really nice slow pace. And then I asked him to lope to the left, again, still kind of asking him to be collected here. I asked him for a stop, and I'm not sure why he stopped like a cartoon character, but I pet him, and then we lope to the right, kind of have the same idea. There's a good look at our saddle, and when I'm done loping to the right, he is done. I get him back in his stall, get his halter back on, take that tack off, and then cold hose his legs. Bye!
I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that and come with me to a race. And this girl's saddling me, and of course she can't get it right the first time. That's so annoying. I supervise her putting on the cinch, and she kisses me, which was super gross. And of course she's making us wear matchy outfits. So she puts on my boots that match her shirt, which is a little embarrassing because I'm not sure I want people to know that she belongs to me. So I strap my stuff in the warm-up pin, making sure everyone knows that I am here. And anytime we do a brake check, I make sure to throw Miss Girl over my head. And now it's time to walk to our run. And Miss Girl had decided that she was going to make me walk in the alleyway. Which, no, Miss Girl, we are going to run. I'm not letting you do that. Miss Girl is actually not doing too bad. She could have done better at the first barrel, but I've been working really hard training her, and I think it's finally paying off. There she rode a little bit like a monkey, which is embarrassing, and then after that I was super thirsty because it's hard work putting up with her.
Here's my morning routine in the snow. So I get to the barn in my snow gear here. Once I get in the barn, I grab out their feed pans because they always make them nasty. So we're going to spray them out really quick and then get them in the feed room. Chester gets 1 scoop of Purina. I go get Kite's bucket. He gets 1 scoop. And then Dakota gets Munga. They all get Equinity powder and salt on their feed, keeping them drinking. And then Chester and Dakota get Succeed. Chester and Dakota get delivered their food. And then I start soaking Kite's food. We had a little choke scare, so I want to make it nice and soft for him. Now we're going to start steaming some alfalfa. This will make it warm for the horses and help get more moisture in them. I get Chester out so he can go walk for 10 minutes around while I clean his stall. I really like to keep him moving, especially in the terrible weather. Now that I'm done with Chester's, I get the shavings in there. He comes back in with a little snack, and now it's Dakota's turn to go walk while I clean his stall. I get the forager out before I begin working, and then once I'm done there, I put in another bag of shavings, and I have to take out the wheelbarrow in the snow. So I got kind of geared back up there. Now we're going to do water buckets, and I do take the extra time to carry warm water to my horses. Chester obviously was very appreciative. So I hang up that nice warm water for them, plug up the heated bucket, and that steamed alfalfa is done. So I grab it out, fill up Chester's hay net. He loves it. I fill up the forager and get it back in, and then Kite gets a lot of steamed alfalfa too. And that was my morning. Bye! Come with me to ride in my new saddle for the first time. So here I am tacking up Dakota, getting it all lined up and doing those cinches real quick before doing the matching breast collar. It all looks so good together, and now we can go get on. I pet him some, tighten that cinch so I don't slide right off, and we are off to go ride. I walk for a while before asking him for a trot, and I do trot both ways, doing some really nice big figure eights around the whole arena, and then I'm going to ask him for a nice smooth lope. When we're done loping that way, I pet him. We turn around and lope the next direction, asking him to be really smooth and kind of put his head down. I asked for a stop here. He did really well. I pet him, scratch him, and of course Chester wanted some scratches too, and we're done. Bye.
I'm Chester. I really don't need any introduction, but I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that, and let's go to a race. So we got there, I did my breathing treatment, and then Miss Girl brushed all of my shavings from my beauty sleep off and put on my saddle and my breast collar that says master, because, I'm a master at the barrels. Now I get on my cowhide boots so the cows in the alleyway know who's boss and don't try anything. And then I get my frown on before I go warm up, and I don't have any videos of me warming up. But now it's time for our run, and I'm sure it would have been much faster without Miss Girl there. She really just gets in my way, and she didn't secure her whip, so we lost it in the run. So she embarrassed me searching for her imaginary whip before hitting my neck like a crazy person like that does anything. Just because you watch shit then far doesn't mean you should do it, crazy girl. Anyway, the lack of videos of me is astonishing, so when I find a new social media manager that is far better than Miss Girl, I will get back to you. Bye-bye.
Come with me to ride my barrel pony. So I'm tied to the trailer and I am going to brush all of these shavings off of him. He loves to always sleep really good. I'm going to get my saddle pad and then my saddle on. Make sure that saddle pad's sitting right before tightening both the cinches and then getting on this super cute breast collar and bell boots. And you can buy this sweatshirt at www.worldsbestbarrelhorse.com. And now we're going to get on. I walk for a little bit before asking for a nice collected soft trot. And I do sit the trot on him. So I trotted both ways before doing some nice figure eights, really utilizing all the space in this arena. And when I feel like he's soft and listening, we lope to the right, and then after we lope, I let him stand with his head down, make him flex, and just let him be really soft and catch his breath before loping the other direction. And once we're done loping to the left, I walk him out, and then I've been adding backing up to our routine. So we back up quite a bit, and then he is done. He did so good. Of course, he gets tons of treats, and then I cold hose his legs, and he's done. Bye. Come with us to get third at a pro rodeo in Florida. So here I am tacking him up and I'm riding in my star saddle today. So I make sure it's in the right spot, get those cinches done, and then put on the matching breast collar. And today we were running in these super cute cactus boots. They look really good on him, and I am shortening my stirrups for today. And a Dr. Pepper is needed for our pre-run routine. He does really love it. We had this huge field to warm up in, which was super nice. So I was able to trot back and forth a pretty good distance and then lope back and forth. And I did breeze him out here right before our run to really get him freed up. And here is our run. I'm trying really hard to stay out of his way. I am definitely still working on that, but this run was a lot better than our run before this, and he looked really good and was running really good. This was the fastest time in slack, and then he got his ice boots on and a fan, and then I took him to spray him off and cold hose him, and he got to roll. Bye. Come with us to place at a pro rodeo in Lake City, Florida. The first thing I do is run a mile, and then I get after Dakota's hair that I swear he's been shedding for 5 ever now, and then I'm gonna saddle him up, and I'm gonna make sure that saddle's in the right place, kind of dust off that cinch, and then get those cinches done loosely, get that breast collar on, and then we're just going with some plain blue boots today to match my helmet, and then we do our Dr. Pepper moment because he loves it so much, and he's grumpy with his flare strip. Now we're gonna warm up. I walk, trot, and lope both ways in this field, and then here's the flag girls running before our run, and then he walked in really good for me. I got a little nervous because it was a bigger pattern on him, and he's still pretty new to me, very new to me, so I got just a little timid and a little heavy-handed, but he did really good, and we ended up placing. Bye. Come with us to win a pro rodeo in Alabama. I don't have any videos of me tacking up, but here I am warming up. I'm gonna trot him both ways, really get him stretched out, and he was not loving the cows being right in the warm up. Now I'm gonna lope both ways. Here he is looking super nice and smooth, and once I feel like he's loped enough, here I'm gonna let him breeze a little bit since it's safe to do so, and then I'm gonna pet him. After that, we walked up for our run, and I think this is our best first barrel ever. I actually stayed two-handed all the way up into it, and he was just working really nice and smooth. He's the definition of smooth is fast, and it clocked really good. It was a 14.4, and we won the whole rodeo. After our run, I did ice vibe his hocks, which he just loves. Bye. Come with us to place at the Nacogdoches Pro Rodeo on Dakota. So I get up early and nebulize him, and I don't have any videos of me tacking up, but I walk both ways when I warm up, and then I'm going to trot both ways, letting him stretch out, and then here I'm going to lope both ways. This warm up was very long and narrow, so it was a little interesting to lope circles, but I made sure he loped both ways, really getting stretched out before his run so he doesn't pull anything. And now it's time for our run. Here I could have pushed him a little bit further past the first barrel. That's why I kind of stepped off. This second barrel was so good. I think it's one of our fastest ones we've ever had. I actually put my hand down, which is just so crazy. And this run got us 8th place and won us some money. Bye. Here's how I get my 2 goons ready the night before a run. So I'm going to throw the beamer blanket on Dakota, and while that's going, we're going to nebulize him. When he's done, we are going to put that beamer on Chester, and he is also getting the beamer boots tonight. So there is the full fit check that he has on, and here he is trying to kill me with the nebulizer. He just loves it. When he's done, I make him a hay net so he can chew on that while we go to the wash rack with Dakota, and I'm going to cold hose his front legs for 10 minutes. There's what he thinks about it, and then the hocks and back legs for 10 more minutes. Here he is threatening forgetting to shut the water hose off. Now we are going to give him a nice mani-pedi with some moisturizer. Once he was moisturized, he got to go in a stall with a hay net, and Chester is not having me videoing him drinking for some reason. Now it's time for their dinner. I'm gonna wet it down a little bit. There's Chester chomping down, there's Dakota who got shavings in there for some reason, and now we're gonna moisturize the inside of Chester's feet because we have been out west for a long time. Once that was done, it's time for them to go to bed. Bye! Come with us to the Resistol Rookie Roundup. So we go to the Cowboy Channel the first night, check in. Here's all of our gifts from the super cool sponsors. Then we were a live audience for the Cowboy Channel before dinner. The next day it's time for our roundtable with Amy Wilson and Charmaine James. After that, here I am rocking a rat tail. I check out the Coliseum, and then it's time for a grand entry in our first run. So our first run was really, really good. We had a terrible stumble at the third, but he recovered well and got us into the round of 8. Here we are the next day, and here's our second run, which got us into the shootout round of 4. I was so happy about this. Here's our last run. Here I am laughing, coming in and smiling. I knew I was going to win money no matter what, and we had a smoking first barrel, probably our best first barrel ever, an awesome second barrel, and we just barely got that third barrel, which was so sad. He was working so good, but I could not be happier with how this went. Bye! Come with me to run Chester at a pro rodeo, and there was a dirt bike doing tricks here. I tack him up after I brushed him really good, making sure there's nothing on him that might rub under that saddle pad. Get those cinches done. He's done with the nebulizer, and then I put on his breast collar, take off all those fly boots, and pick at his feet to make sure there's nothing in there before putting on these teal sports boots that look really, really good on him. And I do run him with sports boots on all 4 feet. He gets really low, works really good, so I wouldn't be protected. I put my boots on, my helmet on, and it's time to go warm up in this big field. I walked for a while before asking him for a nice sitting trot. Here I'm making him kind of trot a nice little circle before I ask him to lope, and it's time for our run, and I barely, we barely got that barrel. It was really, really sad. He worked so good. The second was awesome, and then he went and worked the third really, really awesome, and he would have placed, but I'm still so proud of him, and it was my fault that that barrel went down. Here's a morning in my life living on the road as a professional barrel racer. Right now we are in a horse hotel, so we're a little more stationary than normal. I get out, grab the feed pans from my tack room, and then start scooping their feed. They each get 1 scoop of Purina Ultium Gastric Care. I get that in their pans, and then I give them each 1 scoop of Equinity powder, shake that up, so when I put the water on, it doesn't make the powder fly everywhere, and they both get a tube of Succeed. So I take that into the barn. Chester's obviously very impatient. I squeeze Chester's Succeed out into his pan, give it to him, and then I have been giving Dakota Succeed by mouth, and then I throw his feed in there, and they're both happy eating while I grab their hay nets and give them each 1 flake of alfalfa. I kind of had to clear out the stud wall to get to it because literally everything is in the stud wall, of course. So once those are full, I take them to their stalls, hang them up, and let them eat that. When they're done eating that, I shut them outside so I can hang out in their runs while I clean their stalls. And of course it looks like Chester came in here and peed 1 billion times last night. He pretty much only pooped in the run, so shout out to him. But other than that, he peed 1 million times. Once I scoop all those wet shavings out, I'm going to sift and try to get all the dry shavings into the middle, dump that out, and then move on to Dakota's stall, who is a lot tidier than Chester, as you can tell. So I just scoop out the wet shavings, and then I sift all the dry shavings out to try and leave as many dry shavings as I can. And Dakota's stall tends to be not as crazy as Chester's. It looks like he stayed in the run most of the night, and then I scrape all those dry shavings to the middle, dump that, let the horses back into their stalls, and that was my morning. Bye! Come with Chester to win a barrel race. So I'm tacking him up. Neither of us have ever run here, so it's going to be a new arena for us. I get his cinches done, put on our matching master breast collar, and then we are running in these teal boots because they look so good on him. And I'm going to tie up his tail really terribly so that I can put the back boots on a little bit easier, put on the matching bell boots, and then I'm going to take his fly mask off so I can put on his flare strip, which he's not a big fan of, but whatever. I put on his warm-up bit, and then we head off to the warm-up so that we can go here and see what they are on. The warm-up isn't really a warm-up, it's more like a field, but it works. So I walk him around for a while, getting him stretched out, pet on him when he's doing what I like, and then we are going to trot around, and I'm going to sit the trot on him, asking him to be a little calm and collected, and then we're going to lope, and he's doing really good. And then our name is called, so we are going to walk up to the alleyway. He was really excited, but he was very respectful, so he did really good walking up in the alley. I didn't want to take off from way in the back, but he definitely wanted to. He listened really good, and then we were off. I accidentally asked him to turn the first like Dakota, but he did it and did really good. Here he smokes that second barrel, leaving no room for air, and then he gets a little caught in the dirt at the third, but it doesn't matter, and he wins the whole race, so he did really good. Bye. Here's how I take care of my professional barrel horses after they make a run. So the first thing we're going to do is give Chester a tube of paste electrolytes. While he's complaining about that, I'm going to get the Beamer blanket on and get it going. It has a lot of benefits such as increased circulation, helps with stress, just really helps him a lot. So once I get the Beamer off after it's run, I take off all of his fly boots and spray his hocks with some water. This is because we are going to be putting on the Hawk Ice Vibes, and the water helps conduct the ice and make his legs colder. Here he is being dramatic about it being on his hawk. So I put on both hawk boots and get them going. While that's going, I'm going to set up my chair and set a timer to cold hose his front legs for 8 minutes. This is just really going to help reduce inflammation. Once that timer goes off, he's going to get the front ice boots on, and those will go for about 15 minutes massaging his legs with the ice packs. When he's done, he gets to go back in his stall and get a snack because he's done. Bye. Come with me to ride my pro rodeo horse bareback for the first time. So I'm going to put some bell boots on him, and then we are going to be off. I walked him for a while and then trotted him. His trot is so rough though, and then I'm going to ask him to lope off, and we're going to lope both directions. I'm doing this to try and get better at using my feet instead of my hands in our runs. So I have had my saddle privileges revoked, sadly, so you'll be seeing a lot more bareback coming soon. So here I am. I'm gonna walk the barrels first because I'm terrified, not even gonna lie, but I just kind of want to get a little bit of a feel for it and a feel for the pattern I set up in this arena. We had a really nice arena to practice in, which I was so happy about. Here, this is the first time I lope to the first barrel. You can tell I'm very apprehensive, and I lose my seat, my feet get back, and so I walked the rest of the pattern after that. And then here's my second attempt at the first barrel, and it is so much better. Trying to figure out how to keep my feet ahead of me, and all of this is really going to help me when I'm in the saddle. Here's my attempt at one-handing it for some reason. Gave up on that, did not go my way. Here we're going to lope into that first again, and I'm really just trying to get a feel for him with my feet forward, trying to really use my abs. And here was my best full go through. So here we get that first barrel. It was pretty nice. Here he did not switch leads, so I'm gonna have to pay attention to that. He had to trot in order to pick up the right lead again, but then we loped to the third, and the third was pretty good. So based on that start, I was pleased with how it ended. I think I will be posting some progress videos as I learn how to ride bareback. So there I just kind of loped around the second to get a feel, and we were done. Here's how awesome my pants looked after that, and of course I sprayed him off and he was done. Bye. Let's ride my pro rodeo horse bareback. So I'm going to get my helmet on, of course, put on some bell boots, wait for him to finish chewing some grass before I put on our practice bit. If you notice one bit guard's missing, it's because he chewed it off. So I'm going to start by walking. Today we are at a rodeo arena that we're going to be running at, and we are warming up on a track. So that is where we are going to ride Dakota. I kind of just walked him a lot, did a weird little spin, and then I'm going to trot him some. And his trot is really rough. It's really rough with a saddle, but once I'm done with that trotting, I'm going to lope, and this is supposed to really help me get out of his mouth and just kind of move with him. I can't really hang on his face when you're bareback, so this is just to help me become a better rider when going around the barrels. I lope around quite a bit, trying to really get a feel for it, trying to really keep my feet forward, because I do notice that my feet get back I loped both ways quite a bit. Here I have my hands a little bit more like I would in a barrel run, trying to kind of let him lope a little bit faster, and then I let him kind of lope up this track. We are going at a snail's pace, but to me it felt fast, okay? And now I'm gonna pet him because he did really good putting up with me, and I'm gonna walk back to our horse trailer. When I get to our horse trailer, this is how I'm supposed to go around a barrel, so I'm just gonna kind of pretend doing that, and then I'm gonna hop off. And of course he got lots of treats for dealing with a little old me, so he was happy about that. Bye. Let's get Chester some exercise while on the road. We are currently in Oregon, and boy was he dusty. So I brushed him for a while before putting on my master saddle, and I went for a teal breast collar today. I took off his fly boots, put on some bell boots, my helmet, my boots, and then we were ready to hop on. He gave me a little spin when I got on, but whatever. I walked him, and then I walked him a lot on the track. That's where we had to ride, so he really enjoyed it. I pet on him while we're walking, and then I asked him for a nice, slow, kind of collected trot. I'm slowly kind of working on the height of his head. I'm not really trying to force too much there, but I do want that trot to be nice and smooth, and he normally does give me a really nice, smooth sitting trot. You can tell here, he just, for all of the craziness of Chester, he is very smooth. So we trot around for a long time. I go both ways, asking him to bend, and then I ask him to lope to the left, and there he spooked at the water truck, but he was pretty nice about it. We loped to the left for a while. I'm really going to get him some good exercise, make sure his wind stays up while he's not running in case I need to pull him out and run him anywhere. And he has a few runs in the next few weeks. There I let him lope down the rail of the track, which he liked, and then I turned around and let him lope back up the rail, and he got a little carried away with it, but he had a great time, let me tell you. And then I walked him out. We were done. Bye. Let's do my horse's hair while on the road. So the first thing we're going to do is get his old braids out. They're looking pretty bad. I pop out all of those elastics, and then we are going to take those braids out. They stay kind of in those separated pieces when I do that. So once we have all of the braids out, this is what it looks like. I'm going to spray them with some Cowboy Magic detangler and then really brush that out so the pieces aren't quite so separated, but they will still be pretty wavy. I'm going to take my quick braid and just spray it along the roots of his mane. This is going to keep kind of any flyaway hairs up there, and it's really just going to kind of smooth everything out. So I do use my brush to help it smooth everything out. It's a little bit kind of like hair gel. And now we are going to start braiding. I'm doing a little bit bigger braids today, but I'm trying to make the sections even, and I'm trying to really make sure the hair is parted so there's not hair kind of crossing directions and they're all kind of going the same way. And I am doing bigger braids, but I try to kind of gradually make them go down. So we're just going to keep on braiding just my normal 3-strand braids, and then a hornet tried to attack me. But anyway, I, am a trooper, and I kept going. I always spaced them out bad, so the last two did end up being a little bit smaller. Moving on to the tail, I kind of do the same thing. I spray it a lot with detangler and then start really, really brushing it. Spray that quick braid along his tailbone, and we are going to French braid. So I French braid all the way down his tailbone, and then when I make it to the end of his tailbone, I kind of just French braid it into a normal 3-strand braid and go all the way down. When that braid is done, we're going to put his tail in a barrel bling tail bag to keep the braid safe. There, my assistant is checking my work. And so there's the tail braided and there's the mane braided. So he's looking really nice, has a fresh hairdo for the rodeos. Bye. Let's ride my pro rodeo horse bareback. So the first thing I'm going to do is put bell boots on him. We're going to be loping, so I want to make sure he won't accidentally overextend and clip himself. I'm going to walk for a while. They have been hauling a lot recently, so I want to make sure he's stretched out. Going to walk one way, kind of pivot around, walk the other way before asking for a trot. And here I try to post the trot because this trot is literally so stinking rough. But I did trot more today just to try and get used to it. And then a giant cow and strawberry showed up, which was very interesting, but he did not seem to care. Here I'm getting my barrel racing reps in, of course, and then I'm going to ask him to lope. And today is probably the best this has gone. I'm trusting him more. I'm kind of finding my seat on him better and just kind of rocking with him, trying to move with his flow here. and I did put on some longer range just to help me stay out of his way a little bit better as I get better at this. And there I give you a nice wave and thumbs up, and then I'm gonna stop this way and turn around so we can lope the other way. This way I'm getting some exercise, really working on my trust and my seat, and he's getting, you know, just a little workout, getting to stretch out after being in the trailer. He was a lot happier with me today, so we're definitely getting better. Here I was able to lope around one-handed, and if you saw day one of this kind of little series, you'll know that I would have been too terrified to do that. So we're definitely making some progress, really wanting to start trusting him and just feel more comfortable and more like I have a good seat on him. There, I'm gonna pet him because he's done, and that was our ride. Bye. Let's attempt to fishtail braid Dakota's tail. So I've never done this before, but I'm going to start by spraying his tail with quick braid and then brushing that through, trying to get those hairs a little easier for me to grab and just get them to stick together. This is very different because it's going to not have that middle strand like a French braid does. There's no twisting. It's just crossing one hair from one side over and just doing this all the way down. So you just kind of crisscross it, make a little X all the way down, adding hair from the side as you go down the tailbone, but I'm having to really hold it tight in the middle with my fingers. So while I cross, I really hold it tight in the middle because there's no centerpiece to, you know, hold it together really. And this was much harder for me, but we're just going to keep doing this all the way down. Here I have to get the brush involved to smooth it out, and here he's starting to tuck his tailbone in. He was not as cooperative for this braid, so that made the kind of the spot where it goes from the tailbone to the rest of the tail a little bumpy, a little rough. But as I started to get down, it got a little bit easier. Here I've got the two big pieces, one for each hand really, and then I just cross a piece from the back, making those same X's all the way down his tail. This takes a lot longer than the French braid, but it still turned out really cute. I might try it again sometime and try to perfect it. It doesn't stay as tight as the French braid, but is still super cute. Okay, bye. Getting the horse's stall set up at a huge rodeo, so we went and got our stall assignment, and it was time to start dragging all of our stuff to the stalls, which was really far away, so we had to drive the stall mats up there. And here I am getting the stall mats out, rolling them out. This really makes the stalls nice and soft for the horses and allows us to use a little bit less shavings, but I'm still very generous with the shavings. So I did 4 giant bags in each stall. So 2 bags on top of the mat and 2 bags in front. And so here I am spreading them around, getting the stall pretty even. That way it's soft everywhere for them to lay down and stand on after being in the trailer for so long. Now it's time for Chester's stall, so I'm going to roll out that stall mat and start working on the shavings. Once I have all those shavings in, I'll spread them around, and it's time to go get the horses. And we literally had to back them off in the middle of the road. Like, we were parked in the turning lane. This was the only place we could park to get out because there were that many people. Here we are backing Chester out, and then I'm getting at Dakota, and we walk them a long way to their stalls. So at least they did get stretched out after about 8 hours on the horse trailer. You can see the mountains in the back as we walk to the barns, and we pass the Clydesdale getting ready to go in for their perf. Chester rolled immediately, and then they were both already begging for food, so we're gonna get them some alfalfa. I tie up some hay string and hang their hay nets on that. And then I'm going to get them water and make sure they both have really clean water. Dakota yanked it out of my hand and kind of splashed water all over me, which was really cool. And I just put those water tubs kind of out of the way in the corner to try and prevent them from getting too many shavings in them. And Chester drank literally the whole thing. Now I'm going to get Dakota his alfalfa. I just did his water first, and there he is, chomping away. And now it's time for their dinner after they've settled down a little bit. Chester gets vitamin E powder, but that's all that they get on their feed at night. And I'm gonna get some water on it, but the water pressure out of this thing is crazy. There they are eating their dinner in their clean stalls with their alfalfa hanging up, so they're comfy and ready to go to bed for the night. Bye. Everything I do for my horses after they've been in the trailer for 8 hours. So I'm going to put Dakota's Beamer blanket on, get it going, and then we're going to get that nebulizer. I put silver in my nebulizer and get that going. This is really good to help break up their sinuses and prevent hauling fever. When that's done, I'm going to pull it off and catch Chester. And I had to kind of brush some shavings off of him before I put the Beamer on him. So I take that Beamer right off Dakota and throw it onto Chester and get it going. I rinse out the medicine cup with some distilled water and then do the same nebulizer treatment for Chester. He gets really snotty when we travel, so it's really good for him. When that's done, I'm going to turn it off and pull it off, and we are going to make them some mashes with shredded alfalfa and a scoop of Race Recovery electrolytes, which is really, really good to keep them hydrated while we are traveling. That is so important. So I'm going to mix that powder in with the alfalfa, and here I underestimated how hard that water was to turn off. So I get water in the mashes and kind of mix them around to get those electrolytes to dissolve, which makes my hand disgusting. And then Chester is done with the beamer, so I'm gonna pull that off and get it back in its bag and hang up those mashes. Chester can barely even wait for me to get it hung up before he just shoves his head on in there. And then Dakota's a little nicer about me hanging that up. In Chester's overnight bag, he gets 1 flake of alfalfa, and by the time I get that, he is already done with his mash. Dakota gets 2 big flakes of alfalfa in his overnight bag. I hang that up. He's still kind of working on his mash and everything. I get their alfalfa tubs, put some water in them after I rinse them out, and put another flake of alfalfa in there for them. This is also just another way to get them some water, but also get them some alfalfa that doesn't seem so hard to eat, so they don't hate me. And they get to chew on that, and they are ready for bed. Bye. Let's try to put earplugs in my horse's ears for the first time ever. So I've never done this before, but we are going to put on his halter, and here I am trying to pop that one ear palm in, and it honestly didn't go as bad as I thought. I thought he would probably drop over dead the second that this thing went in his ear. He definitely shook his head a lot because I'm sure they're very weird. He's never felt anything like that before. Here I kind of just scratch on him and pet on him to work it up into that ear, and here it was a little less dramatic, honestly. Him putting his head down like that helped, but I was really impressed with how this went, even though he decided to tell me he was just so stressed he had to do this tongue thing, which he honestly does at any minor inconvenience, so not too shocking there. He only did it twice, thankfully.
Never two straights perfect. I know, that's what I'm saying. Never two straights perfect.
I gave him a little handful of that alfalfa, tried a little whisper test in his ear. I let him go and let him eat his alfalfa to get used to him. I even cleaned his stall out, and he quit shaking his head and everything. And then after probably 10 minutes, I took him out, and he decided to do a weird eye roll thing as well, because he just really has to let you know when he's stressed. But getting the second one out went really, really well. He didn't even care. I let him sniff him, and I was really, really pleased with how this went, because we're about to run in a big perf. Bye.
I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. And when Reno heard that I was in town, they put on this huge rodeo just for me. So before my run, Miss Girl started her diabolical schemes, and I heard a rumor that I have asthma. I do not. She also decided to shove these weird things in my ears because she thinks the crowd is really getting to my head and giving me a huge ego, but she's totally wrong. She also decided she wanted to do a half little French brain on my tail, and I told her I'm too grown for that. So I made it so hard that she wasn't able to do that. And then she decided to call me fat. Literally, look at her. That's so rude. She took out my secret shaving stash before putting on my boots because, of course, she has a match. High boots to her helmet, whatever. So we went to warm up, and of course, I had to let everybody know I was there and lope around in style. And I told her when I was done and that she better go take me to run right now. Here, the Cowboy Channel decided to zoom in on her face, and I'm not really sure why because, I think my face is a lot more important and prettier. She micromanaged the heck out of me at the first barrel, and I really don't know why, because I am the world's best barrel horse, which means I really don't even need her up there, so she better quit using her hands. She took me way too wide at the third. I don't even want to talk about it, and I decided to try and throw her over that gate, but it didn't work. My plans were in fact foiled when she did not fly off. I got a drink because I was very parched from all my hard work. I got a nice roll, and then they decided to set bombs off. I'm not really sure why, but I had to keep an eye out because I am a hero and want to keep everyone safe, but if the bombs got a little too close, I probably would have run away.
Come with me to run at the huge Reno rodeo on a different horse that I had planned. So this morning I ran Dakota, and he pulled a shoe and was just not feeling himself, so we switched to Chester, and Chester does not like perfs, and this is the biggest perf I've ever run in, so we're kind of just really getting him ready and seasoned fast here. So I put the nebulizer on. When it's done, I take that off, and then I put in his earplugs. This is going to be the first time I've run him in earplugs, but he just doesn't really like the crowd. He's pretty anxious, so I think the earplugs are really going to help him. So he's wearing him the whole time I'm tacking up to get used to him. So there I put my saddle on, and I kind of have to adjust it to Chester, and then I pick his feet, check his feet, make sure everything looks good there, and then put on these Hothead Stalls boots. I tie up his tail just to make it easier so his tail doesn't get caught in the boots. There is a nice look at my saddle, and I take him to warm up, and he warmed up so good. Like an angel, so good. And I think the earplugs really helped him. He got a little wild to the right, but that's just Chester. He walked in amazing. I was really worried about getting him in here because it's a long run. You come in from the head box, so it's not really smart to send him from the back, but he walked in really nice for me. And I was really worried because the last perf I ran, he was really distracted, so I did micromanage him to the first, and I didn't need to. That's why I went a little bit past it. Our second was really nice. At the third, that's where Dakota pulled a shoe. I took him out way too wide. He saw the people with the rakes and he didn't like it, but he did really good. He stopped straight, which is so crazy, and I was so proud of him because he doesn't love crowds, and there were 17,000 people there, so he got a good drink, some treats, and a nice roll. Bye! Let's pack my horse's feet. Today I'm going to be using Magic Cushion. So once I get that open, I'm going to clean out his feet. His feet really weren't that bad, but I'm going to brush it out, make sure it's clean before I start packing the Magic Cushion in, and I'm going to pack it all around the hoof, making sure the whole hoof is covered, and then I'm going to pack some shavings on top of it, and that is what we were doing on his feet today. He has not been running good lately. I could just tell he didn't feel himself. We couldn't really figure out what happened, but after a farrier and 2 vets, we figured out we were having a shoeing problem. So his feet are too thin, and it's causing him some pain. So while they grow out, we're going to keep him as comfortable as possible, even though here he's smacking me in the face with his tail because he's just so sweet. So I've packed all of his feet to keep him comfortable, keep him out of pain while he grows out and starts to feel better. So he is getting about 2 or 3 weeks off, and once I was done with the Magic Cushion, I didn't have to put it on the front right because it was so thin. They had to put a pad on it. So we're done with that, and now I'm going to moisturize his hoofs to keep them from getting too dry and keep them growing out. But after getting the pad and seeing the vet, he is a whole different horse and he feels much better. So I think we're on the right track to get him back. Okay, bye! Come with Chester to place at a Salty Pro Rodeo. So it was late. We were in slack after the perp, so we ended up running probably around 12 a.m., a little after 12 a.m. But we did have this whole big warm-up to ourselves because it was kind of far away from the arena. So I'm just doing a jog, letting him kind of look at everything, get comfortable. I don't want to start any fights with him, and then I'm going to lope. And he warmed up really good. He is not wearing the earplugs today because it's slack and there's not, a whole lot of screaming at 1 a.m. out here. So he was really good, and then it's time for a run, and I got him to walk in a lot further than I thought. And then when I sent him, he did really good. I've been either going really far past the first or hitting it, so we finally kind of found a happy medium there. He wrapped the second barrel. We went in just a little too close for comfort. We had just a little bit of a rough third, but not too bad at all. He ran out really strong. I pulled up before the timer. I think I'm traumatized from Idaho, whatever. But he ran a really nice time and got us a pro rodeo check. Bye! Here's how to do a dragon tail braid on your horse's tail. It's really cute, and if you don't know how to braid, this is perfect. So you don't have to actually know how to braid. I detangle it, spray it with some quick braid, which is optional, and brush that tail out. I'm going to find the end of his tailbone and then go just a little bit under that and put a clear elastic and tie it off like you would a normal ponytail. And then we're going to split that ponytail into 2 sections and then split that top section into 2 sections, bring it around the back and tie it off with an elastic in the back. So we're just going to keep doing this. Whatever section is on top, you're going to split and then put it around the back and tie it off with an elastic. And my model was not very happy about this, so here's a time lapse of me doing that. It's pretty easy once you get the hang of it and you don't even know how to braid. You just need to make sure that you have a bunch of elastics. I'm using clear elastics just because they're harder to see in his tail, but you could definitely have fun with some colored elastics here. I'm chasing him around to try and finish off this braid. Once I finish it, I'm going to tie it off like I would a normal braid, making sure both those sections are laying flat together. And once that's tied off, we are going to go up and kind of pull out a little bit of that hair on each of these little sections to try and give it a little more volume, make it look a little thicker. It just adds something to it, but you don't have to do that. Here's a look at the back of it, and then the front is super cute and super easy to do, especially if your horse cooperates. Okay, bye. There is a giant fireworks show at the rodeo tonight, and Chester hates fireworks. They're in an electric pen, so we are going to try to make him as comfortable as possible by putting his earplugs in. So I use these palms, and I'm going to kind of sneak into his pen and try to do this without a halter. This is about his third time, I think, ever wearing earplugs, but they've been really helpful for him, and the fireworks are pretty close, and they are pretty scary to horses that aren't used to them. So I'm going to shove these down in his ears, and I thought I got it really good, but after a shake or two, one of them decided to pop out of his left ear right there. So I had to get it and kind of chase him around because he knew what was up the second time. I kind of go up to him, just pet on him and hug on him and talk to him to get it back in there. And then once that was in, though, we were good, and I waited around for the rodeo to end and gave him a few treats, even though he was ignoring me because he was a little upset over those earplugs, but he gets used to them pretty quick. And then somebody else was begging for a snack as well. After the fireworks, I took him out, and he did really great. Normally he really freaks out, runs around in circles, and he really didn't do any of that tonight, so the earplugs really helped him, and he just kind of stood around and watched the show, which was really funny. Here's how I get my pro rodeo horse ready for a big run. So I'm going to go into his pen and grab his tub so I can get him some alfalfa to snack on while we are doing this. And even though Dakota had some in his tub, he was still begging, so I gave him a flake. We are going to start off with the beamer, and the weather was crazy this day when the beamer was on. It kind of started to rain. I also just figured out how to make the beamer longer. Anyway, it was raining when I took the beamer off, and then it was sunny again, so I took off his fly boots and we put on his ice vibes. So here I'm putting the front boots on him, and then we're also going to put the hawk boots on. And while I was doing this, somehow he stole my hat with his tail. Anyway, I do not ice his legs right before a run. This is still about 3 hours out, just to make sure his legs have time to warm back up, but the ice also gets rid of that inflammation. So I'm going to take off the ice boots. I got him some water because I do take water away 2 hours before his run, get off those ice vibes, and while it rains, I put the blanket on him to keep him dry, and the last thing I do before I run is nebulize him. And that's all. Bye. Come with me to run my barrel horse Chester at a huge rodeo in Cody, Wyoming. So I go to the office, check my draw, and then I go look around for a while. I've never run in this arena, so I want to get a look at it, see how we were coming in, how the dirt looked, kind of where the stakes are. And then I went to check the order of events so I knew what was happening and grabbed my back number. When I was back at the trailer, I nebulized Chester and started tacking him up, so you can see me brushing him, throwing on my saddle pad, and then my saddle. And it's the 4th of July, so I felt like the stars on my saddle were a nice touch, and there is a good look at it. Next, I'm going to pick out his feet. They were kind of packed in, so I just wanted to make sure I could see everything, make sure his feet looked good before we ran. And because it was a huge perf with a lot of people watching, I put his earplugs in, and then I got his boots on. So he was red, white, and blue for the 4th of July, of course, and the boots also matched my helmet. It rained a little bit, but before we went for our run, there was a little rainbow, and here's our run. He was pretty hot in the warm-up, so I was really happy with how he walked in. Because it was a long way to that first barrel, I sent him and he ran, and this is definitely our best perf run ever. He did really good. He didn't get distracted. I think we just lost time at the second because I needed to help him a little bit more than I did, and we had a really nice third barrel. So overall, I was really pleased with this run. Of course, he got a lot of treats after. When we were getting him water, he was definitely more interested in stealing feed out of the tack room. Finally, he got to eat his dinner after he cooled down, and an hour after his run, he got a tube of race recovery. And like I said, it was the 4th of July, so I left his earplugs in so he could watch the fireworks show from his pen, and I don't think he was a big fan, but he survived. Bye. Get ready with me to haul my horses for 7.5 hours. So the first thing we're going to do is clean out the horse trailer, make sure all the wet shavings are out, and just pick it out, make it really clean for them. And they had a lot of alfalfa on the floor, so I had to get that out and make sure their spots were clean. I tried to save as many dry shavings as I could, kind of scraping them around. Once that was done, it was time to make their hay nets, and since it was a long drive, we are going to add quite a lot of alfalfa into their bags. There's Dakota's bag. Now it's time for Chester Chester's, and Chester gets the smaller one because he literally eats his alfalfa so fast, so I'm trying to make it last a little bit longer. Once those were made, it's time to pack the horse's feet. I don't normally do this every haul, but both of them are pretty tender-footed right now, so I want to make sure they're comfortable and that their feet are not hurting at all in the trailer. And Cody was really rocky, so I wanted to make sure the rocks were not bugging them. Now, once I'm done with Chester's feet, I'm going to pack Dakota's, and I'm using magic cushion on them and just putting some shavings on top since they have shoes. Dakota's front right has a pad, so I didn't pack that one. And now it's time for their fly gear. They always ride in fly masks, and then I'm going to put Chester's fly boots back on. And I decided to put another bag of clean shavings into the trailer to make it really soft for them since their feet are a little more tender than normal. And then I'm going to hang up those hay nets, and we are ready to load them up and head off to Colorado. And that was all. Bye. Come with me to ride my professional barrel horse on a day off. So the first thing I'm going to do is pick out all the magic cushion out of his feet, and then I'm going to brush him and get that nebulizer on him. This is going to really help clear his sinuses and help him with the dry air. So that's on while I tack up. I'm going to make sure my saddle's in the right spot, do my cinches kind of loosely, get that matching breast collar on, and then I'm just going to pop on some bell boots. When I'm not doing anything too intense, I really just ride in bell boots. I'm going to get his bridle on. He's being super sweet. Tighten my saddle so I don't slide off, and then hop on. I walk him for a while to make sure he's warm, and then I'm going to lope him to the left. He starts off really strong, so I just like to lope until he gets more controlled, has his head down a little bit, and I'm going to do the same thing to the right. Once I feel like he's listening pretty good, we are going to work some barrels. This is just a straight line barrel drill. He starts off pretty strong, wanting to go really wide, and I just kind of let him until he calms down and really comes to the bit and puts his head down collected. So there was better, but I'm just letting him kind of work into it. This drill is more about him being soft and round rather than having him really turn those barrels tight. So that's not the point of the exercise. I just want him to be round and kind of soft for me, so that way he is softer for our run the next day. So I'm going to do this, and then when I feel like he's done what I need him to do, I'm just going to leave the circle and stop him, let him chill out, really pat on him, tell him he did amazing, and then we are going to do the same thing to the left. And he wanted to start off really strong. For him, anytime you do something a second time or turn the other way, he's gonna be hotter, so I'm really having to let him work down and get soft again. And here's exactly what I want. He's giving me a really smooth lope. His head is down, he's not really fighting me too much, and he is just really getting into those turns and really using his whole body to get around while being soft. Sometimes he gets a little strong in the perfs and a little stiff. Some of that's me, but here I am just going to let him get really supple and soft. And here I felt like he did good. He finishes that barrel really nice with his head still down, and then I'm going to ask him for a hard stop. He does kind of stop on his front end, but I really just want to know that the brakes are working. I walk him out, keep petting him, loosen my cinch, put his halter back on, and he was done. He did great. Bye! Come with me to run Chester at a rodeo in gorgeous Estes Park, Colorado. So I'm going to get him tacked up, and he's running in my star saddle today for this performance. I'm going to get those cinches done loosely, that breast collar clip, and I'm going to pet on him and just love on him. After I do that, I'm going to get his boots on, and it's time to go warm up in these super pretty mountains. So I'm going to ask him for a nice sitting trot, and then I'm going to ask him for really nice collected lope. He's not going too fast. His head isn't up in the air. He is just being really smooth and at a really nice pace. So once I'm done warming up, I'm going to switch my bit and go walk in for my run. He walked in really good. I was a little surprised by that because he did have to listen to the perf and watch the first 4 girls run while I waited in the back, because you do have to check in and be ready to roll when they call your name. I sent him, and here's our run. He did really good. He did still have his earplugs in, but he handled everything great. We had really nice barrels, especially this third barrel was really good. I was really proud of him, and he ran really good all the way out. So I think he's getting really good at the perfs, and he'll be ready to really roll soon. I'm going to loosen my cinches as soon as I am done, hug on him, tell him he did great, and get him back in his stall to get him a drink of water, get all of his tack off, and give him lots of treats, and he was done. Bye. I'm a pro barrel racer. Let's ride my 2 horses on a day off. TikTok keeps flagging this video, so I'm going to try again. I picked the magic cushion out of their feet, and then we are going to get them tacked up. I'm going to let Chester nebulize while I saddle him, and I'm also going to saddle Dakota up at the same time. Once Chester's done with the nebulizer, Dakota gets it, and when he's done, it's time to go ride. I just walked and loped Dakota a little bit, let him lope with his head up 4 laps, and then kind of asked him to be collected, and once I was done with that, I pet on him. It's been about 3 or 4 weeks since he was cut too short, so I'm just trying to see if he still thinks his feet hurt, if he's still sore, so I am not doing too much on him. Now we're going to hop on Chester, and Chester was really, really good. These mountains are so pretty, and it was gorgeous to ride out here. I'm going to lope in both ways and then work the barrels. I talk a little bit more about this drill in my video that is just Chester. I asked him for a hard stop, and he's done. I pet on him, loosen those cinches, take his bit off, and we're ready to go back to the trailer to untack. Bye! Let's do my horse's hair on the rodeo road. So the first thing we're going to do is really wet it. I like to really wet at his scalp as well. Here's the products I'm using. So I'm going to put in my Cowboy Magic shampoo and really, really scratch that in. He loves when I scratch his neck like that. So he was really enjoying that. I usually use purple shampoo, but I did not bring any with me on this trip. We're going to rinse out that shampoo, and we're going to rinse it out really good because I do not want to leave any shampoo in his hair, even though he's annoyed at me here, obviously. And now, since we are out west, we are going to coat his mane in conditioner. So I'm really, really putting a lot of conditioner in his mane to try and really rehydrate it, and he's going to try to escape, of course. Once that's in, I'm going to leave it for probably about 8 minutes, and then we are going to really rinse that out as well. And I do go over to the other side to make sure I rinse off any that may have fallen over to the other side of his neck. And now we are going to brush his hair and start braiding it. Today I'm just going to do a few of these little braids, and you can really make these as big or as small as you would like. Doesn't matter a whole bunch. I would make them just super big because that might pull on their scalp when they graze, but I'm doing kind of medium-sized braids here, and I like to do it kind of like a gradient, so one doesn't go way longer than the rest and they look a little uniform. And now his hair looks much, much better. Bye! Let's run Chester at a rodeo in Wyoming, and today is slack, so no crowds or anything, really just the people's families that are running are gonna show up. So we're gonna tack Chester up. You could tell he was covered in alfalfa from throwing his hay bag everywhere. I get those cinches done loosely, of course, do our matching breast collar, and he was totally not into this sweet moment before his run. I'm gonna get his boots on, and we are running in these cute cactus boots today, just because I think they're cute and I like running him in blue. Here he is taking a nap before his run. I don't have any videos of me warming up, but here's our run. He came in really fast. It was a long alleyway, so it was really hard to get him to walk down it, and he had an amazing first barrel. Here I don't think he liked the dirt. He came off the second a little wide, causing us to go wide into the third, and we barely got it with my knee, so of course he blew it, but I think he would have had a nice time if I hadn't hit the barrel. But I'm always proud of him, so it's on to the next one. Bye! Come with me to break down my horses' stalls at a big rodeo. You've seen me set them up, so let's tear them down. The first thing I'm going to get are their water buckets. We hung 2 in each stall for our stay here, and then Dakota also had a tub of alfalfa still in there, so I took that out. Once the water was done, it was time to get the stall mats. I probably could have made this a little bit easier by grabbing the pick to scrape everything off, but this worked just fine. Once you pick it up, everything just kind of slides off, and I got those out of the stalls and set them up on their side so I could spray them off. And of course Chester's mat was disgusting, but everything came off nicely with the water hose. Once I'm done with Chester's, I'll move on to Dakota's, and it was not nearly as dirty as Chester's was. Everything comes off really nice with the water hose. When I'm done with that, I'm going to let them dry, and then we are going to roll them up and get them into their bags, which is actually super easy. I can do it completely by myself. I get that Velcro strap on and then get them in their bags, and you can see that bag's kind of ripped. I'm going to have to buy a new one pretty soon, but I do this with both the stall mats. Again, I can do it by myself. It is super easy, and they're pretty easy to carry by yourself. They are not too heavy. They're pretty lightweight compared to normal stall mats, which are always just insanely heavy. So all of our stuff is now at the truck, and we're going to throw it into the bed of the truck to take it back to our trailer. So I get the 2 stall mats in there, and of course the bed of our truck is super full as well. I throw in the buckets and that tub of alfalfa, and we are ready to go. Bye! Come with Chester to absolutely smoke a run in Casper, Wyoming. I don't have videos of me tacking him up, but I do have some videos of me warming him up. I just kind of walked him around the barrels, trying to get him to bend and really flex so he would be hunting them for our run tonight. And then I'm going to lope to the right and then to the left to make sure he's really warm. And then I switch his bit to the one on my Dazzle Rock head stall that's super sparkly. And we go to wait our turn. This guy was really pretty. Here Chester is watching the perf, and then it's our turn. And he walked in so good by all those scary sheep. He didn't even look at them. And I was shocked at how far he did walk in. I was really proud of him. And he flew to the first barrel, so you can see me checking him up, a little worried that we're going to go past it, but he turned it really nice. Second was super nice. I'm not sure if I needed the leg lift or not. I'm going to act like I did. And then third was super pretty. He worked so good, and he had a really awesome time to be in the top 20 out of so many amazing and talented girls. So I was so proud of him that I almost cried when we got out of the alleyway. So that was his run in Casper. Bye. Let's take care of the horses after a rodeo in my pajamas. Chester ran tonight, so the first thing we're going to do is give him a tube of race recovery, and he ran off as soon as I got in his pen, so I had to give it to him in like that back corner, and he was really dramatic about it. Now he's going to get his dinner, and he gets vitamin E on it to just keep the EPM at bay, and I put some water on there and deliver it to him, and he was super excited, of course, like he's never eaten before. And then I'm going to throw Dakota his dinner and grab my Ice 5 boots for Chester, so I'm going to get those ice pegs on and then the boots, and these are going to be a nice ice massage for him while he eats. And while that's going, I'm going to get them their alfalfa for the night, so I give them each 2 big flakes in their little tub so they don't pee on it. So I put their tubs in their pens, and while those boots are still going, we're going to pick out the horse trailer because we are hauling again in the morning, so I want to go ahead and get this done. And then once those Ice 5 boots are done on the front, I get them off, and we're going to do the Hawk Ice Vibes again. Nice ice massage for him. And of course, the horses had gotten all of their alfalfa out of their tubs, so those were basically useless. Huge shout out to Patty and Master Saddles for sending me all this stuff for the horses' feet. Tonight we were going to do Magic Cushion and Chester's feet because the ground is fairly hard here. So I'm going to get that in all 4 of his feet, really pack it in, and then cover it up with shavings. Dakota's feet were packed in the morning, so he didn't need this, but I wanted Chester's feet to be nice and soft on this hard ground tonight, and he was a little dramatic about me doing this, and this is a little bit hard, but we got it done. So he was ready for bed. The last thing I had to do was take Freely out so he could pee on the same bush 10 times, and we were ready for bed. Bye. We are hauling for 8 hours today, so let's stop halfway through our drive to get the horses out. But first, I let Freely run around because he has so much energy and he's been trapped in the car for about 5 hours at this point. I don't like the horses to stay in the trailer for more than 5 hours without getting out or getting their heads down. Of course, I had to fix my saddles first, but we're going to fill the horses up some buckets and put some feed in their feed pans for them to snack on, and I'm going to get them out. The main point of this stop is to let them get their heads down, blow their noses out, help prevent any sort of respiratory, sinus, any kind of infection like that, or shipping fever. We also want them to stretch their legs and get a really good drink of water, and Chester drank 10 gallons. I kid you not, he drank 2 whole buckets. Here Dakota went to check out what Chester had left in his feed pan, and then we are going to get him walking, of course, after Dakota licks both feed pans clean. And we're going to really walk them around, let them stretch out, let them eat some grass and move around and get some steps in before they have to go back in the trailer. There's Chester drinking even more water, and then finally Dakota drank some water, and they saw something, and I thought they were totally going to spook, but thankfully they did not. Back to the water, and Chester tried to get his little fat nose in there, but Dakota said no and kept drinking it. Then we're going to fill up their hay bags for the rest of the ride, so they are not going without food on their stomachs. I load him back up. Dakota always scratches his head, and Chester is the best boy, always loading in really nice for me. Once they're in there, I'm going to do the butt bar, shut them in, and we have about 3.5 hours left. Bye. Come with Chester to make a run in Wolf Point, Montana. So he's going to beamer first, and then I'm going to get that nebulizer on him. And when that's done, we are going to tack up. I brush him really good, make sure to brush under his stomach as well, and throw on my saddle. Of course, he's running in the Superstar saddle tonight. So I do my cinches and then get that matching breast collar on. Once that's done, I'm going to take off his fly boots so I can get on his sports boots. But before I put those on, I do brush. You do not want to have any dirt or anything on their legs under those sports sports boots, and I'm running in the teal boots tonight. I just really love blue on him, but it's also patriotic night, so he's red, white, and blue, of course. So I go to warm up, and he was a little hotter because he had run the day before and then hauled and is now running again, but he still wasn't too terrible. He warmed up nice. He had a little cross-firing moment to the right, but the sky was so pretty, and he was not a fan of the wild horse races. Hope the guy that wiped out was okay, but now it's time for his run. I was so happy we got to run in the middle. He had a really nice first barrel. The setup was really weird, and he was a little jacked up. So here he got distracted and was a little kind of spooky about something in those buck and shoots, kind of in that area, but his first and third barrel, they were really nice, and I finally pushed him all the way past the timer for the first time ever. So I was proud of that, and he still did really good. Bye! Here's what we do with the horses when they're in pens and it starts to storm. So the first thing I'm going to do is make sure their spots are equipped with a lot of alfalfa, and then the rain started. We got in the trailer to watch. We don't really mind the rain, but I do not mess around with lightning. So if it's lightning, the horses are going up. It started streaking down. So here I am loading Dakota up, and he hates being in the rain, so he loaded right up. Tried to take care of a little bit of business before he got in, and they both immediately were happy and eating their alfalfa. There's a look at that lightning. So they stayed in there until the storm passed, and then I was able to back them out and get them back in their pens where they could eat their alfalfa. They had already eaten dinner, but I wanted to load them up with alfalfa for tonight, and they were happy. Lots of these rodeos do not have stalls, so we run into this a little bit. Also, no matter where I put that tub, Dakota is pulling it over and putting it in his water, so I just can't help that. There's Chester digging in his alfalfa for some reason, but here they are, not struck by lightning and happy and ready for bed. Bye! My morning living on the rodeo road, so I'm going to get into my tack room so we can make the horses their breakfast. So I'm going to open those doors and get their feed pans out. Chester gets 1 scoop of Ultium, and then Dakota is on Tribute right now. I'm going to grab my thing of Equinity and put a scoop on Chester's feed, and then get Succeed for both of them. Then I'm going to walk it to the barn and tell Chester good morning, give him his food, put the Succeed on it. Then I'm going to give Dakota his food, do the same thing, and now it's time to get them their alfalfa. I had to get a new bale out, and they eat like a whole bale a day, so I grabbed a wheelbarrow to make it a little bit easier to get this to their stalls. And when I get there, I put their alfalfa in their blue tubs, and I put it outside because we're going to be cleaning their stalls this morning. Dakota gets quite a bit more alfalfa because he's really good at pacing himself. I'm going to grab a wheelbarrow and start on Chester's stall. It seems like he's mostly been staying out in that run and only coming in when he needs to pee. So once I get that spot, I'm going to rake the dry shavings on top and then go scoop out his run, because like I said, I think he's been out here a lot, and I want to keep everything nice and clean for them. So once I'm done with Chester's, I am going to take this wheelbarrow and dump it, and I'm the worst person in the world at dumping them into spreaders like that. Now it's for Dakota's stall, and he's a little grosser than Chester. He just mixes everything in together, but when I'm done with his stall, I don't need to clean his run, and here I am struggling again to dump that wheelbarrow. Once I get that wheelbarrow up, we are going to take Freely to burn some energy, because he is always full of energy, and he loves doing these jumps. If you don't believe me, listen to him. Sometimes he does the zoomies and will do the jumps on his own, but he really likes it. We don't do this very often because I don't have access to jumps normally. And after that, we were done and he was ready to take a nap. Bye! Come with Chester to run at the Cheyenne Frontier Days, so we're running in the qualifying round today. I'm going to put his nebulizer on and start tacking him up. I'm not as nervous when I ride Chester, but I was really nervous about getting him into this arena. It is in fact the wackiest setup I think I've ever run in my life, so I was trying hard not to think about it. So I got all this tack on, got all 4 of his boots on, and then we went to warm up. I only have this video. I walked him the full length of the track, and then we loped both ways to make sure he's really warm. It is a huge pattern. I was shocked at how well he walked in, because we all have to load up in the alley, kind of like the NFR. So he was actually really calm. I was really proud of him. It is about a mile to the first barrel, and I accidentally overshot it. I think I was a little tense, and that didn't help him, but we came right back, and I swear I think this is the fastest he's ever run with me, because hitting the wall, he was still an 18, which is insane. When I stopped him, I was so shocked. He ran so fast, and I was honestly so proud of him, because this setup is tough. After that, I'm going to use some cold water and a sponge to get his legs nice and cool. There wasn't a good place to spray him off near our trailer. I'm going to get my ice packs on him, and then I'm going to put on the Ice Vibe boots to give him a little massage. While those are going, I'm going to sponge off the sweat on his back and really help cool him off. And then he was done and ready to go to the next rodeo. Bye! Riding my horses the night before a pro rodeo, so I'm going to tack them both up at the same time. It's just easier that way. So I'm going to brush Chester, brush Dakota, and we're going to tack Chester up first. He's riding in my brown master saddle. I'm going to make sure that's in just the right spot and then do the cinches and my breast collar, and I have to take off the fly boots to put on my bell boots. And it's time to tack Dakota up, and he's riding in my black star saddle, also called the Sadie saddle today. So I'm going to get those cinches, that breast collar, and get his fly boots off as well and get those bell boots on. I had to wait till 9 o'clock to ride because it's just so hot here in Utah. So we're gonna hop on Dakota first, and I walk him for a while Chester sets up the pop-up barrels. Once I've walked for about 5 or 8 minutes, I'm gonna lope 4 laps with his head up, and then I'm gonna lope 4 laps asking him to be on the bit, and then I'm gonna trot to switch directions and do the same thing this way. So I'm letting him kind of stretch out, and after 4 laps stretched out, I'm going to kind of bring him in and ask him to be on the bit a little bit. And that is his whole workout. He was done, and I gave Chester a little drink of water before I got on him, so he drank out of that water bottle. I'm going to walk him a really long time too, and I'm actually going to do the barrels as the first thing in our workout because he can get pretty hot and I want him listening. So this way his mind is not too frazzled and he is really, understanding what I'm saying. So I'm going to do this little figure 8 drill and get him to really finish on the back side of those barrels. A walk would have been fine, but he is good with this little collected trot here. I'm not wanting him to run around crazy. I don't want him yanking his head up, and I'm not necessarily trying to mow over the barrels. We're just doing this little figure 8 drill. So I'll do the normal turn and then go into a figure 8 the other way and then go back into the turn just like that. So this is going to help him finish his barrels on the back side. And then once I am done with the figure 8 part, I'll ask him to finish it really good and trot off to that 3rd barrel, and he was really, really good. He worked really nice. He was listening. He was soft. He definitely wanted to go faster, but he was respectful that I did not want to be running the barrels right now, and I'm going to take him to the fence at the 3rd and pet on him, and then we're going to lope both ways. Here I have him collected, loping to the left with his head down. Then I'm going to stop and let him think, and then we are going to go to the right, and he was pretty good today. So I'm going to take him back to the trailer, get him untagged, and then we're going to spray both horses off. You can see it's really late because the sun was down, but that was literally the best time to ride. It wasn't too hot for them. And then I threw them each a flake of alfalfa before I went and got their dinner made. Wet their dinner down pretty good, and Chester was super hungry, of course. And there they are eating their dinner, and they were good for the night, and I made sure they were shut in. Bye. Let's go pick Chester up from the hospital. We have to spend the night in the hospital parking lot. Thankfully, nobody kicked us out of the parking lot. We're picking Chester up from the hospital. So Chester spent about a week at the hospital at CSU. He colicked really bad, had nephrosplenic entrapment, meaning his colon was in the wrong place, and by the looks of my vet bill, here are a few ways to support me in the comment. I got his trailer spot already, and then here he was. Bestie. This equine hospital is very conscious about infectious disease, so everything is very, very clean, very nice. All the proper clothing is worn all the time to make sure nothing contaminates anything and gets any horses sick, which is super nice. So here it is. It's the first time I see him in a while. I've been all the way down to Texas and back to come pick him up, and he was really happy to see us. Although he's still quite upset that his food intake is not what it normally is. I give him half a tube of Ulcer Guard for the haul, which he's mad about, and then I load him up. Once I get him in there, I always haul with a fly mask if I have any sort of hay bags in here, or if the windows are open. If the windows are not open, it's not as big of a deal, but I usually do not haul without a fly mask to keep things from flying into their eyes. So I'm going to get him all settled in his spot, do that butt bar, and get him shut up in there, and then of course spy on him the whole way home.
I am the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that. And I'm going to tell you about what was literally the worst week of my whole entire life. So what had happened was I had a little tummy ache, and I believe this dude right here tattled on me. So Miss Girl drug me out of my comfy bed at 2 a.m. to take me to prison. Okay, I get here, they shove a tube down my throat. Miss Girl is crying like she's the one getting poked with needles. I do not think so. And they left me here. Here they are coming to visit me, not even pick me up, even though I'm trying to tell them that they need to save believe me? I literally didn't even have shavings. I couldn't even lay down in nice bedding. This girl kept making me think that she was going to give me food. But no, I have been starved the whole time I've been in this location. Finally, I broke out of jail when I convinced these two women to let me out. And here I am telling everyone what I think about it as I go back to ruling the world. Okay, bye.
Come with me to ride a different horse that y'all have not seen yet, and she is actually a mare, which is super, super weird for me. I'm going to brush her really good, and then we are going to throw on my brown master saddle. I'm going to make sure it is sitting on her just how I want, and I had it kind of sitting up in my truck, so that's why the front has been out just a little bit, but it'll go back to normal. I get her cinches done, and then pop the breast collar on real quick, and I really want to pet on her because we don't know each other very well. So we're getting to know each other. I'm going to put just some bell boots on her. We're not going to do too much today. There she is all tacked up. I'm going to get my helmet on and go to the arena. I'm going to walk her for a while, get her loosened up before asking her for a trot. And I'm trying to remain really, really calm on her and going at a fairly slow pace. I just changed the direction like a figure eight so I don't stop and turn around. This kind of helps her stay in that nice smooth trot. I'm going to pet on her and walk her for a minute before we lope, and she got a little hot, but we were able to ease into a really nice smooth lope. It was kind of getting dark, so the quality was going down just a little bit. Once I had her untacked, I walked her over and sprayed her off with the water hose. I made sure to get all the sweat off of her, so I sprayed her chest, her legs, her neck, her flank, everything to get all of that sweat off, and then she stood in her stall for a minute to dry up under the fan before going back outside where her dinner was waiting on her and Chester was right by her. Bye! Come with me to see Chester for the first time since I was in the hospital. So I'm going to go to his stall and get his halter on, and we're going to take him to the wash rack because it is super, super hot here and I'm wanting to cool him off a little bit. So I'm going to grab the water hose. I kind of start with his legs and then I move on to spray the rest of his body, and I'm going to run this cold water on him for quite a while, make sure his mane is wet and just really run all of that sweat off of him. While he dries, we are going to braid his mane. He's decided that he wants to grow a long mane out of basically nowhere, so we are going to get it braided, get it off his neck for the heat, and I'm going to just do these little small braids, and I use these little pink elastics because I think they're cute. His mane is not nearly as thick as Dakota's, so it doesn't take me as long. I give him some treats and scratch him in his favorite spot. You can see how much he loves it. When I quit, he put his head right back down for me to scratch him some more. Once I was done with the scratches, I'm going to check his feet. I like to just look in there, make sure I know what's going on. His back feet were clean. It was just his front feet that needed picking, so I did that and then put some Spurs Big Fix moisturizer on his hoofs and then took him on a little walk to see his little buddy. And then after that, I put him back in his stall. There he is eating his snack under his fan, drying off and being cool. Bye. Come with me to ride Chester for the first time since we were both in the hospital. So I'm going to go in his pasture and grab him and take him up to the wash rack so I can start the beamer on the quickest setting. So he was in the hospital because he colicked really bad. He had nephrosplenic entrapment and he had to stay at a hospital in Colorado for a whole week about a month and a half ago. And then I was a little more complicated, but I had to stay in the hospital for 5 days. And I'm just going to say that I was very, very sick, but I'm doing better now. They let me leave, thankfully. So I'm going to ride him in my star saddle. I'm gonna get it on, put my cowhide bell boots on, put my helmet on, tighten my saddle, and hop on. So since this is his first ride back, he's a little chubby. We are just gonna walk him for a long time. So I walk him several laps around the arena. I change directions, and then I'm gonna ask him for a trot. And I'm not gonna immediately ask him to put his head down. I'm not gonna immediately get on to him about the speed. I just slowly go to 2 hands after I've given him kind of a chance to just trot around how he wanted to. He was not as hot as I thought he could possibly be, but he did really good. He trotted around really good and smooth. I just rode in tennis shoes because I didn't want to ride in boots and it be anything too serious. I just wanted him to know that we were being chill. I asked him to stop, took my feet out of the stirrups, asked him to walk out, and then when I was done with that, I hopped off. After I hop off, I'm going to loosen that cinch and get him back up to the wash rack to untack, and I'm going to spray him off and give him a little bath. So I am giving him a little drink, but I'm going to spray his whole body and then use a sponge to just put shampoo kind of where the saddle was and kind of on his neck, and I'm going to put it in his mane. I forgot conditioner, so we're just going to use shampoo today. So once I have him shampooed, I'm going to rinse it off really, really good. There, he wanted a drink, and I am going to make sure that all of that shampoo is off of his body. And he was being rather impatient and acting like this was the most stressful thing of his whole life. Now I'm going to braid his mane because he decided that he wants to have a long mane now. Not sure what that's about. I'm going to put him in his stall with a snack to dry off. But when the snack was gone, he wanted to go back to his friend. So I put him back in his pasture, and he was feeling rather feisty. So he was really good today. Bye. Let's do Chester's tail. So I'm going to get it wet and then really lather in some shampoo. Make sure it's in there really good. Scratch at his tailbone, and then I'm going to rinse that out. Make sure it's all out, and then we are going to do another round of shampoo when I'm done with that. It's not going to be as much shampoo because it'll lather up better, but that's how I wash my own hair. So I shampoo his tail twice, rinse that out, and then we are going to load him up with a lot of conditioner because I am going to be braiding his tail and putting it in a bag. So I'm going to let the conditioner soak for like 10 minutes, and then I'm going to rinse that out really good. Make sure I have it all out of there. There's nothing left in there. And then we are going to start detangling his tail. I'm going to start at the bottom and then work up to the top. Then I'm going to spray it with some quick braid, brush that through, and then we are just going to do a normal 3-strand braid. So you can see that's what I'm doing here. He was starting to get annoyed with me. He spooked at the trailer at a rodeo and ripped out a lot of his tail, so I'm trying to really keep it protected and growing. So I'm going to tie off that braid and then put his tail in a barrel bling tail bag and make sure that is tied on really good. And there is a look at it, and I turned him out with his flight gear on, and he was good to go. Bye. Let's ride Chester for the 3rd time since he was in the hospital and I was in the hospital. He's been off for about a month and a half, so it's time to get him back in shape. It was sprinkling a little bit, so he was just a little wet, but not too bad. I'm going to throw my saddle on, get my cinches done, and switch out my breast collar for this super cute giraffe breast collar. So I'm going to make sure that's in the right spot, and then I'm going to take off his fly boots and put on his bell boots. When I'm just exercising, I just ride in bell boots, and he was ready to go, so I'm going to hop on and ride him down to the arena. It was sprinkling a little bit, but it wasn't too bad. I actually don't mind riding in the rain as long as it's not pouring. So I'm going to walk him for a while, get him stretched out, and then I'm going to ask him for a trot. So there was the transition from a walk to a trot. He actually felt really smooth to me. He was trotting nice and slow. He would speed up every once in a while, but nothing too bad. I'm going to change directions by going down the center of the arena, kind of like a giant figure 8, and I'm just going to kind of go back and forth, trotting some big laps one way, trotting some big laps the other way, and just switching through the center of the arena. He felt really smooth to me. He looked really good. Here he kind of sped up a little bit, and I thought he felt a little lazy, but when I asked him to lope, he took off. So this is the first time I've asked him to lope. I've done just some walking and trotting up hills. When I was done loping, I asked him for a hard stop without pulling, and he did really good. I pet on him, and then I walked him back up to take off his tack. I only loped to the left today. I'll lope to the right tomorrow, just slowly getting him back in shape. So I'm going to take off all that tack, and the master saddle is so light I can do anything with it in my other hand, and I'm going to get that back in the car, and then I'm going to take him back down to his pasture, take his halter off. He got a nice drink, and then I'm going to put his fly mask on and bring him a flake of alfalfa because he was just so starved. Bye. Come with me to ride Chester. So before I do anything, I'm going to beamer him and nebulize him and give him a treat. I've been working on getting him back in shape, and our first rodeo back is tomorrow. So we're going to be doing a little bit of work today. I'm going to get him tacked up, get my saddle on, get my breast collar on, and I'm going to go ahead and pick out all of his feet. There's a look at my saddle, and I'm going to go ahead and put all 4 sports boots on him. I'm going to warm him up, and we are going to do some barrels today. He was much hotter today than he has been, so he's definitely getting back into shape and back like himself. So I trotted both ways, loped both ways, and then I was going to let him kind of breeze some laps, but he got a little too hot. That's going to be the next direction. So after I loped to the right. I stopped to let him catch his breath, and then I loped to the left. Here I'm letting him kind of lope a little bit faster, but he was wanting to turn really tight for some reason, so I quit that, and then I breezed him through the barrels. I don't have a ton of room to set up a huge pattern, but this pattern was definitely big enough. Here he tried to throw me over his head so he could go faster, but I wasn't letting him go quite to his full potential in here. That breeze was really nice. He felt really good. After that, I'm going to try to kind of walk him around the barrels. For him, that's going to be a little bit of a trot, but I'm going to go through the barrels slowly, make sure he does everything correctly. He's not fighting me too bad. He's really finishing his turns. But he did really good. He felt really good and smooth to me. This is the first time he's seen a barrel since July 21st. That was literally the last time I ran him. So it has been a long time, but he's feeling good, feeling back to himself. I pet on him. I got off, loosened his saddle, and I walked him out on my feet. And then I got him back in the wash rack so I could spray him off, let him get a drink, and then I cold hosed his front legs for 8 minutes and then his hocks and back legs for 8 minutes before putting him in his stall, and he was ready for bed. Bye. Come with me to haul Chester to a covered arena for a really good workout. The arena here was really muddy, so we hauled to a covered arena. He, of course, was covered in dirt. I loaded him up when we got there. I tacked him up and started my ride. I walked both ways. I walked big laps both ways, and then I asked him for a sitting trot, and I trotted around one-handed before going to two hands. And here I'm going to switch directions by going through the middle of the arena, and you can see I'm utilizing all the space here, so we are trotting big laps, and those barrels are not mine. We're not working barrels today. And then I'm going to lope him to the left, and I'm going to start by loping these smaller circles in the middle, and then we are going to lope big laps. Like I said, I want him to get a really good workout, and I'm really trying to build his wind up. I've been slowly getting him back in shape after he was in the hospital and after I was in the hospital, so it's been a lot recently, but it's time to get whipped back into shape here. So I'm going to lope these big laps to the left, and then we are going to walk a little bit and then go to the right. I'm going to do the same thing, do these smaller laps in the middle before I take him for those bigger laps. And he's kind of weird at first when I ask him to lope a straight line. I guess I need to do it a little more often, but then he kind of eases into it, and he was doing really good. I had his earplugs in so he'd be really nice and calm. They seem to really chill him out. Sometimes he's hot in this arena. There I pet on him, and there were his sweat marks after our ride. He had a good workout, so I'm going to really spray him off. I'm not going to put him back outside with those sweat marks, and he was done. Bye. Come with me to run my 24-year-old barrel horse at a pro rodeo. You heard that right. So Chester ended up getting hurt right before this rodeo, so I'm taking Kite. We got him there and got him in his pen, and then he got his beamer right before his run. They did a plane over the arena during the national anthem, but he did good. I got him tacked up after he was beamered, and then it was time to go make our run, and he was super excited, and he was completely retired, I thought. I had no plans of getting him back out to run, but after a year and a half of not seeing any barrels and just kind of being lunged and lightly ridden, he was pulled out for the pro rodeo, and honestly he did so good. I was so proud of him. I forgot how easy he was. It was super nice to have a nice easy horse with me for the weekend. He got a treat and he won a little money, so I'm super thankful for that. I think this run is going to be my last run ever on him. Like I said, I thought he was completely retired, but now he is officially retired, so I had a really fun weekend, and I think he did too. Bye. Come with me to pick up my new colt. So I've been super sick, but in the middle of me kind of getting out of the hospital, we saw this colt on Facebook and decided to buy him, and he was in Texas, so we went and picked him up. Made sure he had plenty of water and snacks on the ride. There he is on the camera. It was about an 8-hour drive back to where we're going to keep him. So he's going to be at a trainer so he can get, nice and halter broke and all the good old manners put on him. So here he is running around where he's going to be staying for a while. It's not too far from me, so I can go hop over and see him. And he is so pretty. He is black. He's registered black. Here are his papers. I think I have a barn name picked out for him. I don't want to say it just yet because I don't want to change my mind. I'm about 99% sure. Here he is hanging out with another colt there, and he is doing really good. He's not very spooky. He's very sweet and kind of all over you. So I think he's going to be super fun, and hopefully it turns out to be a pretty cool barrel horse. Bye. Come with me to ride Dakota for the first time in a few months. So he just got home and we're going to take him for a light ride. So before I tack up, I'm going to stretch him using some treats and then I'm going to brush him really good and then get my saddle on. Like I said, we're just doing a light ride today, nothing crazy. I'm going to check his feet before putting on his bell boots and then I'm going to hop on. I ride him down to the arena and I walk him for a long time, really getting him loosened up, and I walk both directions, really pet on him, and then we are going to trot both ways. So he's had a really nice vacay. He has not been doing anything. He has been ridden some, but he was mostly just off recovering from the summer run and he's looking really good. So I trot both ways and then now I'm going to ask him to lope both ways. I did not trot very long. I tried maybe 1 or 2 laps each way, not long at all. And then I turned around and asked him to lope the other way and he did really good. When he was done loping, I walked him out, loosened my cinch, and then did some stretches on his front legs, got him up back to the wash rack, cold hosed his front and back legs, and then sprayed off where he was sweaty. And then I sprayed some liniment on his legs. Once that was on, I got his fly boots on and took him back down to his pasture where he could go roll, walk around, and graze. Bye. Let's take Chester to the equine saltwater spa at KB Ranch in Aubrey, Texas. There's a look at the spa. Chester's eyeing it. He had to get his feet picked and he's got to get dressed. He was a little nervous about getting in, but he got a lot of treats, and finally he was in and starting to relax a little bit. And I kept giving him treats because we had to keep reassuring him that he was not gonna die, but he did finally take a nap towards the middle of his session, so he was in there for about 30 minutes. This water is almost freezing. There he is checking his timer to see how much time he has left. This water is right at freezing almost. There's a look at how deep it is. It goes up pretty much to his stifles and it's really cold. There he was when he was done, and he is getting undressed there and his tail is getting taken down. And of course after this he had to get all the scratches. He really enjoyed this. It's really good for inflammation. We don't do the bubbles on him because he is terrified of them, but the saltwater spa is so beneficial for him. Bye. Come with my horse Dakota to see an equine massage therapist. So here he is getting his massage, and a few signs of release I'm going to say during this are if he's chewing or yawning, that's signs of him releasing the tension. There she was working on his TMJ. He was pretty tight in his TMJ and his neck, and she always scratches and gives him time in between, and he really loved for her to work on his ears, which I thought was so funny. So he really liked you to scratch and kind of rub his ears. There was a really big release, so she was working on his ear. Horses move their ears a lot during the day. They flick them around all the time, so they do hold quite a bit of tension up there. You can tell he was, and here he is really relaxing as she works on his other TMJ, getting it to release. There he goes again. So he's really enjoying his massage and he was really good. Sometimes Chester will move all around, but Dakota was staying still and really enjoying this time. So here she is working on his neck and his shoulder, getting his shoulder to release there, and he is again just super relaxed and really loving this. You can see in his eyes, and he really loves this next thing that she does. He even leaned into it, which I thought was super cute. He was very into it. So his back felt great. It was mostly just his neck and his TMJ that was pretty tight, but when your TMJ is tight, it kind of moves back through the rest of their body, and he really enjoyed her massaging his foot. The licking of the lips is also a really good release. And there she is working on his back. He didn't really have any back soreness. He was doing really good back there. And I recently just had my saddle fit checked again, and it is looking good. Now it's starting to get dark, but when he was done with his massage, he felt really good. Bye. Let's take care of my horse after a workout. So I'm going to get my tack off, and then we are going to take him to the wash rack where I'm going to start cold hosing his legs. And I'm going to cold hose his legs for a while. Here you see me cold hosing the front, and now we're going to move to the back. And I like to work from kind of above his hocks towards his stifles down. Cold hosing is really good for inflammation. Once I'm done with that, I'm going to spray all of his sweat off. He really was only sweaty on his neck and where the saddle goes, so I'm just going to get that off, make sure he's not itchy or there's no sweat marks or anything, and then I'm going to tie his tail up and grab my ice tight poultice, and I'm going to start on his front leg, and I kind of go from the knee all the way down. I'm more of a recent poulticer. This is not something I used to do, so definitely adding it to my routine. And on his back legs, I'm going to get the hock and then go down. He has torn a tendon back here before, so I want to make sure that really good. And now we're going to do the other side, and I'm putting on a pretty thick layer, I feel like, here. So I do not wrap it. I'm terrified of standing wraps. I've never really had anybody teach me how to do it properly, and they're super dangerous. So I'm just going to leave it open. And I did terrible about letting it get in his tail. I tied the knot too far down, and I got it all over me too. But there he is, and he's ready to go back out in his pasture. Bye. Let's make the first run of my 2025 season. So I low-key tried to die, but we are back and strong in Marshall, Texas. This is actually going to be my first run on Dakota since June. So it's been a minute. I'm going to beamer him before we run, really kind of get his blood pumping and his circulation going. And that green light is so obnoxious. I do apologize, but I put it on the second setting, and then I'm going to re-braid his hair because he had gotten some of his braids down, I suppose, on our trip down here. So Marshall is about 5 hours from me. So it's really not that far of a haul at all. There, I'm getting done with those braids. I don't have any videos of me tacking up. I did this front and the back legs with the beamer. There was my saddle, and now it's time for our run. Like I said, I have not run him since June, so I was a little nervous. I tried to stay two-handed pretty far up into the first and then keep my hand down into the second. I didn't end up needing to ask him to turn, but he did really good. It was a nice, smooth run that ended up placing us for our first rodeo back in our first rodeo of the year. We're taking it very, very slow. I was very proud of him. Here he is getting a drink after our run, and after I attacked him, I went and cold hosed him a good long time and then sprayed him off. And of course, he had to roll in this sandy spot, and his halter was covered in dirt. Okay, bye. Come with my horse to get a massage from an equine massage therapist. So Chester is a barrel horse, but he has been on stall rest for, I think, almost 2 months now. So he is still getting his massages, even though he is not in work, and he still really benefits from them. So she's going to start on his face, and his jaw actually felt really good, which is amazing for him because his jaw is always tight. And then she's going to go work on his neck, which was a little tight, but it loosened up. Some signs that he's releasing tension are going to be yawning, licking his lips, chewing. All of that is a really good sign that he's relaxed and releasing tension. And he also wanted to chew on his lead rope, so we let him. So she spent quite a bit of time on his neck. It was just a little tight, and then she's going to move on towards his back, which he really enjoyed. There you can see him lower his head and really relax. Here he's like, okay, what are we doing? But he did really enjoy his massage. There he's licking his lips, and he had a good time. She is stretching his legs here, getting his shoulder to release. There she is working kind of more on his hind end, and he did a weird yawn into the biting the lead rope. And here's another yawn while she works kind of underneath his stomach, sort of where the girth goes. And then she worked on his hind legs, and of course everything she does on one side she's going to do on the other. He liked that right there, which is so funny. Here she is kind of stretching his tail, and here is a look at him really enjoying his experience. And once he was done with the massage, we did a little bit of the massage gun on him, and he was done. Bye. Come with me to ride my pro rodeo horse, and we're just doing a little exercise tonight. We're getting him back in shape, so I'm going to brush him and start tacking up. I'm riding in my Brown Master saddle. I love this saddle. I've ridden in it a billion times, and I don't have a back cinch. And then I get that breast collar on, and we're riding in some hot pink bell boots, of course. I'm going to scratch, and we are riding in our new Boca brand curb strap today. So I set a timer for about 8 minutes, and I just walk that whole time until my timer goes off, getting him really warm. And then I'm going to ask him to trot, and I do post the trot on him, and I did some fairly big circles and some smaller circles. I didn't set a timer for anything other than the walking, but I did not trot too terribly much. When I was done, I turned around and pet on him, and then asked him to lope to the left, and he did really good. He felt really smooth. He was kind of looking at everything. He was very spunky. When I was done that way, I pet on him, walked a little bit, and then loped to the right, and he was looking at that mini horse that was tied up, but he did really good. After a while of loping, I do kind of ask him to maybe put his head down and come into the bit a little bit more to work some of those muscles, and then I ask for a hard stop, and he is done. Bye. Come with me to groom the world's best barrel horse. So I'm going to set my grooming tote down after he's had a look, and he was super dusty. So I'm going to start with the Diamond Wurzel brush. This is a harder brush, and normally he hates hard brushes, but he did not react to this brush. He even licked me right in my ear, which was super gross. But this brush works so good to get dust off. I swear, it is the best brush I've ever used. It really picks up all of that dust and gets it off, especially in the spots that are almost impossible. When I was done with the Wurzel, I went in with the Haas Parkour brush to also get some more of that dust off, since I got all the hard spots off. And then lastly, I went in with the Diamond Exclusive brush, which Chester loves, and it makes him so shiny. He looked so good. He was super dusty when we showed up, and then this is what he looked like when I was done, and he was licking all the dirt off the wall. Everything in this video can be found on my storefront. Bye! Come with me to handwalk the devil, and let me tell you, it gets a little rough. So Chester has been on stall rest for like 2 months. He just really inflamed his front right suspensory, and we did not want to end up with it torn, and it's been really slow to rehab him and make sure he's good. We started off great. He's acting really calm, really great, walking around good, looking at everything. You know, this has made me a little confident, but I know him and I know how he can be. So he started getting a little sassier here. He really was, I guess, telling me off a little bit about making him walk. He was not a fan, and I feel terrible and wish he could go outside, but he can't right now. And here he tried to bite me, so I turned around and he completely lost it. Okay, he never acts like this. This is just a stall rest thing. I need to him. He tried to bite me, and then he just, we're gonna back up into our stall, and we're done. That's where we go. Back it up. I backed him to the stall because it's a lot harder for him to come at me. And that's all she wrote until she gets some ace. Okay, bye. Let's ride Dakota in the spookiest weather possible. It was so windy, so I'm going to go get him out of the pasture, and I think this mule tape halter looks so good on him. It was super windy, and so I did not video me tacking up, but there's a look at him tacked up, and here I am getting on. We're riding in the pasture because the arena is just too wet, but the pasture is a hill. It's not super steep, but it is enough to really get him a good workout, really build some muscle. Here he tried to take off, so I set a timer, walked for 7 minutes up and down this hill, and then I asked him to just trot up the hill. I don't trot down, just up, and it's a really nice straight stretch, and it is up that incline, so we're really building that hind end and some muscle there. So I pet on him, walk him down, and then I do this several times, just asking for a nice extended trot up this hill, and I actually think he really enjoyed it, and it was good for his mind to get out of the arena and do something a little different. Here he tried to speed up on me, so I had to pull back and say, hey, we are just trotting right now, slow down. So I do think he really enjoyed it, and he was feeling really good. So after I trotted several times and he spooked at something, I did let him lope up the hill, I think about 3 times. He was feeling himself, feeling good and fresh. Thought he might buck a little bit for a minute there, but he didn't. The wind was whipping. Everything was just set up perfectly for some spoken. Glad we only did it twice. Once I was done, I just pulled his tack off in the pasture, pulled his bridle off. He saw some friends and went for a good roll. Of course, he had to roll both directions, and then he was done for the day. Bye. It's time for a barn name reveal for the RR Mystically colt that I bought. He's out of a Frenchman's Guy mare. His registered name is Safe Word, which I did not name him, but we have decided to call him Mamba. This is because over the rodeo season, I listened to Kobe Bryant a lot before I would run. I listened to him before I won Montgomery. I listened to him before I placed really high at Colleen. So I'd listen to him and run my little mile on my feet before my runs, and it really helped me get through all of those rodeos when I wasn't feeling as motivated or needed help with being nervous. So I decided to name him Mamba after the Mamba mentality, and I think it's really fitting for him. He is super cute. He has like this little milk mustache that I hope stays as he grows up, and he loves food more than anything. If he thinks he's gonna miss a meal, he will freak out. He's growing really good, so I can't wait to see if he makes a super cool barrel horse, but he is so sweet, and I'm happy to have him on the team. Bye. Come with me to ride Crazy Pants, who has been trying to kill me. So the first thing we're going to do is get his earplugs in. He seems to do much better with them. They really calm him down. It was just a little harder to get the right one in, and then I'm going to get my grooming stuff.
My random tote.
I'm just going to grab a couple brushes and then head to Chester. I'm going to start with the Haas-Wurzel one to try and get some of that harder stuff off, and then I switch to the parkour. And I'm not grooming him up too crazy today. Once I have where the saddle goes good, I'm going to get my saddle on. And this is the start of me having an allergic reaction to something. Still not really sure what it is. Gonna get my breast collar on, and Dakota wanted to be in the video. And I had to use the inhaler to make sure I could make it through this ride. I put my helmet on. So Chester's been on stall rest for 2 months, but he was cleared for me to just walk him. So that is all we're doing. It's a little boring. I started off with big laps, but he was a little excited with all that space, so I came and walked in the smaller part of the arena, and he did really good. Every once in a while he would want to trot, but for the most part I just set my 15-minute timer and we were off to walk. Dakota's trying to escape. Here Chester kind of tried to take off, but for 2 weeks we were only allowed to walk for 15 minutes, so once that timer was up I got off, loosened the saddle, got his halter back on, got that saddle off, and gave him a really good scratch, and he was done. Bye. Ride Dakota with me. He is my pro rodeo horse, and we are gearing up for the pro rodeos in the new year, so we are getting in shape. I'm going to brush him and tack him up, and I'm just going to put on some bell boots, and he was trying to get the bit after I pet on him a little bit, which was cute. So I got his head stall on, I hopped on, and we were off, and I set an 8-minute timer to walk those big laps, really getting him stretched out, really warm, and I think walking is really important, and it helps get them in shape more than you realize. And I just want to make sure everything is nice and warm before I ask for a trot. There I switched the diagonal really weird, ignore that, but I trotted big laps both direction, walked in between, giving him good breaks before I did everything, and then I am going to ask him to lope, and I loped some circles. I want to say they're smaller, but this arena is pretty big, so I loped some circles at the end of the arena, and I let him lope big laps across the whole arena. So he got a really good workout there, building his wind back up, building some muscle, and I just wanted a nice easy ride, so I wasn't on to him about much. I don't want us getting frustrated with each other. I just wanted to hop on and have a good ride, so I pet on him, walked him out, hopped off, and loosened my cinch, and he was done. Bye. Groom my rescue horse Zorro with me while I talk about him, and of course I could only do dry grooming. There were a few spots on him that were wet, so the brushes didn't quite take care of those, but we got him looking much better. Zorro was rescued in 2010. He had been left to starve, so when they found him he was only 400 pounds, and if you know horses, you know they really need to be at least 1,000 pounds. So he was very, very close to not being with us anymore, but they rescued him and nursed him back to health. He had a rider before me, and he won a few trophies with him, and then I got him, I believe, in 2015 and won a few trophies on him as well. He is 22 years old, and he's doing really good. His little body is much older than he actually is because of the malnutrition and everything that came with how he was. Right now, one side of his nose is weird, and it's going to be like that forever because he cut it in the pasture and had to have stitches, and he did really great with the stitches, but then at the end he was done and ripped them out. So his nose healed weird, but it is healed, so it's just always going to look like that. And this is a little Zorro update. I know a few people have been asking about him, but he's doing really good. I did flags on him at our local shows, won some state trophies on him. He's just been the best, sweetest horse ever, and he is a very patient soul for all he went through. He is so sweet, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. Bye. Let's do some Thanksgiving barn chores. So I'm going to switch out of my Thanksgiving outfit, and I just got this heated jacket in the mail, so we're going to test it out. I got it on, got the battery pack set up, and turned my jacket on high because it is getting cold. So when we got to the barn, I threw Chester some alfalfa, and I got Dakota so I could take him out to his pasture. I'm a big wuss when it comes to the cold, and I've seen these jackets at lots of barrel races because we of course barrel race when it's 2 degrees outside. So I finally got myself one. When I got got Dakota out, he was a hooligan running around playing and bucking, which I love to see. He is feeling so good. I learned that he's allergic to wheat, so we've cut wheat out of his diet, and he has been a whole different horse recently. I'm going to grab their hay nets because they were getting low and fill them up. Dakota gets 2 kinds of alfalfa because he is so picky, so I got his done, and then now I'm going to do Chester's, and Chester will eat pretty much anything. He is not as picky, so I just put 1 kind of alfalfa in his, get it full, and tie it up. Now I'm going to take those back to their stalls. I'll hang up Chester's later whenever I bring Dakota back in, but I'm going to go ahead and hang Dakota's up so it's ready when he comes inside tonight. And I'm also going to fill up Dakota's second hay bag. Yes, he has 2. We make sure to always keep alfalfa in front of him. Thankfully, I did not traumatize the puppy, so Dakota has 1 slow feed and then 1 that is easier to eat. He normally eats the easier to eat one first, so I'm going to get that hung up. And then Chester pretty much always has his slow feed. I'm going to hang up Chester's nice halter, get it in like the tack room, and I'm going to tie up that lead rope so it's out of the way. And we're going to give Chester some ulcer medicine since he's been on stall rest. I don't want his stomach feeling upset. So once I was done with that, I put even more alfalfa in Dakota's stall. And the jacket actually kept me really warm. It's on sale right now, so I definitely grab one if you are an outdoorsy person. And I threw Dakota some more alfalfa, and we were done. Bye. Let's go see my retired horses and do some chores. So the first thing I had to do was unload 15 bags of bedding pellets to make sure they were stocked up. So I'm stacking them up here, and we keep them under a tarp for when it rains. And Zoro's showing some signs of APM, but we can't give him anything by mouth. So I have a powder for his feed, and I'm going to get their blankets off because it was warming up into the day. So I got Kite's blanket off, and then I got Zoro's blanket off, and they're both dirty from being outside and wallowing in the mud. Now I'm going to do their heated buckets. So I'm going to get their regular buckets down and hang up their heated buckets to make sure they don't freeze this winter. So I'm gonna get them plugged in. I'm also gonna give Zoro his first dose of his EPM medicine, and I was glad that he was eating it. Hopefully he keeps eating it. While he was snacking, I hung up his bucket and got it plugged up, and then I'm gonna fill up their water buckets to make sure they have good clean water for the day. There Zoro was snacking. And then Kite went out into his pasture. His door was open, so he could go be a menace to society. And then we did some Black Friday shopping for the other animals at PetSmart. I really just needed to get dog food, but hey, it is Black Friday. So I got some toys and some cute like holiday treats. So I got these little like pigs in a blanket, these turkey leg things that I thought were super cute. I actually got 2 bags of those, and then I went and got what I came for, which was some dog food for the dogs and then a bag of dog food for the raccoon as well. And then I got Freely this deer outfit and another little Christmas toy, but they're getting them today, of course. Got some Whimsies because they always get those, and we were out. And then I got some pet shampoo because I was out of that as well. So there's my cart all loaded up. Once we checked out, I got everything in my truck. So I got quite a lot of stuff when I just came for dog food, but I think everything is super cute, all over the Christmassy stuff. Here's Freely in his new outfit, which he does really love clothes. I gave him each one of the little drumstick chew things, and they really enjoyed those. And when they were done with those, I gave them each their toys. So I gave Freely the little reindeer, and then Daphne got this little bear thing, whatever it is. I think it's a bear. But they thoroughly enjoyed all of my purchases. So that was my morning. Bye. Here's a winter day in my life as a professional horse girl. So I'm going to start by layering my outfit here to try and stay warm, and I'm going to top it off with my heated jacket just for that extra warmth that really helps, and so I don't have to wear 10,000 jackets out. I braid my hair so it's out of my way. The first thing I'm going to do is get Dakota out into his pasture, and he's going to go trot around and visit with the horse next to him. No, I do not own that horse, but it is there. So I'm going to hook up my trailer now, make sure everything looks good and is in the right spot to go get Kite. So when I get to this barn, I'm going to pet on Zoro and give him some treats, and then I'm going to grab Kite, and I don't haul in the crib and collar, so I make sure to take that off. I'm going to take him out and load him up. Chester's driving me crazy on stall rest, and it's driving Dakota crazy, so we are going to bring Kite over as a buddy for Dakota and Chester, and then I'm eventually going to move Chester to that big stall that you just saw Zoro in for a little bit. I'm going to get Kite in his stall and go grab grab Dakota so I can ride him, pick his feet, brush him, groom him, all the things, get my tack on, get his bell boots on, and hop on. So we're just going to do a nice ride today. I walk for a long time, and then I'm going to trot both ways, getting him stretched out, and then when I'm done trotting, we're going to ask for a lope. I'm going to do a longer video about this ride, but he got a good workout and even got a little sweaty, so I'm going to pet on him, hop off. Once I get all my tack off, I'm going to spray his legs and his back with some liniment before I take him and put him back out in his pasture. And there were some new horses that showed up for him to talk to. I'm going to unhook my trailer. There was a mouse in one of my buckets, actually 2 mice, freaked me out. Gave Chester his ulcer medicine, which he was not happy about, and then Kite escaped out of the stall while I was trying to fill up his water bucket, so I had to go chase him. So I chased him out into this pasture, and I just let him run around for a while. I guess he was just really feeling himself and really feeling this cold weather. So just a little heart attack, but nothing too bad. Once I got him in, I filled up his water and I was done. Bye. Ride my sassy barrel horse with me. He has been feeling really good and it's been really cold, which is just awesome. So I'm going to go grab him out of his pasture, and I tied him to the trailer to tack up, and I have to shut the windows because he will break the screens any chance he gets. I'm going to brush him, make sure all that dust and dirt and shavings and whatever else he has on him is off, and pick his feet, make sure there's no rocks or anything in there and that they're good and clean. And then I'm going to get my saddle pad on, and then I'm going to throw on my saddle, and I'm just riding in my basic brown master saddle today. I get asked how much the saddle was. I believe it was right at $2,000 with tax and everything. So I'm going to get that on, get the matching breast collar on, put on my bell boots. I always ride in bell boots, get my helmet on, and then I'm going to throw his bit on. I don't know where this headstall came from. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pet on him and walk into the arena. I set a timer for 8 minutes, I believe, especially when it's cold. I want to walk them a lot, get them really stretched out, get them warmed up before I ask them to do anything. So that is what I did. I walked both ways, so probably about 4 minutes each way, and then I asked him to trot, and I did 4.5 minutes of trotting each way. I do set timers because otherwise my concept of time is horrible. I'll think I've been trotting for 30 minutes and it's been 30 seconds. So I do set the timers just to make sure, and then I loped for about 3.5 minutes each way. This was not our longest workout, but it was still a really good workout. He got a little sweaty. He was feeling good, which I'm really happy about. Like I said in a past video, we learned recently that he was allergic to wheat and he was eating a lot of stuff with wheat in it. So we have changed that and he's feeling really good. Obviously in that pasture video, you can tell when he was done loping, I walked him out, pet him, hopped off, and undid my cinch so it would be loose for the walk back to the horse trailer to get my tack off. So I'm going to put his halter back on, tie him up, and get my saddle off, get those boots off, and then I'm going to spray him with some liniment. I have it in a fly spray bottle because I mixed my liniment with alcohol. So I spray it on all of his legs and on his back, and then he's going to go back out in his pasture where he can visit with friends and go be a menace out there. Bye. Did you know that horses have to see the dentist too? So today the performance horses got to visit the dentist. Dakota was a little weirded out about getting into their trailer contraption here, but we got him in and they got him set up to get his teeth done. So horses' teeth are always growing and changing, and so they have to be filed down usually once a year. More often if like little things come up, you know, they like to chip teeth and do weird things like that, but they're just making sure that the teeth lay good together, nothing sharp, and that everything looks good. There, Dakota is going to take a look at their tools. Now it was Chester's turn, and there he is in the trailer getting his teeth done, and his teeth really weren't that bad. He had some teeth in the back that were a little sharp, so they filed those down for him. Dakota took a long time to wake up. And so they are working on his teeth. So they do all their teeth, make sure everything looks good, and they do their front teeth as well. Chester's are a little weird, ignore that. But once that was done, they take his head down and he is good to go, and he was ready to go chill out in his stall for a little bit. Bye. A morning at the barn with crazy Chester. So I went to put his halter on to give him his omeprazole, and he ran off. He now has this little electric pin I made. I gave him 10 cc's on each side and pet on him. I had to fix his little fence because he kind of messed it up, so he's watching and supervising. I got his blanket off because it was warming up and he could go out into the sun, and he has been enjoying this tiny little turnout, as you can tell, and he has to make sure I know that he could kill me if he wanted to because he's that sweet and just that considerate. So there he's posing with with his sign before he trots off outside. I'm going to grab Zorro's blanket because it is getting warmer. I don't like to leave their blankets on all day if they don't need them. So I tried to put it up on my So Clean tack box, and it sort of work. Now I'm going to take Zorro outside so he can stretch, eat some grass. He is not a fan of the kisses, apparently. And you can see Chester watching us walk off in the back. When I turn him out, he goes, trots off, runs off, has a good time. He goes for a really good roll, which I like to see. He is absolutely disgusting. It's awesome having a white horse, let me tell you. Once I have that gate shut, I'm going to fill up Chester's hay bag. He has a really slow feed hay bag, so he can enjoy that alfalfa all day. And he always has something on his stomach, especially with the stall rest. I want to make sure something is always on his stomach. He does now have that little turnout though, thankfully, and he's crazy, so as you can tell. So now I'm going to clean Zorro's stall. It was a little dirty, so I'm picking out everything. I don't like to leave their stalls dirty. I try to keep them as clean as I can. I don't want them laying in it. They really like to lay down, so I like it to be clean, and it's just, I don't know. I just hate seeing a dirty stall, but that's just me. So we're going to pick it. Once I'm just done with Zorro's stall, I moved to Chester's, and he let me pick his with him in it, and he didn't murder me, which was super nice of him. So his was not too bad. He does have that spot where he can go out. So I shut his stall to make sure he doesn't escape, and then I'm going to take that wheelbarrow out and dump it. And it's been getting so cold, so I was really glad to have my heated jacket on. I can turn it on high or low, so even if it's not super cold, I can still have a little warmth. And there Zorro was running around, and that was my morning. Bye. A very busy day in the life of a full-time horse girl. So I'm gonna get to the barn Chester's at, get his blanket off because we're gonna take him for a ride, and he's a little grouchy. I did give him a little something if y'all have seen the videos of him. You know why. So I'm gonna get him tacked up. I get my saddle on, my breast collar, my bell boots, and I hop on. I walk for 15 minutes to get him really stretched out, and because that's what my vet said to do. So once I walk for 15 minutes, I'm gonna trot for about 5 minutes, and he does this really nice sitting trot. That is his trot. That is the trot he does. Once he was done doing that, I was able to lope him for about 3 minutes, and he did really, really good. He was definitely more agreeable today than he was the other day. I pet on him, loosen my cinch, hug on him, and get him back in the wash rack to get all of that tack off of him. And I really pet on him. Once he's unsaddled, I'm gonna pick his feet and put some thrush treatment in there. It's been really wet. It's winter. All my horses like to get thrush for some reason. I'm gonna get him back in his stall, open his door so he can go outside, and he decides to eat a leaf for some reason because he's obviously not fat and he's totally starving. So while he's eating his fall decor, I'm gonna get his hay bag ready. This is a Hay Chicks hay bag for those that asked. I fill it up so it lasts a long time. Hang it up. There's Zorro enjoying a snack. And now I'm gonna get my little trailer ready for us to go get Dakota so we can haul him to a big indoor to practice in. So I get my trailer hooked up. When we get to Dakota, he's getting some body work done. He was enjoying his massage. So once he's done with that massage, I got him loaded up into my trailer and got everything secured and shut. And once we got there, I started tacking him up and I threw my saddle on. I'm riding him in a different saddle today, trying out the pencil roll to see if I like it on him. Once I have the saddle on, I'm going to pick his feet, and then I'm going to get on his sports boots because today I'm acting like we're at a race. I'm going to warm up and try to run through the barrels. Neither of us have done the barrels in well over a month, so we'll see. I walk him for a little bit, getting him warmed up, and then I'm going to trot both ways, really asking for a nice extended trot. I do big laps both ways, and then I'm going to lope laps in the middle of the arena, really getting him warm, getting him stretched out. And once I had him warm, it was time to go. And I think he was really relaxed from his massage, and the ground was really shifty, so he safetied up and didn't run super hard, but we had a smooth little cruise through. I sat way too soon at the second. How embarrassing of me. So we would have hit that in real life, but he had really nice turns and he felt really smooth to me. So even though we weren't gassing it, he felt great. I pet on him, loosen my saddle, get him to the trailer, get him untacked, and then I'm going to give him a tube of race recovery so that I get those electrolytes back in him. We get him back to his stall. He has all of his alfalfa. He's getting a good snack, and there's his buddy Kite, and I'm done for the day. Bye. Come ride Chester with me. There he is begging for some food. So I'm going to get his halter on and get him out of his stall and into the wash rack so we can tack him up. So once I get him in the wash rack, I'm going to start by clipping him into the cross ties, and then I'm going to brush him because he was so dusty. You can see all of that dirt coming off of him. He was so dusty. So I'm going to get my saddle pad on and then my master saddle on. If you are in Las Vegas, make sure to go check out their booths. There's two. There's one at the Rio and one in the convention center. So once I have this tack on and his bell boots on, I'm gonna get his bit on, and I forgot my practice bit, my other trailer. So we are just riding him on a loose rein in my running bit. I don't do that ever, but we are today. So I'm gonna hop on. We're gonna have to work on our manners. It's been a minute. He's been off a long time. So he did walk off when I got on. I'm gonna walk for about 10 minutes, a little over 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna trot for about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna lope for about 3-ish minutes. You can see I went to the right today. I went to the left last time, but once I was done loping to the right, I did lope him to the left just a little bit to see how he was feeling. And once he was done, I walked him a lap and then hopped off, loosened my saddle, and pet on him because he was done, and he did so good. Bye. Come ride my horse with me. So I'm gonna get the trailer hooked up because the outdoor arena is way too muddy to ride, so we have to haul to a little covered arena. And today we are exercising Dakota, so I'm gonna get him in the horse trailer. And when I get there, I just let him graze for a minute to relax before I tack him up. Ignore his braids, please. So I'm gonna brush him really good with my Haas brushes, and then I'm gonna get my master saddle on. Today we're just exercising him. We've been taking it really slow, and it's really cold, so we are just gonna do a nice exercise today. I'm gonna put his bridle on in the arena, hop on, and walk for a long time. Like I said, it's cold, so I like to get him really warm before I ask him for a trot, and we're gonna trot both ways. I can't remember exactly how long I trotted, but it was for a while, I believe. I think I trotted maybe 5 minutes both ways, and then I loped probably 5 minutes both ways, and I am just getting him geared up for pro rodeos really slowly since we did have such a long break off. So we're just taking things slow, and this sand is super deep, so it ends up being a harder workout than you think it is. When he's done, I'm gonna get off, loosen his cinch, and when we got back, I put him out in his pasture, and this is how he was, which was so funny because he acted like his workout was so hard. Bye.
I'm the world's best barrel horse. Don't Google that, and this is mine 2024 at Christmas Haul. And I want to preface this by saying that I am ungrateful for everything, and I think Miss Girl could have done it so much better. Starting off, she made me wear this stupid headband. She did have to pay the tax for being near me, so that was good, but she didn't make me look a fool, which was not good. So the first thing I got was this real Hey Chicks bag. It's a real bag, not a knockoff from Hey Chicks, so don't even try to troll me because it's fully authentic. But the alfalfa is sold separately, and so of course I got this huge load of alfalfa just for me, not for anyone else, and I'm not sure why we're having to ration it out, and I can't just eat it all at once, but whatever. So Miss the Girl has to go fill that up herself and bring it back to me because of course I'm not gonna go do that. And when she gets back, I show her my gratitude by pinning my ears and backing up like I am going to kick her. So she loves when I do that. I'm gonna get right to eating. I don't know why she's petting me. And then she brings me another goofy headband. What's Christmas without a goofy headband, okay? I'm very angry, but at least I have food, not feeling very jolly until she brings me my succeed. And it goes really good with alfalfa. If you've ever seen that scene from Ratatouille, it's just like that. And the last thing I got for Christmas was a paddock that was too muddy to even go in. So what the heck even was that? So that was my super lame Christmas haul. Maybe I'll try harder to be on the nice list next year, but that's never gonna happen. Bye.
My horse's conditioning routine in the winter, so I'm going to pick out his hoofs before we tack him up, make sure they look good and there's nothing in there, and then I'm going to brush him really good before throwing on my saddle. I'm going to get that cinched up, get my breast collar on, make sure it's clipped, put on my bell boots because I always ride in bell boots, and then get him in the arena. Once I'm in there, I'll put his bit in and I will hop on. I'm going to walk for a long time, probably about 8 to 10 minutes, and then when I am done walking and he's really stretched out and warm, I'm gonna get off and stretch his legs. Once I'm done stretching his legs, I'll get back on and we will trot huge laps both ways, about 4 minutes each direction, so I'll get about 8 minutes of trotting total. Once we're done trotting, I'll walk for a little bit and then I'm gonna lope about half arena size circles to the right, and this is a very big arena. Once I feel like I've loped a good amount in the half circle sides, I'm gonna lope huge laps. Once I'm done with that, I'm gonna walk him and then do the same thing to the left, and I loped for about 5 minutes each direction, so he loped for about a total of 10 minutes. So he got a really good workout. I'm going to ask him to stop by just saying whoa. I'm not really going to pull on him, back him up just a little and pet on him, walk him out and hop off. He did really, really good. I'm going to let him go for a little roll, and he was really good. He just rolled and came back and we were done. Bye. hauled Dakota with me, so I'm going to get my horse trailer hooked up, and then I'm going to go get him. I'm going to put on his new fly mask, get his halter on, and get him loaded up in the horse trailer. So we're hauling to go ride and exercise him, get him a good workout before pro rodeo this weekend. When we get there, I'm going to unload him, and the first thing I'm going to do is pick his feet out, look in there, make sure everything looks good, and then I'm going to work on these horrible stains he has, but I just could not get them off, okay? Don't judge him. He is a little dirty, and then I'm going to use my hard brush before I put my tack on. So I'm going to get my saddle pad and my saddle on, do that cinch. I don't have a back cinch on right now, and then I'm going to get my breast collar and bell boots on and get my own boots on because I've been wearing tennis shoes. I put my helmet on, and I'm going to take him into the arena and hop on. When we got there, a horse was turned out in the main arena, so I rode in the small part until the big part was open. I walked for 8 minutes, and then I trotted for 3 minutes to the left. I set a timer on my phone, getting him really stretched out. Walked for a second and did the same thing to the right. I really like setting timers on my phone. Then I set a timer for 6 minutes and started loping to the right. I started by loping smaller circles, and then I went out to bigger circles, and then came back in to do some smaller circles and asked him to be a little bit more on the bit. Asked him for a hard stop when my timer went off, walked for a little bit, and then did the same thing to the left. I like using the whole arena, so during the whole time, I'm gonna do some smaller circles, do some bigger circles, all while I just wait for my timer to go off. There, I asked him to be a little bit on the bit again. I pet him, walked him out, and then whenever I hopped off, I loosened my cinch immediately, and I felt like he had a really good workout. I took all of his tack off and gave him some treats, and he was done. Bye. Practice barrels with me on my pro rodeo horse, so I'm going to get Dakota tacked up. I brush him really good before throwing on my saddle. I'm going to do both my cinches, get my breast collar done, and I am riding him in all 4 boots today because we are going to be practicing the barrels, and the boots do not match. Don't judge me. Today we're practicing the barrels for me, not for him. I need to work on my timing, and I need to just feel his speed again because I have not been running barrels. I'm going to hop on, walk, trot both ways, and then I'm going to lope both ways to make sure he is really warm before I ask him to run. And really, I'm going to let him pick the speed, but he chose fast, of course. I let him kind of high lope down the fence, and then I'm going to walk the barrels, kind of trying to see my points at a slower speed and have him really finish the barrels with his butt there. So once I'm done walking the barrels, it's time to run. So I sent him out of the gate, and he went, and I could have gone a step past all of these barrels, but I was really happy with this run. Like I said, I've not been running him, and he is not super easy to ride, so I was really happy with this breeze through. He didn't get super mad at me, and then I walked him out, really pet on him, undid my cinch, got his boots off, got him back to the trailer, untacked him, gave him a treat, and he was done. Bye. Clean my tack room and get it ready for the next pro rodeo with me. So there's a look at how horrible it looks right now. It's very disgusting. So I'm going to start by getting everything off the floor, throw away any trash, and just throw all of my tack and stuff into a pile on the ground. There's a look at all of the stuff that has to go back in here. And we are going to be leaving some stuff at home and, of course, throwing away a ton of trash. There's some magic cushion exploded. That was super gross. So I did throw a bunch of stuff away, and I bought a ton of new fly masks, so I threw away a bunch of old nasty fly masks as well. Here I'm getting all the treats that spilled and just any trash that was left off the floor off before I sweep. So I'm going to try to sweep most of this dirt out. It, of course, is always going to be dirty, but it was especially dirty right now, and now it's time to organize. So this is a tote I bought that's for the back of your car, but I thought it'd be great for my tack room. So I'm putting in all my feet products, some syringes and supplements in here, some Adequan, and just whatever else might explode in my trailer there. I put some wormer in there, and I'm going to shut it and put it where I want it in the floor. Next is a shoe organizer I bought, but I'm using it for all of my spray bottles because it zips up so they can't explode, and I will put shampoo in here once I have shampoo. I get that in its spot, tuck my nebulizer behind, and we're going to work on these big racks here. Once I clear those, I'm going to hang up these toiletry organizers. That one's for shampoo, and then this one's a travel one, and I'm using the big mesh one for my fly mask to make it easy to put them up and get them out. In the other bag, I'm going to put my race recovery tubes, and I was able to fit quite a lot in here, so I was really happy with that. Above those, I'm going to put my flare strips. That way they don't get bent and they're easy to see. And at the top, I just put rubber bands and some ulcer guard and some earplugs. And I'm going to put the rest of that race space recovery in my shoe organizer and get my grooming tote into the trailer. Now I'm going to clear off these rings so I can put in my little trash can, and then I'm going to hang up my helmets up on that top rack, Chester's halter, and we are going to get my sports boots back into their bags. So that bag was full. I move on to this one and get all of my sports boots in there, make sure all the matching pairs are together, zip that up, and we're just going to put it next to those totes in the back there. Now I'm going to put my saddle back in and get my saddle covers on my 2 master saddles. That way they're protected, and we're going to get feed in here in my feed container. I put hay cubes into the container, and then I'm going to clear off the rack on top of all of those totes and start putting stuff back in. All of my bits are over here, my extra cinches and some extra breast collars and some extra halters. I put my slinkies into that tote and then move on to the doors, cleared everything out. I put some muck boots and some gloves on this side, and then I clear off the other side, put another pair of muck boots, my hoof testers, and then I get all of my tail bags into my grooming tote. That way they're easy to get to. Put some vet wrap in there, some treats, my distilled water for my nebulizer, and we are done. And there's a look at the finished tack room. I'm so happy with it. It turned out so cute and organized. Bye! A very cold horse girl day in the life. So we're going to check on Chester. I'm going to give him his dose of Ulcer Guard for the day, and he is so good at taking medicine. Once I gave him that, I'm going to go into the bathroom to get warm water to make him and Zorro a nice warm mash. Here I'm working on Chester's mash. I put some feed in there and a little bit of salt and some alfalfa, and he was super excited and would not even let me get in his stall before he was trying to eat it. I think they really like that warm water, especially on really cold days like this, and I want to make sure they are getting hydration. There he is, really slurping that mash, and here Zorro is waiting on his. I'm very allergic to Replenimash, so I am just videoing from afar, but Zorro got Replenimash. They really enjoyed their mashes, so I like to know that they're getting that water and that salt, and they're staying hydrated even though it is so cold. Now I'm going to make Chester's hay net, so I'm going to put about 3 flakes of alfalfa in here. It gets filled up at night as well, and I'm going to tie it up and get it hung up, and he was super excited for that because of course he had already finished his mash. Now we're done at this barn. I'm going to head to Tractor Supply, grab some Ulcer Guard because I needed it, and I needed some shredded alfalfa, especially for all these mashes. Now I'm going to go check on Kite and Dakota. They were looking really good in their blankets, really nice and warm. I'm going to pet on them, make sure they both have a good amount of hay, and give them each some loose alfalfa for the ground, check their waters, and they looked good. So we were done. Bye.